Yeah, I wanted to talk about this David Shore. I think I'm gonna edit this. No, actually, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. I'm pretty sure I did.
19 has caused, specifically to communities of color and tribes. It will expand affordable insurance to more families and give schools much needed resources to help our students get back to classrooms for in-person learning safely. And it will stabilize our struggling childcare sector, which is so critical to helping women and working families get back to work. It will support small businesses and help states keep educators and firefighters and
Yeah, first let me talk about David Shore and this article because this shit got me hot yesterday. His conclusions for why Democrats lost in 2020 is because of socialism and defund the police. And he comes to this conclusion because conservatives. Oh, let me find the article. Uh, David Shore. This shit right here. Oh my god. Basically a bunch of bullshit. Control find Venezuela. He says so the interview asks does a because Donald Trump did better with POC than he did with than Mitt Romney did. So he said one thing we want to know about the decline in Hispanic support. Oh, let me put this here. Um, it happened everywhere: New York and California, Arizona and Texas. We really saw. So to preface this, early in Biden's campaign, they were already saying people like Chuck Rocha, like Latin couns- consultants were saying, Joe Biden, you got a problem with Latin American voters. You got a problem. And he was just like, well, he didn't really do shit about it. And this is the person that worked on Bernie Sanders' campaign that helped him win Nevada, which was a huge. I think he doubled Biden's support in terms of he got like 60 to 70% of Latin Americans in Nevada, and he's the person that's telling Joe Biden, "You got a problem with Latin America electorate." So he goes to talk about what's he talking about here? It's not everywhere. It isn't just Cubans, because Cubans are supposed to be conservative, whatever. It happened over the place. It was notably large in some place. At the precinct level, one of the things that jumps out, a lot of voters have Venezuelan or Colombian ancestry. So much swings. He put so much into this shit. So larger swings to the GOP than anywhere else in the country. So Venezuela and Colombia, okay. He's just correlating. This is like, okay, it could be anything. He said one of my favorites is Doral, which is Venezuelan, and went Colombian, and went for Clinton in South Florida, and she won by 40 points, and Trump won by 10 points. And the one thing that makes Colombia and Venezuela, this is all his like analysis apparently. One thing that makes these countries different is socialism is very specific and has salience in these countries as a social. This is the bullshit. Who were these paramilitaries funded by? They never get into that. They never get into that. And the experience with Maduro in Venezuela. So these are conservatives, most likely. So, here he comes. The natural inference is that increased salience of socialism in 2020 with the rise of AOC and prominence of anti-socialist messaging has something to do with it. Here's where he goes. The natural inference. This nigga doesn't really know. He just assuming that he just linked all this shit because they have sensitivity to socialism. Because of AOC and socialism and what the Democrats did, what the Republicans did, that it worked. It worked. And then so it really comes down when you think about separate party, do you identify as liberal, moderate, conservative? This means nothing. People will say they're moderate when they're actually when you show them the policies of progressive, they support this. So this means absolutely nothing. The big racial divide, mostly blah, 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 blah. So roughly the same proportion of African Americans, blah, blah, blah. But white voters just vote Republican. See right here, but historically Democrats not won by large margin. What happened in 2020? Non-white conservatives voted for Republicans in higher rates. Then, okay, so why? Who the fuck knows? We don't know this, but he's trying to come up with some type of, analysis. And that's the hard thing to know. We know it's hard, but you just try to fit a square peg in a round hole. You just try to say socialism because of Venezuela. That's what you did. He didn't do a survey and ask people questions. You're supposed to be a polling expert or some shit. Like, he's supposed to be good with numbers. So he's just putting 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 together to make it seem like he knows what he's talking about. When you actually, I'm gonna get to the other part where he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's just putting shit together. Here's the bullshit. So why did not my voters sort of my organization partner have done exposed? You done surveys. Okay, what question did you ask? This is always very important. Because if you ask a question in a certain way, you get a certain response. So it's important to know the questions. And we'll look into that, I guess, later. The voters who switched from Hillary to Donald Trump to see anything distinguishing the subgroup, blah, 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 blah. Clinton voters with conservative views on crimes, policing, and public safety were far more likely to switch to Trump than voters with less conservative views on these issues. So what does that mean? And having conservative views on issues is more predictive. Okay, so he's saying it's highly predictive that if you have conservative views on policing, what does that mean? What does it mean? You want more police? You want a safe neighborhood with less police? Like, none of this is outlined in this article that in this article. This lines up with trends we saw during the campaign. So this is where he jumps all the way out the window. In the summer following the emergence of Defund the Police. What Defund the Police was the only thing that happened this summer? I could have sworn there was like the biggest protest in the history of the United States. It wasn't centrally about defund the police. It was about stop killing black people. Defund the police was a slogan that came out of it. And even Republican people who work on Republican campaigns had said that the defund the police messaging was not salient. So he's inserting this into the shit himself. What they did say was the law and order and all that shit, that was salient. Okay, fine, sure. So there's some black people who think the police are out there to save them. Some older black people that think. Me personally, I know the police aren't here to save me. I know that for a fact. But there are some people, older black Latin people who, oh yeah, the police, man. You know, you need the police because who's gonna keep the safety? Not knowing that. Hey, let's continue reading before we get into why do we even need the police as a nationally salient issue. So he's saying the defund the police was a nationally salient issue, not George Floyd. He didn't say George Floyd protest. This is a narrative that he's trying to spin. He could have said the George Floyd protest, but no, he said defund the police because he's trying to spin a narrative. He didn't ask people, did you vote for Donald Trump because the Democrats are going to defund the police? He didn't say of course he would have put that in there if he had that type of information. Support for Biden. So he's saying over the summer it declined because of defund the police. Let's see what he says. What's in this article? It could be. So it's not specifically. He doesn't know if it's specifically because of defund the police. He just knows that it went down for some reason. Is defund even in this article? No, not found. Look, defund not in the article that he's sharing. They hyperlinked. Look, this is his fucking a narrative he's spinning. It's not based in reality. He says it lines up what we saw during the trends during the summer. Following the emergence of defund the police. It wasn't the emergence of defund the police. It was the emergence of black people saying, police, stop killing us. He can't say that though. Because why? Because that means they have to do something about it. It doesn't have to be defund the police. It makes sense that you defund the police because the police don't solve crimes. The police are at the end of the crime. Like, crime starts when you're 3 years old and you don't get a proper education, and then at 16 you join a gang. That's when it starts. But none of this is included in here. So the link, the hyperlink, we know he's saying because of defund the police, Hispanic support decline. Even though the link that they showed, defund the police, is even in the article. Okay, so you just like made that up. I mean, you just wanted that to be there for some reason. And Hispanics can be anti-black. So, I mean, black people can be anti-black. Bill Cosby, pull up your pants on all that bullshit to get ahead. That's bullshit, my nigga. Black people have been systemically oppressed from day one. So if you pull your pants up, then you're gonna get a good job. Fuck out of here, my nigga. Niggas are discriminating. The black. There's so many problems with this article. Let me just say this one point. Every time they talk about the white working class, a white high school dropout or makes $7,000 per year more than a black high school dropout. $7,000 per year. That's a lot of money. What's 7,000 times 40? A lot. What's 7 times 4? 28 $280,000 over a lifetime. $280,000 over a lifetime. A white high school dropout earns more than a black high school dropout by $7,000. So whenever they talk about the white working class, they never include actual good data. They just say the white working class, just like a rural white man somewhere. That white man could be a business owner. He could own a car dealership. He could just be a high school dropout, earning $7,000 more than black Americans. But they don't include this information because when they say economic anxiety, they can't really say that because they know black people are the most economically anxious and oppressed people, and they didn't go vote for Trump in the numbers that white people did because of the racism that Trump used to get elected. Otherwise, black people would have voted for him if it was really about economic anxiety. Black people would have been on him from day one, but they know that's not the case. And the media. All right, let me just continue reading this. So this is bullshit. He made this up. He could have said the George Floyd protest, the summer of the George Floyd protest, as a nationally salient. Defund the police wasn't a nationally salient issue. Not more than the George Floyd protests in themselves. And defund the police is a good policy, just for clarification. So you think this is a micro story? We raise the salience of ideologically charged millions of non-white voters disagree with us on. Who's we? What Democrats ran on defund the police? Biden said he didn't support. He said he supported giving the police more money. So what are you talking about? Explain. Who's we? See, this is the bullshit I'm talking about. This is bullshit. All of this. Democrats raised that we need to do the George Floyd Policing Act, ban chokeholds, and qualifying immunity, and no-knock warrants. Regular shit. None of the national Democrats were saying defund the police. So he's saying we raise the salience of an ideological charge issue that millions of non-white voters disagree with us on. You a fucking piece of shit. You don't support defund the police, you dickhead. Neither did the Democrats. So this is the bullshit I'm talking about. Look at this whole paragraph. It's bullshit. He's trying to spin, my nigga. This is spin. This is bullshit. I'm getting upset. I understand. Because I hate when niggas do shit like this. This is bullshit. Defund. Because who's we? Who's we? I thought the Democrat Party didn't support defunding the police. Oh, now they do? Oh, now it's we. Before it was the radical Democrats over there. Not Joe Biden, not Chuck Schumer, not none of the top Democrats, but AOC and Ilhan Omar. Oh damn! Oh yeah, they got so much power. They fucked up the whole game for everybody. Not Joe Biden, who 61% of people voted against Trump. 61% of people voted against Trump. So down ballot, and you have Joe Biden saying, "Oh, we need a strong Democratic Party. I might pick a Republican to be my vice president." Nigga, what? What are you signaling to the fucking world? That the problem is Donald Trump and not the Republican Party? And we now know the problem is the Republican Party. So people will say, if 61% of people are just voting against Donald Trump because he's the enemy and not the whole Democratic Party, which it is, then down ballot, they're going to be like, yeah, I'll vote for my local Republican dude, because if Trump is the real problem, Biden is even telling me it's Trump. He's not telling me it's the Republican Party. He did bad politics. He did it. So you trying to blame defund the police, blame Joe Biden for saying we need, and Nancy Pelosi for saying we need a good opposition party. Blame them. Because if I believe that Republicans are not that bad, it's just Donald Trump, I'm gonna vote for my local senator because it's not that bad. It's just Trump, right? 61%. This is just so much of bullshit. This is like, I don't call it propaganda, whatever the fuck. This is a bullshit narrative. He's trying to spin here. So much fucking bullshit. Non-white voters, we didn't raise shit. You didn't do shit. I raised the defund the police shit because I believe in it's a good policy. And I know crime. Please don't solve crime. You get to crime before it happens. That's obvious. In white neighborhoods, you don't see the police ever. Why? Because they have resources in school and tutors and fucking after school activities. They don't fucking need the police. In poor neighborhoods, there's police all over the fucking place because there's no resources. So you got to keep the niggas, corralled and shit. That's the problem. You ever been to a nice neighborhood? You don't see the police. You ever been to the hood? Far Rock? Anywhere else? Miami? Police everywhere, my nigga. LA? Police everywhere. Because people don't got material needs met, so they do crime. Oh my God. It's just like, it's shocking. I don't understand how it works. Like crime, anyway. So this shit right here, we raised the salience. You didn't raise the salience of an idly charged issue. You didn't do that. The Democrats didn't do that. They said we're gonna do the George Floyd Policing Act, ban chokeholds. That lame, not to say lame, but that's soft shit. That's not defunding the police. Joe Biden, all the top Democrats don't support that. Nobody did. Nobody ran on that except like two people, Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar probably. And they won. So this is the shit that I understand. It's not we, my nigga. Now you want to talk about we. After the primary, after the anyway. They disagree with us on as a result, conservatives want to be voted for despite the started voting. This is just so, how do you know? How do you know defund the police? If you really want to say this, if you want to say black people protesting in the streets and the way the media covered it, remember this? Remember when 50% of the American citizens supported burning down that police precinct? So there is something in there. There's something in America that's like, oh yeah, we get it. We get it. Right after the George Floyd protest, they burned down the precinct and people were like, oh yeah, we understand. 50% of Americans agreed with it. Now you can see over time burning down Targets and all that shit and small businesses and the images that the media used to put on TV and just the general chaos that that they chose to focus on, even though 97% of the protests were peaceful and like 4% of the non-peaceful protests, the bullshit was started by the police. That narrative, I mean, that wasn't pushed enough apparently. So it wasn't defund the police. It was black people saying, stop killing us. If the police don't kill us, there is no defund the police to worry about, quote unquote. If it's a worry, it's a concern. Stop the killing, there will be no riots. People don't riot for no reason. Like niggas want to stay in the crib and live a normal life and draw comic books and do shit like that. Watch. So how you don't address why people were in the streets and why people called to defund the police and what it even means, but you don't want to get into it here because that would require some sophistication, and conceding that we know what the fuck we're talking about when we know what causes crime and it's not what solves crime and it's not more police. There is no correlation between police budgets and crime. As a result, blah blah blah. This whole thing's bullshit. Because he tried to pin it on defunding police and not the protests themselves. If he was an actual good person, he would say, the protests hurt because people love the police because of years and years and years of propaganda, and the police are on your side. They're not on my side. Where I grew up, the police were not on my side. Trust me. So certain older people probably think the police are necessary because they've been brainwashed for whatever reason. But we know that rich neighborhoods do not have police ever around their neighborhoods because they have resources. But let me move on. Anyway, all these problems with Democratic positioning or disinformation. Okay, so he goes into it. So he's basically saying, nigga, the Democrats didn't run out defund the police. It is disinformation. Obviously, Joe Biden didn't campaign on police abolition and work control the means of production. So there's a difference in the reality of the party's platform and how it's perceived. Closing that gap through closing the gap through some information. And this David Short is about to say some bullshit right here. Like getting involved. And people are telling Joe Biden, get involved. Get involved. I don't know what type of Latino people. Maybe they lean Mexican in Nevada. But Bernie did well with Latinos. But that's why I want to see how well Bernie did, because he called himself a socialist. But okay, let's do some shit for Latin Americans and Hispanic. Does that make sense of a path forward? I'll say this: decline. Oh no, he say no. We can't do outreach because that's not enough. And this is all just his speculation. He's saying blah, 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 blah. They switched their vote, Clinton to Trump. This is beyond the margin that can possibly be changed by investing in more in Spanish media. Who said Spanish media? Who said just Spanish media? We're talking about canvassing. We're talking about going door to door. We're talking about talking to people about the issues and what's really going on. Not just Spanish media. See, this is the bullshit pivot that this nigga's doing here. Just Spanish media. The margin, of course, could be closed with information, with education. Of course, it can be closed. If people know that he's not a socialist, he just wants to give people health care, then with the proper education and canvassing, then what the fuck the point of politics? If you can't convince people in politics, then you just out here just doing, what are you doing? Oh my God. I think this shit can probably attribute to what's on WhatsApp, not buying enough YouTube ads. I think this is just bullshit. And what he's gonna say the problem is we are picking these socially charged issues like socialism, defund the police, and that's separating people. Not that, and we can't do anything about it except not talk about socialism and defund the police, even though Democrats didn't do that. Over the last 4 years, white liberals have become a larger share of the Democratic Party. Oh my God. College educated when I identify as moderate. I don't care about self-identification. I care about what policies people advocate for. Because you can say you're moderate, but you support all types of shit. Cloud Democrat Party has some white voters. So he's saying white voters are more than non-white voters, so I can consider white liberals are more left-wing than black. This is extra bullshit. White liberals are more left-wing than black and Hispanic Democrats on pretty much every issue: taxes, healthcare, policing. Are we sure about this? And even on racial issues and various measures of racial resentment. So he's saying black people can be, and here's the, it's coming. The bullshit is coming about why this nigga is doing spin. So so he's saying white liberals are the ones that are saying defund the police. Really? Is that the case, that white liberals were saying defund the police? Or was it for the movement for Black Lives? We know it was the movement for Black Lives because it was like August 27th or whatever that day was. They put out, everybody changed their thing. It had nothing to do with white liberals. So what the fuck are you talking about? Movement for Black Lives is like 100 different organizations around the country, and they came up with the slogan defund the police. So for him to say that white liberals came up with defund the police and they're shaping the party's image, what are you talking about? The image is Joe Biden. Joe Biden won the primary. They voted for him, and he said he wasn't a socialist. So what are you saying? Doesn't make any sense of what he's saying. The person who won the presidential primary was not a socialist. So how are white liberals, the ones that voted for him in the primary, shaping the narrative? They would have kept voting for Bernie Sanders if they believed in the socialism, or Elizabeth Warren, because Bernie was in the race for a minute, and he just kept going down, 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 down. Why? Because if they're really about it, they would have kept voting for him, but they didn't because they were voting on electability. Jesus Christ. Excuse my language. So when you say white liberals are to the left of the typical black Democrat on racial issues, how does that depend on the definition of a racial issue? Exactly. Good question. For example, when policy fight that often puts interests of white liberal Democrats against those of black working classes, housing and school integration. And we know this because every time they try to integrate schools, white liberals are like, we don't know about this, especially in New York and housing and rezoning. We don't want black people in our neighborhoods. Exactly. So for him saying, so this interviewer is actually a good interviewer. He didn't just accept it. Oh, yeah. So he's pushing back. There are a lot of highly educated white liberals full of Black Lives Matter lawn signs, which nevertheless oppose affordable housing projects and school redistricting plans that would bring less wealthy white students into their classrooms. The white liberals who oppose these efforts and defend de facto segregation may know the enlightened answer. They know how to answer the test properly. They know how to answer the questions when they get told properly. And they know how to beat the test. Oh, I'm not racist. But in their actions and their policies, this is what I care about. What policies do you support? That will really let me know what you think. The white liberals, they know the answer to abstract questions and the nature of racial inequality, but I'm not sure if that put them left of the non-white voters on racial issues properly defined. Watch this bullshit. This nigga watch this bullshit. Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. All that bullshit you saying is not true, right? Yeah. White liberals do give more progressive responses across a battery of traditional racial resentment questions. They know how to be better racists, quote unquote. I mean, they know how to answer the questions. Do you believe the reasons why African Americans can't get ahead is due to discrimination? No, they say yes. But I think it's important to put racial resentment in quotes whenever you talk about it. I'm not sure claiming white liberals are somehow less racist. Of course they're more racist. That's obvious. Of course. If you don't support the policies that would actually help black people, but you could say on a test that theoretically that you believe that they deserve rights, but when policy time comes, you don't give them the rights, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not claiming that I'm not claiming that I'm not racist. Yes, you are. You were saying that. You just said that. You just said it right here. You said even on racial issues. Nigga just said it up here. Somehow, he said right here, white liberals and more left or more left wing than black and Hispanic Democrats on pretty much every issue, taxes, healthcare, policing, and even on racial issues. You just said it. Or various measures of racial resentment. And he pushes back on you, saying, no, actually, they don't because they oppose housing and school integration. And you go back to say, hold on. I don't think, what did he say here? But I think it's important to put racial in quotes. I'm not claiming that white liberals are somehow less racist than people of color. You just claimed it in the previous paragraph in question. Oh, now you backing down because he hit you with fucking facts about how white liberals do not, when it comes time to policy, they do not stand up for it. And you had to back down on all that shit. You literally back down. I'm not claiming that white liberals are somehow racist than people of color. To the question, now to the question, does it even make sense? Oh, now, but you were just super strong talking about it here. Saying that, even on racial issues, you want to throw that in like, oh, white liberals are even more left wing on even on racial. You wanted to throw that in. You wanted to throw that in, and they defined the party. This is what I'm saying, man. This nigga's he's a bullshit artist, and then he gets pushed back with real life facts, and then he says, "I'm not saying white liberals are somehow racist or people of color." Now the question doesn't make sense. Now he doesn't know what it means, even though you just made that statement. You're trying to make this proclamation that white liberals are more liberal than black and brown voters. That's what you're trying to say. Oh, but now let me back. No, now what does even racism mean? What is this? What is racism? We don't even know what that means. Fuck out of here. I'm not claiming. Okay, now you definitely did just claim that. And I do think if you asked about affirmative action and inclusionary zoning rather than these more abstract questions than the political science used to represent, you would have found a different breakdown. So your whole fucking shit, you had to back down. Your whole shit is saying that when we poll these people, they have these extreme ideological views based off the abstract questions. And then he says, what if you ask more specific policy questions that actually do lead to racist outcomes? And he says, and he has to back down completely off of it. And Obama wants to share this shit like this is some smart shit, when this nigga just completely backed out of his whole fucking position. Anyway, I'm not claiming that white people, and if you ask about it rather then exactly. So your whole shit is based on bullshit, exactly. So you just, whatever the fuck. So you don't know, basically. You don't know if white liberals are to the left of black people because they're not asking the proper questions. You don't know. Just say you don't know. Don't say, oh, we know that even under racial resentment and race issues, black people are more conservative. And then he goes push back, and you say, "Oh, well, I guess not. Maybe we would see. You can find a different breakground. Of course, we will find a fucking different breakground." So you want to back down, but I think they split on abstract question capture something real. No, it doesn't. It shows that they know how to pass the test. That's it. They know how to pass the test. In liberal circles, racism is defined by highly ideological terms, and its theological perspective is what racism means in nature, racial cohabit. And hold on 1 second. Actually, fuck that. And these theoretical perspective on what racism means in nature, racial inequality have become a big part of the group identity of college-educated whites. Okay, white Democrats, white and non-white. Okay, so basically, if you're smart, you know that racism is bad and you know how to pass the test. But you're not going to allow no niggas in your neighborhood, though, because, that's asking for too much. So they have this, you get what I'm saying. How do they differ? What do you say here? And this theoretical perspective of what racism means, the nature of racial, and have become a big part of the group identity. I mean, do they even know what it means? But it's not necessarily how most non-white understand racism. How do they differ? I don't think we can. So this nigga has no questions. He's making wild proclamations. But if you look at concrete questions, white liberals to the left of black Democrats defunding the police. How was the question asked? We don't know. Do you support defund the police? Okay, probably people will say no. Do you support reallocating funds from the police to housing and social services and mental health services versus the police? Of course. It's gonna go up. The support's gonna go up. So it's all by you to ask the questions. So he's saying he's saying if you ask specific questions like you defund the police, of course people are gonna say no if they don't know what that means. If I know what it means, of course I know what it means. It means cutting the police budget and putting those to things that actually solve crimes and prevent crimes. Most of black Democrats defund and those about the source of racial inequality. So some black people think that black people need to pull up themselves by the bootstraps. Fuck it. Candace Owens exists. I don't give a fuck. Like, they're wrong about sociology and what causes crime. It doesn't matter. I'll be back. I got food that's cooking. So I'm telling you, spin. Okay, let's continue reading. Maybe in a more calm tone at this point. Because this shit got me hot. Okay, we can't answer the question. If you look at concrete questions, we don't know what this means. We don't know what questions were asked. Regardless, even if the majority of non-people agree with liberals on these issues, the fundamental part of okay, so Democrats elevating issues. Democrats are not elevating these issues. Where did Democrats elevate defund the police? Where? Where did Joe Biden say that? Some people, 2, 3, 4 people out of 500 in the Senate, in the Congress, supported it, but the president did. He got 80 something million votes. That doesn't matter. Who cares about those people? Anyway, so the Democrats are relying on high turnout from non-white voters. Okay, we understand that. So if Democrats elevate issues and theories, this is bullshit. They're not. Oh my God, they're not doing this. This is a lie. Especially in the ideological framework that he's saying that he can't even identify. Like, it had nothing to do with that 61% of the people voted against Donald Trump and thought that the other Democrats other Republicans were okay. Nothing to do with that. That's not even in his article. Not even an article. If they elevate the issues, that's just a lie. Democrats are not elevating these issues. That's a lie. What were they talking about? They were talking about healthcare, saving the ACA, getting the vaccines out. This was Joe Biden's message. It was not about, and then he threw in racial shit at the end. So come on with the bullshit, my nigga. You bullshitting me right now. So come on. Because these issues are strong early kind of ideology. Black conservatives and Hispanics don't actually buy intellectual theories of racism. Good thing that Democrats aren't doing these things. They're just saying, we don't even know what this means. Honestly, we don't even know what this means. This is very vague, and we know when we ask specifics that support increases, depending on how you ask the question. They have a very different conception on how to help black people than most liberals do. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I don't think you could buy your way out of this trade-off. It's not a buy. It's about an education. Who said buy? Who's anything about buy? We're not polarizing the electorate. Black people deserve rights, and they deserve not to get killed by the police. If your population has a problem with that, even black people, then you have a big fucking problem. Most voters are not liberals. And here's my problem. They only talk about voters. If you were to guess how many people didn't vote in this election, you could say 10 million. It's 10 million. Only 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million, 60 million, 70, 80 million people did not vote in this election. This is eligible voters. People that could have voted. They was like, nah. I'm good. No type of thought process into what they think. Nope. That can't be part of our coalition. We don't even know what they think. So this number crunching ass man here, he knows everything, but he doesn't know that 80 million people didn't vote, and he doesn't know why, and he doesn't know that maybe we could reach out to these people, because I believe non-voters are more liberal than voters, than likely voters, but they believe that the people running don't align with their values. Like people in the hood who don't vote because nothing ever changes, and other people who believe that nothing changes, and their vote doesn't count. Yeah, you're not exciting these people. A candidate like Bernie Sanders, he would excite these people because he's talking about big shit, big talk. I'm going to help you niggas. What happened in Georgia? $2,000 tax coming out. Niggas came out to vote. They called Raphael Warnock every type of socialist, every type of communist. I got, background noise. I apologize. They called Raphael Warnock every type of socialist and communist, and he still won. They said he was going to defund the police 30,000 times, and he still won. Why? Because they said they were going to give you things. You vote for us, we're going to give you $2,000 check because you're hurting. But none of that, that doesn't matter though, right? This is just bullshit. Similar racial resentment. I'll come back. It's too much noise in the background, so I'll come back. Or I'll just mute myself and I'll play like a video or some shit.
And he has not apologized for sexually harassing me. And he can't even use my name.
Another former aide, Lindsey Boylan, says the governor made inappropriate remarks during her tenure and gave her an unwanted kiss. Today in Harper's Bazaar, Boylan says, "I'm really not focused on punishment. I'm focused on accountability." As for Boylan's claims, Governor Cuomo has denied those in the past. Now looking ahead, the accountability that Boylan seeks may come with that independent investigator that the Attorney General will appoint, an investigation that is expected to take months, not days. Joe?
All right, Ann Thompson, thank you so much.
The coronavirus vaccine rollout is speeding up. An average of 2 million Americans are now getting the shot every day. So far, more than 8% of adults are fully vaccinated, and more than 54 million have received their first dose. Those CDC numbers didn't include the Johnson & Johnson vaccine yet, which should drive the numbers even higher. It's a hopeful sign of recovery as another state announces it will soon end its mask mandate, the most recent Alabama, where the governor says she'll end their mandate next month. But top doctors are warning it's too soon to let up. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Texas, a state preparing to lift all COVID restrictions in less than a week.
Yeah, Joe Savannah, good morning. Hard to believe in just 5 days, Texas will be joining Mississippi in a complete reopening, and that means dropping those mask requirements. And today, health officials are growing concerned as another state looks to follow their lead.
This morning in more states, masks are coming off as Texas and now Alabama set deadlines for their statewide mask mandates.
But let me be abundantly clear. After April the 9th, I will not keep the mask order in effect.
In all, 17 states will not require face coverings. The rollbacks come as the country's progress plateaus, between 60 to 70,000 new cases each day.
It really is quite risky to completely remove all of the public health measures and just act like there's no virus in the community.
The White House amplifying their calls to follow proven safety measures.
It's imperative that people listen across the country, whether they live in a red state or a blue state, to the guidance of public health experts.
And while California's health department doubles down, saying wearing 2 masks is an effective way to improve fit and filtration, in states easing up, the messaging is mixed.
Do they really need the state
to tell them what they already know for their own personal behavior.
Now businesses are left to decide how to reopen. Many big retailers will still make customers mask up. But one of the state's largest grocery chains will only require employees to wear masks and strongly encourage shoppers do the same. And the Texas Restaurant Association, which represents more than 40,000 eateries, is also advising patrons to keep masks on.
I will definitely still be wearing a mask.
Meanwhile, the vaccine rollout is picking up pace, averaging 2 million shots a day, with 54 million Americans receiving at least one dose. Not included in the latest count, Johnson & Johnson's vaccine, now being distributed across the country.
We could conceivably vaccinate the entire county within weeks.
With 20 million doses expected by April, the one-dose shot could be a major boost for national vaccination numbers.
And as those vaccination numbers go up, unfortunately, so does the number of COVID variants. Of particular concern is a Brazilian strain. It's resistant to vaccines, and it's already been detected in 6 states, including New Jersey and California. We'll send it back to you.
Pope Francis has landed in Iraq this morning, kicking off his first foreign visit since the start of the pandemic, a trip some fear will draw large crowds. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Baghdad with more. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. Actually, there are a lot of measures in place to try to prevent crowds. There is a curfew in place nationwide. People are not allowed to go outside unless they need to for food or medical care. The Pope is not going to be traveling in the general Pope-mobile that he normally uses, and that is designed specifically so people don't go out onto the street, even if they're not allowed to catch a glimpse of him. Instead, he'll be in an armored car that is closed. Right now, the Pope is in the presidential palace where I am right now. He just arrived in Baghdad a short while ago. This is the protocol part, but soon he'll be beginning the spiritual pilgrimage, the idea to bolster the Christian community in this country, but also to reach out and stress a message of peace between all the faiths.
Pope Francis arrived in Baghdad with a message of peace and a mission to revive Iraq's ancient and dwindling Christian community. Security is extremely tight. A curfew is in place across the city. His first stop, meeting with Iraqi government officials. For many, the Pope's visit is a badge of honor, a sign this country is slowly emerging from its long civil war that began after the U.S. invasion in 2003. A war of violent religious extremists who often targeted Christians and drove them from their homes. The Pope will visit a church where an al-Qaeda affiliate massacred dozens of worshippers and 2 priests a decade ago. The Adam family who live nearby was traumatized by that attack. Laurisa was so scared, she stopped going to school. Her mother said most of the family moved abroad. As Christians, we're always afraid, she said. 27 relatives used to live under this roof. Only 5 remain. The Pope will visit the city of Mosul, much of it still in ruins from battles with ISIS. He'll tour a Christian village ISIS took over, desecrating its church. But it's not all a tour of past miseries. He'll go to the ancient Sumerian capital of Ur, believed to be the birthplace of Abraham, the patriarch revered by Christians, Jews, and Muslims. In yet more support for religious tolerance and coexistence, the Pope will meet with the Iraqi Shia leader, the Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. The final stop of this packed 4-day tour, the Vatican is calling a pilgrimage of peace, a large mass in the relatively safe Kurdish region of northern Iraq, where today they're making final preparations.
There were many reasons to cancel this trip, and I've been told that some inside the Vatican were encouraging the Pope to give it a miss, but that he personally was determined to make sure this went ahead despite the pandemic, despite the security concerns. He thought it was an important message and that this was the best time that there was going to be. There's really never a great time to come to Baghdad on a trip like this.
All right, Richard Engel reporting from Iraq. Thank you so much. Let's look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bradley is back with us this morning. Hey, Matt.
Hey guys, so big news in COVID this morning. There's a brewing vaccine conflict between the European Union and Australia. Italy recently blocked a shipment of the AstraZeneca vaccine that was bound for Australia. And this was because AstraZeneca had failed to meet.
Absolutely.
It was awesome. Please invite me back. I love
We will.
Anytime.
Invitation is out there now already.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
And we do want to continue this conversation now with Dr. Robert Fullilove. He's the Associate Dean for Community and Minority Affairs and Professor of Clinical Socio-Medical Sciences.
News outlets, not everyone is streaming. People.
All right, Dr. Van Gupta, great to have you on this morning. Thanks so much for that story. New numbers show people of color are still falling behind when it comes to getting vaccinated for COVID-19.
A report just released yesterday by the CDC shows 65% of people who've gotten at least one dose so far are white, while Latinos, Native Americans, Asians, and Black people each make up less than 10%. We want to bring in Tiffany Cross, host of The Cross Connection on MSNBC. Tiffany, thank you so much for joining us this morning for this important conversation. Now, it's been several months since the rollout started, and we now have 3 vaccines, with Johnson & Johnson's just hitting the market this week. A bigger supply, more places to get the shot, but it doesn't seem like that's helping Black people and other people of color get vaccinated. Why is that?
Well, there are a few reasons. One, I want to honor and respect people's distrust in the medical community, which we've talked about, but that is not the only reason. But I do at least want to start with that. Let's take a listen to a healthcare worker, Felicia, who talks a little bit about that.
We have good reason to be afraid. We have good reason when we hear something like, oh, it's warp speed. The first thing that hits our mind is, oh, really?
We are standing firm against COVID. We just have concerns as far as that go when it comes to the...
Exactly. Want to call some shit warp speed and expect people not to be skeptical of it. I mean, I guess.
Vaccine, and of course, I would not take it. I'm not yet...
I'm taking that shit.
Convinced that this is safe at this point for our people. It is our right also to say we want to wait to look to see.
All right, so you hear a lot of distrust in the community, which is certainly warranted given the history of this country. However, that is not the only reason. I think a huge reason for communities of color is access. So when you look at the disparity rate between who has gotten this vaccine, that rate is half of Black Americans when compared to our white counterparts. And when you look at that disparity rate with the Latino community, it's even larger. So you think about how you have to go about getting this. There's, you have to navigate the internet, and you have to plan your vaccine as we partner with the administration at NBC Comcast to do that. But there are also challenges in terms of physically getting there. So you think about elderly people who might live in rural areas when the pharmacy that's closest to them is 20 minutes away. They have to take public transportation. They can't get an appointment. You think about frontline workers who may have, transportation issues, financial issues. I think there's this misguided concept sometimes when you're trying to appeal to these communities, like, oh, let's go out and find celebrities, let's find these, validators that will get people to take it. And
exactly. That never worked.
Truth is, the issue is access, not always hesitancy. My mother lives in Maryland. She had challenges trying to figure out where she could get her vaccine. I have colleagues who are working with their elderly parents. And even I live in Washington, D.C., and it is not so easy trying to gain access. I also do want to point out really quickly, guys, that they are throwing away hundreds of doses at some locations in different areas. So you look at the Bible Belt. I have friends who work in pharmacy there who tell me that people are refusing the vaccine or people don't know that it's there. So every night, hundreds of vaccines are being tossed because the vaccines that they have to be used once you take them out of the freezer. So this is something that I think is going to take a long time. I think a PR campaign would help. You got to see these posters on bus stops and having local community validators and having people and trust get the vaccine, and that will help spread the word responsibly.
Tiffany, we've reported on outreach efforts in communities of color, including turning Black churches into vaccination centers. Tell us more about those efforts.
That works.
Are they?
People trust their pastors.
Making a difference?
So I think that's also a very good idea with Black churches, but we have to be careful in using, antiquated notions about the Black community. It's a very diverse community. So there are some people who never sit in a pew on Sunday mornings and who don't have a church home, and they congregate in digital spaces, So I think that we are seeing slow improvement. I think more and more people are trusting the vaccine. I'll tell you guys just anecdotally on my timeline, it's become somewhat like a point of privilege, when people post a picture of them, got my first shot, got my second shot. And I think those things do help because it's not that it's a celebrity, but it's someone that they know and they trust. And they see that person getting vaccinated. So again, the huge key here is access. Our colleague, Dr. Jason Johnson, who's a MSNBC contributor, he tweeted about being in LA and the location where he got his shot. He found out they had an excess of 600 doses that day. Wow. But they weren't all used. You also have issues of in impoverished neighborhoods, wealthy white people coming in those neighborhoods in line because they know how to navigate the system, where people who are disproportionately impacted, Black and brown folks, don't. And so they're getting left out of the vaccine process. So again, access is key. Information campaigns are key. Meeting people where they are. Not everyone is watching, cable news outlets. Not everyone is streaming, news verticals. And so, put some folks on the Shade Room. Have some people talk to Charlemagne. Have people on your local radio station. Find people where they are. Cast a wide net of information sources and make it user friendly. And I think you will continue to see these numbers go down in terms of COVID cases and numbers go up in terms of vaccination. I'll tell you guys, I did commit to filming myself for the network when I get my vaccine. So stay tuned for that.
Oh, yes. Okay, great. Well, hey, that's a tease. And we've heard it doesn't hurt, so hopefully it's no big deal. Now, Tiffany.
We hope.
Tiffany, you've mentioned this and you've very eloquently explained that there's these two issues we keep coming back to, the access to the vaccine, but also the hesitancy. You've also just laid out some phenomenal ideas about how to address these things. But how can doctors who are face-to-face with patients who might be hesitant, or health officials, or the media, you mentioned things like a PR campaign or getting people in different places to meet them where they actually are consuming content, how can those things actually address those dueling concerns?
Yeah, so even in the medical community, having diverse people, carry this message, but also even if it's not a diverse medical community, having people go to diverse places. So you look at Dr. Fauci, for example. Dr. Fauci is universally trusted in all communities. I will tell you, I'm from Atlanta and I have friends in Atlanta, and they don't say, did you get the Pfizer vaccine? They say, did you get that Fauci? Everybody wants the Fauci vaccine because they think he's the voice of trust and reason. So I think having doctors speak to the people, they're talking to on their level. Even, when I go to the doctor and sometimes they talk very medical speak, I think this is true the same in politics, where you can have a conversation and say, oh, well, we're waiting for numbers from the OMB and, the DOJ is going to do this. And not everybody knows the alphabet soup that makes up DC. The same is true in the medical community. So when you have this very highbrow medical inside baseball speak, that flies over some people's head. And sometimes you just have to make it plain. What I tell people is explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old, because then there's no room for confusion after that. And people have very legitimate questions around it. And so, I think we're seeing some of that. I'll tell you guys, we have Dr. Chris Purnell on my show this weekend, this Saturday, and we've had her on a few times where we just ask plainly the questions people want to know. I tweet out, send me your questions, and people have questions like, well, should I get the vaccine now that the variants are out? I don't know if that's going to work, or I'm pregnant, can I get the vaccine? And I know it seems like these messages are being driven over and over and over, but it only seems like that from the people delivering them. The community on the receiving end needs to be exhausted from hearing this message, and we're not there yet.
Tiffany, so great to have you on this morning. We really appreciate it. And thanks for everything and all your reporting.
Absolutely.
It was awesome. Please invite me back. I love that.
We will.
Anytime.
Invitation is out there now already.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
And we do want to continue this conversation now with Dr. Robert Fullilove. He's the Associate Dean for Community and Minority Affairs and Professor of Clinical Socio-Medical Sciences at Columbia University. That's just the beginning of your impressive resume. You're a third-generation doctor. Your grandfather treated patients during the 1918 pandemic. You yourself treated AIDS patients during the crisis in the 80s. And recently you've worked with Dr. Fauci, who we were just talking about there. So what is your take on the racial inequities that we are seeing when it comes to getting this vaccine?
Well, I think your previous presenter had it right. I think we live in a country that has never really structured healthcare so that it could serve communities of color, especially poor communities of color. So what we're looking at are decades, literally, of neglect, where access to healthcare services and access to the things that will provide people with good health simply have been lacking. Now that we have a pandemic that's taking advantage of all of the conditions, the chronic disease conditions that are in our communities, from hypertension to obesity, we're suddenly seeing that the chickens have come home to roost. Our inability to deal with these problems in the past is now haunting our efforts to control this pandemic in the present.
Doctor, in addition to that long list of qualifications and things you've done in your life that Joe just said, you also worked for John Lewis during the civil rights movement. How does vaccine access intersect with civil rights here?
Well, more than anything else, I think the civil rights movement was correcting inequities that existed in the system that were there by law, either whether de jure or de facto. And we saw that those inequities were hugely remedied when suddenly we passed laws that outlawed any form of discrimination. Now we're in a situation where it's not so much law, it's practice. It's an inability to serve the needs of communities of color. That means that all the efforts we're trying to mount to make sure that residents of those places are being cared for, we're suddenly discovering that we don't have the machinery, we don't have the equipment, we don't have the contacts, and we don't have the necessary community connections, as your previous presenter noted, that would allow us to facilitate any effort to really do the job to control this pandemic. We've got to work now with community-based organizations that in the 1980s and in the 90s were working with HIV/AIDS because this viral pandemic is hitting the community in the same way that HIV/AIDS did 20 years ago.
Dr. Fullilove, great to have you on this morning. Thank you so much for your perspective and your expertise. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you for having me.
Coming up, what the future of Fox News could look like in a post-Trump era.
And what it means to be, quote, loyal opposition to the Biden administration next. Last month, blowing out expectations. Out just this morning, February's job report, the first of the Biden presidency. 379,000 jobs were added last month, blowing out expectations. The unemployment rate fell slightly to 6.2%. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now to put this in perspective. Joe, break down this number for us. What does it tell you?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. I'm still very much going through the report. We just got it about 11 minutes ago. And I wanted to tell you why we're seeing these numbers. First of all, 379,000 jobs added back to the economy is definitely a good sign. It's the first full jobs report of the Biden administration. But we have to remember there were 22 million jobs lost in the pandemic in those first couple of months, February, March, and April of last year. We're still missing, according to the Labor Department, 9.5 million jobs. Now, if you look at where things are stronger and doing better, we do see improvements in leisure and hospitality, temporary help services, things like healthcare are doing a little bit better. We saw some gains in retail and manufacturing jobs as well. We saw some pretty significant losses, though, in state and local government, in education, construction, and mining. These numbers continue to be pretty painful and declining and not seeing the same sort of recovery. But when we talk about travel and hospitality and restaurants, even though they did see a pretty good gain last month in February, they're still down about 3.5 million jobs compared to last year. So these gains creeping back, you know, they're encouraging to see, but they're certainly not a full recovery. And one more thing I want to point out is when you look across the country, our super diverse backgrounds, and you look at who is getting jobs back and who's not, take a look at this. Asian unemployment right now is well below the national average. It's 5.1%. Then you take a look at white unemployment. It's about the same, 5.6%. But then if you look at black unemployment and Hispanic unemployment, there's a major, major issue here. You see black unemployment is still almost 10% right now. Hispanic unemployment, 8.5%. So this is not an even recovery, Savannah.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Lincoln, a total expert at reading a jobs report, giving us that much information with only 11 minutes to read. Thank you so much, and thanks for being up early for us.
Anytime.
And it's time for our CNBC Money Minute. More of the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Frank Holland is here. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good morning again, guys. We're going to start with some music news. Square is buying a majority stake in Tidal. That's Jay-Z's music streaming service for just about $300 million. Square CEO Jack Dorsey, who also runs Twitter, says the tie-up comes down to one simple idea: finding new ways for artists to support their work. The companies could work on new listening experiences and a simple process for sales of merchandise and financial tools for musicians. So a lot going on there. Alphabet, the parent company of Google, is working on a device that could actually give people superhuman hearing. It's a real thing. Reports say the project's codenamed Wolverine, and it's exploring the future of audio through sensor-packed hardware. A team is currently trying to figure out how to isolate voices in a crowded room. The goal may be to eventually create an enhanced hearing aid. And Gap says consumers are eager to buy the types of clothes they've been foregoing during much of the past year. You know, instead of putting on sweatpants, putting on real clothes. The retailer is predicting a rebound in sales after a pretty tough 2020. Gap CEO thinks there's going to be a peacocking effect as people dress up to impress others. Gap has outlined plans to revive the long-struggling company by closing hundreds of stores and cutting the number of items the company sells.
Wow.
I have so many images in my head right now how people are going to dress.
My friend told me about something that she wanted to buy that was a little expensive. She's like, I have nowhere to wear it. I'm like, when we get out of this, we're all going to be dressed to the nines. Get it.
Parties on Monday nights. It's never going to end. All right, Frank, thank you so much.
Have a good day, guys.
The CEO of Fox Corporation says that the news network will serve as the, quote, loyal opposition to the Biden administration. NBC News senior media reporter Dylan Byers joins us with more. So, Dylan, for years, Fox News leadership did not publicly acknowledge any political allegiance. Perhaps they said the quiet part out loud here. Give us a little more context about these comments.
That's right. They are saying the quiet part out loud. And look, from its inception in 1996, Fox News has always tried to align itself with conservatives. The CEO for 20 years, Roger Ailes, was a Republican operative. Rupert Murdoch, who owns the company,
yeah. It's hot. Okay, let's go back to this. Where are we? Seems like yeah, this probably means bootstrap bullshit. Nobody's saying buy your way. We're saying doing deep canvassing. If he polarized it, I mean, and even the interviewer pushes back again. Thank God. Don't these ideological self-descriptions carry similar definitional problems as the racial resentment? Most voters may not identify as liberals, but judging from opinion polls, most voters do reject the lion's share of the conservative movement's governing priorities. In Congress, conservatives can be a lawmaker who supports tax cuts, blah, 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 blah. Those are extremely and then he goes, absolutely. So this nigga backs down from everything, bro. When he gets pushed back from an actual, like, knowledgeable person about what the fuck is going on, his whole thing is voters are conservative. But he says, well, actually, they're not. And he goes, absolutely. Bruh. Come on, my nigga. Bruh, stop it. Stop it. Then it seems important to get clarity then, because you've been saying a lot of bullshit. So this is the, nice way of asking, and what they do and do not mean. Blah, 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 blah. There's a natural liberal majority because the policies, people support liberal policies. I agree. Everything you said. I think liberals sometimes take the ambiguities too far. You mean like you? Maybe you're doing that? We didn't. You just said it means nothing. You just said it's not that representative. It may mean something, but this is your whole argument. Nobody says it means nothing. I mean, maybe I said it meant nothing hyperbolically, like it's not that determinative of what your actual policy beliefs are. It's become increasingly over the last 40 years. How? You just said that. Oh my God. And increase. He's throwing a lot in here, bro. On issues or on policy. Mostly economic, but not exclusive. A large majority, because this is a specific question. You can get a specific answer on do you not support the $15 minimum wage? Racial issues, you have the old questions they were asking about bullshit, but then the policies they would support. So it's not about the economic issues. I see this nigga's whole game. It's not about the economic issues. It's about the clarity of the questions being asked in the poll. What specific policy do you support? A $15 minimum wage polls above 60%. We couldn't get that without quote unquote exactly. So the liberals are right in saying that the conservatives are not actually, and moderates are not actually moderate when 60% of people support this policy. And the ceiling is 70%. Because that's conservative. Those people are long gone. That's, if you get 60%, you won. You winning. You doing a lot. What I take from it, ideological polarization is a dead end. Who's doing that? Who's advocating for that? What person is doing that? If we divide the electorate by self-described ideology, we lose. What are you talking about? I describe conservatives as people who don't support policies. You're describing it as some vague self-identification. Both because they're more. He's saying there are more conservatives than liberals because of the gerrymandering and the way the Senate is constructed. Wyoming has the same amount of senators as California. So the way we get around that is by talking about progressive goals that are not ideologically polarized. that we share, even among non-whites. Those again, talking about immigration sparks backlash. I don't know what kind of questions you asked. Ask whether they lean toward Biden and Trump. They emphasize the Democratic position on immigration, often called by Biden has a long support. Often caused by Biden's share support among Latino response to decline. Meanwhile, Democratic messaging about investing in schools and jobs tend. So it's about the policies. I mean, I don't know. Hispanic voters respond. You just said that sometimes the Venezuelans and the Colombians and the Mexicans, they're different, so you can't put them together. But in this situation, let me put them together. I think for that, the extent Hispanic voters have liberal views on immigration is exaggerated. If you look, for example, decriminalizing border crossings, that's not something majority of Hispanic voters support. They've done a lot of polling on immigration reform. We'll look at that. Because I need to see what type of questions they ask. Should we deport the undocumented immigrants? Should we give them a path to permanent residency? Or should we give them a path to citizenship? I mean, you might want to ask immigrants themselves and not just Hispanic voters in general. Citizenship only gets 50% of the vote among Hispanic voters. So I think liberals have centralized Hispanic voters and project views. So, okay. Now how, so basically now he has to clean it up. He has to clean it up because, you know, he's like, this sounds bad. Now we should campaign and what we should do is basically say we should lie. Or not say what we're going to do. Because we are going to give them a pathway to citizenship. Let's see what the actual. So most people. Wait a minute. All right. All right. Okay. 72% people say they should be allowed to stay, including 56. Oh my God. Okay. We don't want to trigger. He's still saying this as though he has actual facts on his case. He should communicate to win votes. I agree. Also, so what did not Hillary Clinton do in 2016 to communicate to win votes? Explain that. Okay. This is just a bunch of extra shit. The good news. Basically, the midterms, usually the party in power loses. We don't know why. We need to break that down. Usually, Democrats don't win and run off elections in Georgia. So, usually don't mean shit. It's like these things are not foregone conclusions. Like post 9/11, the midterms, Bush, the Democrats did well. So the good news that you can be done. I'm not. Biden might. Okay. So everything looks good now. But we have no margin for error. We have no margin for error. If we conduct ourselves the way we did in 2008, we're definitely going to lose, which means you didn't give the people shit. You bailed out the banks. People lost their homes, obviously. Which thought was going to happen. And due to the way our electoral system works, we could lock that apart for a long time. Blah, blah, blah. So that means we need messaging discipline stronger than ever, but keeping the national conversation focused on popular economic issues probably won't be enough. Since gerrymandering, the House Republicans can create more seats for themselves. It's complicated. If we don't pass here's the thing. This is the key line right here. Since it's so biased, if we don't pass a redistricting reform, our chance of keeping the House is very low. Redistricting reform requires getting rid of the filibuster. Joe Biden said he's against that. So why would Republicans vote for something that's going to ensure they have less power? Why? Of course, they're not. It probably could pass the House, but in the Senate, this is where Joe Biden has to work his magic, if he has any. I hope he does. I really do hope he does. And the Senate is even more biased against the House. So it's very important that we add as many states as we can, which means DC statehood. Joe Biden has to get that done. It's important in order to maintain the majority. Let's see what states they say. Usually it's Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico has their own decisions to make. Okay, this is a long article about a lot of stuff, but let's go back to this. Okay. Currently, even if we have an exceptionally good midterm, the most likely outcome is that we lose 1 or 2 Senate seats. When they talk about likeliness, I get nervous because this is what people... It wasn't likely that we were going to win Georgia in November or in January. It wasn't likely. But what happened? People got to work. People did canvassing. None of this shit. This nigga didn't mention none of that shit. Canvassing. He said, no, you can't buy. He said you can't buy your way out of it. Nobody said that. We're talking about canvassing, getting in, talking to these neighborhoods year round, getting them on board, getting them registered, getting them acclimated to what we're going to do for them. And we have to do some shit for them. So that's how we do it. Not just doing ads and YouTube ads. This nigga said that shit. The niggas that's talking about getting shit done is talking about doing actual work on the ground. What else do we have here? Currently, we have a session together, and then in 2024, we have something like basically it's going to be tough. It doesn't have to be tough because if we organize, we bring people out, we win because we have better ideas. It's that simple. It's not about just this highfalutin, oh man, ideologically, blah, blah, blah. If you get to the people where they are, they will come out and vote for you. Joe Biden did not do that in Florida. In Doral, I guarantee you, Joe Biden didn't do that in Florida. Some say it was because of the pandemic, XYZ. In Georgia, they was out there regardless of the pandemic. And that's why he won. It wasn't because of Joe Biden. 100, you know how many people who didn't vote for Obama in 2008 and in 2012 voted for Joe Biden in 2020? 100,000 black men didn't vote for Obama neither time. So it wasn't Obama going to Georgia is what got people going to vote. No, the people that Obama, people over the people that like Obama was going to vote for Joe Biden anyway. You need grassroots organizing in order to get people to vote because it's not about the politician. It's about the issues. It's about understanding that Democrats are better than Republicans, and we have to continue to push and put better people in power. None of this is included in here. Obviously, why would he include that? Because that's too lowbrow. Getting into the streets and talking to the people, gross. But anyway, and he didn't say that, but by not mentioning what happened in Georgia in this whole article, that says a lot to me. We have a small window. Okay. Basically, we have a small window right now to pass redistricting reform and create states. This right here, passing redistricting reform and creating states, is going to require getting rid of the filibuster or doing some type of end around the filibuster. The filibuster just means you have to have 60 votes to stop debate on the bill. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you need 60 votes for it to pass. You need 60 votes to stop debate. Like, okay, we're done talking about this shit. Let's actually vote on it. And they can get rid of that if they wanted to. If we don't use this window, we will almost certainly lose every control of federal government. And remember, Obama shared this article. So he has to be talking to Joe Biden like, look, nigga, we got to get H.R. 1 passed. That's the Voting Rights Act. The John Lewis. I don't know if that includes D.C. statehood, but that includes all the redistricting reform shit. And D.C. statehood, somebody get on the phone with Joe Manchin. Somebody get on the phone with that nigga and be like, look, bro, do you want to maintain power? You might lose your election if we don't do this shit. In terms of the, we're going to lose and we're not going to be for another decade. So this is very important. Like these next 2 years are super, super, super important. So in terms of putting numbers on things, if you apply DC and maybe Puerto Rico, that's up to them, and pass redistricting reform, it would roughly triple our chances of holding on to the House in 22 and the same in Senate. So basically, it's in the Democrats' hands. It's up to the Democrats whether or not they want to stay in power. I believe we don't even need this. I believe people are working on the ground, getting ready to work. Because every election, there's a historic upset. AOC, Joe Crowley, Cori Bush, Lacey Clay, Jamal Bowman, Elliot Engel. This shit just keeps happening. So people are on the ground, people are working, but it's going to make it a lot easier if they do pass these bills. But I do believe we still have a chance because people are working regardless. And he doesn't mention those people here because why? Why not? Why would you? Okay, if we do this, okay, the fact that it's triple the odds is how bleak the baseline is. So we need to pass a reform, and Biden needs to remain popular. This is easy. Pass the $15 minimum wage. You should have did that already. You should have overruled the parliamentarian. You should have talked to Joe Manchin. You should have put the bill on the floor and said, vote against this shit, my nigga. You're going to vote against this whole bill because it's some bullshit you don't even really believe? West Virginia is the 47th poorest state in the fucking nation. And Joe Biden and Joe Manchin is going to vote against the $15 minimum wage just because it's part of the package? I don't think so. All right, cool. It's not in there now. Find a way to get that shit passed. Because we need the approval rating to be high. And we have to pass those reforms. So this is all on the Democrats right now. Okay. This is blah, blah, blah. Is any tension, thermostatic, how the viewers might move right and more in power. Okay, let me read this whole thing. Is there tension between these two imperatives? In the past, I've heard you talk about the thermostatic public opinion, how voters tend to move right when Democrats are in power and left when Republicans are in power. I'm sure it's not that simple. I'm sure... Because FDR was like in power for like 10 years. And because he gave people shit, there was a reason for niggas to vote. If you don't give niggas reason for vote, they ain't gonna vote. They gonna be like, what's the point? I voted for you in 2020. Why should I vote in 2022? Why? You ain't do shit. You ain't getting $15 minimum wage. I mean, there are some good things in the rescue plan, but I'm saying you have to do stuff and you have to brag about it so people know and they vote for you. But let's continue because this seems like a reductive. It's just when Democrats are in power. This is like it just happens. It's just it's just by magic. Could how voters tend to move right when Democrats are in power and left when Republicans are in power, and generally display a bias toward the status quo and against policy change. The policy change that's already popular, or some other shit. Could you add multiple states in the union and change the way we go about allocating House representation, specifically in a manner that diminishes the influence of white rural voters? Yes, we definitely want to do this because they're conservatives and they have more power electorally than the black man in New York. We don't want that. That's not good. It's equal representation. So yes, we do want to diminish the influence of white rural voters, spur thermostatic backlash. Not if we give these white people a $15 minimum wage, we give them health care, we give them this, and we brag about it and tell them that we did it, and then we still don't get them. Oh, we got a racist problem in this country. And I don't think it's gonna do this backlash to shit this nigga's talking about. Obama had a backlash. This guy, just because that nigga was black. And Democrats made him look bad. I mean, Republicans. And if so, could maintaining Biden's current approval and implementing the reforms necessary to stay in competitive to prevent Arizona with December? No. This is no. If you pass H.R. 1, which is going to help the Democrats stay in power, it's just a numbers game at this point. It's no backlash. People aren't going to know. If you pass H.R. 1, people won't give a fuck. People aren't even going to know. They're going to be automatically registered to vote by mail, all this shit. They're not going to care. These things are popular, actually, even among Republicans. They're not popular amongst Republican politicians because they know they're going to lose when people vote. And they did lose. Okay, so I can't claim to know exactly what the electoral efforts would be to become doing things that poll at 53%. It comes doing things like 30 or 40%. We talked about the rightward shift of Hispanic voters, apparently because of socialism and not properly organizing them enough. It wasn't that. College-educated voters rejecting Trump can we count as support in 2022? That's a good question. Let's start the numbers in 2016. Non-college whites swung roughly 10% against Democratic Party, roughly 30% Obama, Trump. Okay, so yeah, so okay. The fact that actually I'm just gonna have the computer read it because I'm tired. Oops.
We talked a lot about the rightward drift of Hispanic voters in 2020, but the other big change was a leftward shift among college-educated whites. Understanding the cause of that shift seems pretty important. If these college-educated voters were primarily rejecting Donald Trump, Democrats might not be able to count on their support in 2022 and beyond. Yeah, it's a great question. Let's start with numbers. In 2016, non-college-educated whites won roughly 10% against the Democratic Party, and then, in 2018, roughly 30% of those Obama-Trump voters ended up supporting Democrats down ballot. In 2020, only 10% of Obama-Trump voters came home for Biden. So I think what this shows, there is a long-term trend of increasing education polarization here and in every other country in the West. But the fact that education polarization declined significantly in 2018 when...
And also maybe Joe Biden's whole platform was I'm not Donald Trump didn't help. And if he would have said it's not only Donald Trump and it's the Republicans they would have got more support. But what do I know? I mean, maybe.
Trump wasn't on the ballot, and picked up again in 2020 suggests that Trump is personally responsible for a significant portion of America's education polarization. I think that there's a really strong case that this transition was specifically about Donald Trump. A lot of people theorize that we first alienated Obama-Trump voters during the fight over comprehensive immigration reform and that their rightward movement was already apparent in 2014. But if you actually look at panel data, it seems really clear that these people didn't start identifying as Republicans until Trump won the GOP nomination. I think there's a very strong empirical argument that Donald Trump was the main driver of the polarization we've seen since 2016. He just personally embodies this large cultural divide between cosmopolitan college-educated voters and a large portion of non-college educated voters. Those divides take a lot of different forms. Attitudes toward our
racism. Racism, that's what it was. It was racism.
R. He just personally embodies this large cultural divide between cosmopolitan college-educated voters and a large portion of non-college-educated voters. Those divides take a lot of different forms. Attitudes toward race, attitudes toward gender, opinions on what kinds of things you're allowed to say, or how you should conduct yourself. And you know, as Trump became the nominee, and as the media made politics the Donald Trump show for the last 4 years, that led to increasing political polarization on attitudes toward Donald Trump specifically. I think the reason why we saw less education-based voting in 2018 is that Trump was a smaller part of the media environment than he had been in 2016 or would be in 2020.
That's a damn lie. This nigga was on TV every day talking about the caravan, the caravan, the caravan. He just wasn't on the ballot.
Looking ahead to 2022, and just thinking about the next 4 years, the big question is how much is Donald Trump going to shape media coverage of the Republican Party or the Republican Party's own branding? And I don't know the answer to that question. If Trump fades out of...
And plus, none of this includes right here why Donald Trump was able to dominate. None of this includes why Democrats didn't have effective messaging. None includes that. You should throw that in there. Because in 2016, exactly the point I wanted to raise. They never talk about non-voters. They talk about the Obama to Trump voters that went to Trump Obama that went to Trump and they went back to Biden. They never talk about the Obama to non-voter. 10 million people or 9 million people went from Obama to Trump. 7 million people went from Obama to they stayed their ass home. They did not vote. Those 7 million people never get talked about. Never get talked about. Ever. Because that would have to mean that you weren't offering them something. In this whole fucking article, non-voters, Obama to non-voters are not mentioned one time. Because they're
Spotlight. I'd expect some level of education depolarization, particularly if Democrats show ideological discipline.
Basically, I don't know. I don't care.
That speaks to a question I've been mulling for a while. During the 2016 campaign, Vox developed this concept of the Trump tax, which was a measure of the electoral penalty that Republicans were paying for picking the most unpopular nominee in polling history. Basically, it took a fundamentals model of how one would expect a Republican presidential candidate to perform, given economic conditions and other background factors, and then measured how much lower Trump's support was than that. And yet, while Trump remained historically unpopular in office, he also helped the GOP increase its structural advantages at every level of government. So I have long wondered, was Donald Trump's unpopularity with the general public more detrimental to the Republican Party than his gift for deepening education polarization was valuable?
Education polarization, meaning non-college educated whites and versus college educated whites. They didn't like he was too, none of the niggas was out there. Because some college educated whites do vote Republican in the suburbs because, taxes and shit. So some of them basically saying, can we keep the ones that we got from Trump if we have our ideological discipline and get some of the other ones back, the white working class voter, if we offer them the economic shit. That's what he means by ideological discipline, and not talking about like immigration or some shit. Which is fine. Talk about the issues that you're gonna win, but when you're in office, make sure that you do the shit that's gonna help people, and the right thing to do, which is a pathway to citizenship. Just do it. Oh God. Let's read this. Oops.
That speaks to a question I've been mulling for a while. During the 2016 campaign, Vox developed this concept of the Trump tax, which was a measure of the electoral penalty that Republicans were paying for picking the most unpopular nominee in polling history. Basically, it took a fundamentals model of how one would expect a Republican presidential candidate to perform, given economic conditions and other background factors, and then measured how much lower Trump support was than that. And yet, while Trump remained historically unpopular in office, he also helped the GOP increase its structural advantages at every level of government. So I have long wondered, was Donald Trump's unpopularity with the general public more detrimental to the Republican Party?
I mean, he did that because he had the power. They had the Senate. What he means by structural advantages, they had the Senate, so they're able to put Amy Coney Barrett and whatever the fuck the other guy's name, Brett Kavanaugh. So that doesn't nothing to do with Trump. Like, just if he didn't have the Senate, none of that shit would have happened. So it doesn't matter how unpopular he was. You have a Republican Senate, then you're going to get all the lower court judges, and you're going to get the Supreme Court.
Party, then his gift for deepening education polarization was valuable. So, in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 51.1% of the two-party vote. Obama got 52% in 2012. In just about any other country, retaining 51.1% support would have been enough to keep power. But in this country, between 2012 and 2016, the Electoral College bias changed from being 1% biased toward Democrats to 3% biased toward Republicans, mainly because of education polarization. So Donald Trump is unpopular, and he does pay a penalty for that relative to a generic Republican. But the voters he's popular with happen to be extremely efficiently distributed in political geography terms.
Basically, he got all the racist people to vote for him.
Imagine Hillary Clinton had run against Marco Rubio in 2016. Rubio is a less toxic figure to the public as a whole, so let's say he performed as a generic Republican would have been expected to, and Hillary Clinton's share of the two-party vote fell to 49.6%. If she had maintained Obama's coalition, if her 49.6% had the same ratio of college to non-college educated voters as Obama had in 2012, she would have won that election. And then, if you look at the implications that would have had down ballot, especially in the...
So they say if she had maintained the Obama coalition, which she did not, there were Obama to Trump supporters, and there were Obama to non-voters. I was Obama to and Obama to third-party voter, like Joe Stein. They don't include those people here because they have to make this about Donald Trump. They have to make it about him. It can't be people stayed home because they saying like Trump or Hillary. That can't be a possibility. It has to be Trump and his mythical. He just brought. It's like if 100,000 people in the key states who stayed home voted, Trump would have lost. So either way you split it, Trump would have lost if she kept the coalition. But there's two parts of the coalition that they don't talk about. Well, there's one, the non-voters. They talk about the Obama to Trump voters because that's a sexy. Oh my God, how'd you go from Obama to Trump? What happened? But they never get into the Obama to non-voters or third-party voters, which is 7 million people. And in the Rust Belt, where Trump only won by 77,000 votes, 100,000 people did not vote for Hillary, who voted for Obama in 2012, which would have flipped the election. But nobody talks about that because they're black, first of all, because who cares what black people think? And secondly, well, that's really it. Who cares what black people think? Because it was all about economic anxiety, not about why didn't you vote for Hillary? No theories about that. So, okay, so she would have won. Go back to the computer.
He would have won that election. And then, if you look at the implications that would have had down ballot, especially in the Senate, Republicans would have been a lot worse off with a narrow majority coalition that had a Romney-SQE split between college and non-college voters than they were with the Trump coalition.
Basically, Hillary didn't bring out the voters she needed to.
So I think the Trump era has been very good for the Republican Party, even if they now, momentarily, have to accept this very, very, very thin Democratic trifecta, because if these coalition changes are durable, the GOP has very rosy long-term prospects for dominating America's federal institutions. The question is, can they get all of the good parts of Trumpism without the bad parts? And I don't know the answer to that question. But when I look at the 2020 election, I see that we ran against the most unpopular Republican ever to run for president, and we ran literally the most popular figure in our party whose last name is not Obama, and we only narrowly won the Electoral College. If Biden had done 0.3% worse, then Donald Trump would have won re-election with just 48% of the two-party vote. We can't control what's Trump or Republican.
So this is a problem of the system, not the voters. So basically, you're talking about 10 states. That's all you care about is these 10 states. It's not about these broad, ideological, highfalutin discussions. It's like, how the fuck do we win these swing states? Because nobody gives a fuck what the people in Alabama think. Nobody gives a fuck what the people in California think. They care about the swing states. That's all they care about. So that's all we should be worried about. Because at the last paragraph, it gets down to what the real problem is. Hillary Clinton won in 2016, but we had this bullshit electoral college where Donald Trump won. Because he won some random states that happened to be split 50-50, called swing states. It's bullshit. You're making all these large proclamations when the problem is structural.
But we can add states, we can ban partisan redistricting, and we can elevate issues that appeal to both college-educated liberals and a lot of working-class conservatives. If we don't, things could get very bleak, and we only narrowly won the Electoral College. If Biden had done 0.3% worse, then Donald Trump would have won re-election with just 48% of the two-party vote. We can't control what Trump or Republicans do, but we can add states, we can ban partisan redistricting, and we can elevate issues that appeal to both college-educated liberals and a lot of working-class conservatives. If we don't, things could get very bleak, very fast.
You say he was not included in this? Black people. Black people who stayed home in 2016. It's my problem. This is the problem. It's always about white liberals and white conservatives. That's what it boils down to. Not the voters, not non-voters. 80 million people. They're not. Who cares about them? We know non-voters are more left-leaning than voters, but they don't feel that politicians are going to do anything for them. But why include that? That's going to make things complicated. That means that Democrats have to actually do work. And I agree with all the shit that he has to do here. But I also think we can have a bigger coalition if we do deep canvassing and get the people who are on the sideline. That's all I have to say. I'm done. Let's watch some news. Fucking voice is killing me. Let's see what happened on WandaVision. This is spoiler alert. I'm gonna change my title.
So, you thought thought Marvel Phase 4 was going to be different. Hey, I did too. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the season finale of WandaVision. It's so popular, Kevin Feige's already saying he might make a season 2. And you know what? I would watch it. But I think, it's interesting. I'm seeing a fight brewing already on the level of Wanda versus Agatha between Wanda stans who got everything they wanted and MCU stans who did not. And Wanda stans are very defensive. You guys are like, hey, it was fabulous. It's your fault for coming up with all those crazy theories, MCU stans. But you know what?
It's true.
Everyone's at fault. It's everybody's fault. Yes?
No.
We went wild with theories. We're not used to
Yeah, you did.
weekly release format. We're used to getting our Marvel content a full serving at a time. But also, Marvel hardcore trolled us. I don't think it's fair not to...
Yeah, they trolled you because they didn't want people to spoil it for themselves. It's called, yeah, look into it, do the fan theories, but relax. Wait until the big picture is shown. This is just one series. Ugh.
point out that Marvel is also culpable in how off the rails we went a little bit watching this show. I mean, we know the multiverse is coming, thanks to Spider-Man 3's confirmed casting, Kevin Feige confirming at Disney Investor Day that WandaVision, Spider-Man 3, and Doctor Strange 2 are all part of the same story, and this did kick things off, but with a slower, softer start than we expected. I mean, we were so busy looking at her fashion, the vision of her and her clothes in the Darkhold. You know, it wasn't until I watched the episode again that I saw the clear multiverse reference on the other page. So it's coming. Boy, that's a subtle reference. Really subtle.
Exactly.
But also there were lines and things in the show itself that were clear, intentional misdirects. Like a lot of them.
Yes, of course, because that's the point of the show. You don't want everybody guessing what's going to happen. And you guys are good at that, so they wanted to put things in there that weren't true. You have to take the story for story's sake. You can't project your own, because they know people are watching and going to do their own fan shit. That's why they put those things in there.
Monica's contact, Dottie not being on the board. The actress, by the way, who played Dottie going around saying, my role is very important. And I'm like, it wasn't. Calling the twins demon spawn, although that's still an open book, as we saw in the final end credit sequence. We're going to go through all of it, and I'm going to make separate videos now that WandaVision is done talking about what's going to happen coming up next. And then also all the Mephisto references, there were a lot. And really, a waste of White Vision, although that was really just setting up what might happen going forward.
Yeah,
and White Vision is literally a lifeline for Vision into going into the MCU going forward. And then the actors trolled us hardcore in interviews, promising a cameo, their words, not ours, on par with Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian Season 2 finale. They didn't have one. I don't know why they said that they did. I guess they were like, haha, we just talked about the fact that Paul Bettany was acting with himself, but, as Vision himself said, we are not amused. But the worst thing of all that will haunt this show, it's not going to pull the show down. Don't worry, Wanda stands, but it'll be a shadow that is always cast over it. And that's what they did with Evan Peters. Why cast the actor?
Nobody cares about this shit. I don't anyway.
Who played Fox's Quicksilver as your Quicksilver. I've seen some Wanda stands go like, hey, Evan Peters deserves to keep getting work. He does. But playing the same character? That's odd. And then to make him just a random actor with a joke name of Ralph Boner? I mean, he's not multiverse Quicksilver, even though, again, we know that we're doing the multiverse. They are bringing over actors from other Marvel franchises into the MCU, so it makes sense that they would do the same here. The subtitles in some countries, as many people pointed out, said he was Fox's Quicksilver. Why have that reference in the subtitles if that's not what's going on? He has powers, although obviously Agatha gave him those, but that's a bit of a leap. And then he's not even Nightmare. He's not Mephisto. I thought if he was going to be an actor, he'd at least be Simon Williams, who is an actor and superhero in the Marvel Comics with a very strong tie to Wanda and Vision, who was even teased in the background of a featurette. More trolling. I mean, instead of making Evan Peters a joke, they could have done that. Some are already saying this is as bad a fake out as the Mandarin in Iron Man 3, who also ended up being an actor, by the way. Maybe they can put a show on together. And I'm sorry to say that I agree. I think they maybe felt they were being clever and mischievous, but I think that it was a mistake. I think it was a rare mistake, like actual mistake.
I don't think people are going to care. Once Doctor Strange 2 comes out, people are not going to give a fuck about this show. I mean, about this part of the show.
From Kevin Feige. I'm sure some of you will defend it down below. The faithfulness to Marvel continues to impress me in a good way. You know, I'm glad, and I'm glad that some people are so protective of the brand. But I think most of us feel that was really bad. But again, we got some wonderful things out of this show, all relating to Wanda. And it was supposed to be all about Wanda and Vision, to be fair. Although, again, they kind of pushed us in the other direction. You got her romance with Vision. You got her twins, who are going to be very important going forward. The Young Avengers are coming. The whole family's clearly coming back. An amazing new costume for Wanda. Like, wow, it's so good. It's going to get its own video. That costume is so good. A wonderful new villain in Agatha Harkness. Really, two anti-heroes with Wanda and Agatha. I mean, I guess witches are sometimes bitches. A lot of witch jokes. I can't believe they put witches in the MCU. And because Agatha's clearly going to come back. I mean, I think they're going to need her help when Wanda goes full villain. Oops, I did it again, says Wanda. And the best character development the MCU has ever seen, thanks to the extended TV format. That's a really nice bonus. Making Wanda, aka the Scarlet Witch, it made her the Scarlet Witch, but it made her as a character the most powerful for sure now, and I'd say the most popular female character in the MCU. And it's what Wanda deserves. All right, let's go through this finale. All right, so we're not going to go through it in the same depth that we usually do, because this was a more surfacey episode. Although I do have the same amount of screen grabs that I usually do. Although I grabbed so many screen grabs of her new outfit for my other video. It's great. All right, so anyway, we start off, and I thought it was very funny. I love the way Agatha just totally rose up from being on the ground. It was good and witch-like. So they're Wanda's like, go to your room, boys. This is this is a witch fight. And so Agatha, as we suspected, as it was set up in the previous episode, is trying to drain Wanda's powers. So she starts to do it, and she's, I guess because Wanda's so powerful, she only gets her hand. So she gets her hand looks awful. I mean, like, wow, she needs some skin cream stat. So, but Wanda, in a wonderful product placement for Buick paid for that. Wanda, who loves to throw cars, also remember in Civil War, hits Agatha with a Buick for a nice Wizard of Oz joke. Although I'm sure both of those witches are offended. They're like, oh, we're doing witch jokes now? Is that what's happening? But I mean, I appreciated it because I'm not a witch, so I thought it was funny. But she was like, oh my God, she's not in here. I clear knocked her boots off. That's how hard she hit Agatha. She knocked her right out of her boots. So then White Vision shows up. And I have to tell you, he sounds like a 1970s sex star or music star. But anyway, look at I have to say, speaking of that, I didn't notice it until I was taking screen grabs, but that costume, look at the crotch on that thing. I mean, he has like a literal crotch sling that's been built into that. I mean, I don't know why they would do that to poor Paul Bettany. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's kind of the underwear, but when he moves, it looks so uncomfortable. That's why he's in such a bad mood. I did love villainous Paul Bettany, though. He so rarely plays the villain, and he's damn good at it. In fact, in some of his close-ups, he looks a little Clint Eastwoody. In fact, if I was going to do another Dirty Harry, I would consider casting Paul Bettany, even though, for most part, his movies never do very well. So anyway, I love that he starts to try and squeeze Wanda's head. Just pop it like a grape. And she's really selling it, too, by the way. She does it. Elizabeth Olsen is this phenomenal actress. I mean, that is the most clear thing to come out of WandaVision. So anyway, I liked what he says to her, and he says, "And I was told you were powerful." Oh, burn! I thought that was great, and the way he delivered it was so cruel. It was fantastic. Talk about bitches. And then this is the first of 2 superhero landings. I mean, I feel Deadpool should start popping up and pointing these out because it's just become so funny. So yeah, so she does the superhero landing when other Vision shows up. And I have to say, they really kind of like broke their VFX budget. Like they couldn't uphold the 2 Visions. It was too much for them because some of the VFX here were super wonky. Like, wow. But Vision's like, "I know what you did, Wanda." And she's like, "I can fix it, I swear." And he's like, I don't know. It's going to kill all of us. So anyway, we have our science villain and we have our magic villain, as I've been discussing for you for the past couple of breakdowns. And I love this shot of White Vision with the flames behind him. That's great. And, Agatha has her great quips, like, "Oh, your ex and your new boyfriend are both at the same party. Who are you going to choose?" And I'm like, so great. And then Monica is watching from afar in the man cave of Pietro. And she's stuck in there, and he keeps her in there because he's using his powers. And even more, to add insult to injury, he uses his powers in a very similar way to Quicksilver in the Fox movies. But it's not him. But then we go back to our vision on vision action with some wonky VFX. Although I did like the way they used their 2 powers. They're both extremely powerful. And we get our second superhero landing. Hilarious. And then, boy, look at that. I mean, it's just clear VFX. And so they're being tracked by SWORD. I don't know, I guess Wanda really did create not only a Mind Stone, a chunk of the Mind Stone that she confirmed is the part that lives in her. She literally wears her Mind Stone on her heart and her sleeve. But she made vibranium because they're tracking 2 vibranium objects, and that's incredible. Wakanda's like, "We have a new competitor. She's creating vibranium all on her own." So Jimmy Woo shows up and he gets, monologuing really took down both our villains this episode, Hayward and Agatha. They should, never monologue. So Jimmy Woo gets him talking, takes a phone. I don't know where he got a safety pin from because I would have been more impressed if he found a safety pin. And he uses his amateur magic to break free. And he says, "Flourish," as he takes off the handcuffs. And I thought, it was a missed opportunity to contrast his amateur, trick magic with Wanda's very real and Agatha's very real magic. But, so that was funny. So he calls his FBI buddies and he's like, "You got to get here. Come on." So we go back into town and Agatha reveals the Darkhold, which is from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And you guys were right, Hydra Soap also. Although it seems that they're taking stuff from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. without actually referencing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or making it canon. We'll see what happens with some of the characters that were more popular there, like Mockingbird and, Quake. Coulson, will he ever return after being banished to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? But they've taken the Darkhold. So Agatha's like, "Let me tell you a story about a witch called the Scarlet Witch. And here I have illustrations." And there she is on the right. And then there's the multiverse you can see on the left. And she says, "You are destined. You're more powerful than the Sorcerer Supreme." So at least Doctor Strange got a name check. "And your destiny is to destroy the world." Or it seems to rip it apart. So pretty cool. So the Darkhold's very important. We see it later. But here's Dottie, who's just in town, and she just confirms that Wanda has been holding her captive. And she's like, I like that the script has some good lines. And I like that Dottie was like, "My daughter is the same age as your boys around there. Maybe they could be friends if you like that storyline. But could you just let her out of her room?" And you're like, "Damn, Wanda, you were evil." And so Agatha lets everyone go, and they start like really converging on Wanda. I mean, I guess they do say they'd rather be dead than do this, so they're just going to suicide charge her. But we go back to the man cave, and Monica starts looking around, and she sees that this is Ralph. She sees his electric bill. And then she sees his headshot, and she's like, Ralph Boner? And he laughs at that, and none of us laugh. We're like, seriously? And then Monica easily takes him down. I don't know what happens to his speed powers at this moment. But then we start to see a little bit more interest on Monica, some more details on Monica's powers. Her eyes don't just glow blue, they glow to whatever color she's seeing on the energy wavelength spectrum. So she wasn't taken over by powers when she looked into Agatha's basement. She could see magic, which seems to me like it wouldn't be in her science-based powers, but I guess it does. So she can see science and magic wavelengths. So she sees purple to see that the beads around his necklace are how Agatha is controlling him. So she rips it off and she frees him, and he's like, please don't hurt me. And that's literally the end of Evan Peters in the MCU. I can't believe it either. So anyway, we go back to our vision on vision action. Blue versus yellow light. That's a pretty good shot. I like that one. They're tearing up the neighborhood. And then, wow, Wanda's hands look bad. But so she's so upset about being yelled at, she can't take it, and she lashes out and starts choking all the neighbors. And Agatha's like, are you a villain? Let him go. And so Wanda's like, okay, I'll let everybody go. And so a great shot, she starts to pull back the hex. And it's an amazing tracking shot. In fact, my favorite shot in the whole episode. Although I like all her fashion shots too, but this was a beauty. So you go down Main Street, you see everybody running. They're never going to make it to the edge of town in time, but they can try. Then you see Wanda, and then you go through that, and you see Agatha up on the building with the billboard changing behind her, and then the Visions fighting in the background. It was amazing. It was really good. So they're fighting, and they seem evenly matched until, because the hex is going away, I didn't notice this till the second time I watched it, you can see Vision start to fall apart. So he starts to lose his powers, he falters, and he gets taken out. So as he plummets to the earth, Hayward and his goons drive into the hex because there's an opening. Now, Wanda notices that as she gets rid of her spell, she's getting rid of her family. And Agatha points out that they can't exist without the spell, and her children too, which is interesting because that's a big deviation from the comics. Is it though? Because the end credit scene makes it seem like they do have a connection to hell and dark magic. So anyway, she's like, I can't do it. And she pulls the hex back in. And then in a very Incredibles moment, I agree with all of you, she protects her family from Agatha taking a shot at them. But Agatha uses that opportunity to start sucking up more of Wanda's magic. And she's really looking bad. Woo! She looks so wow. It's not going well for her. Then we get this great shot of them as a family. I do like that. I think that's great. And so then they have to go and fight, the children are left to take care of the sword soldiers, which is very insulting to them. And then mom and dad go off to fight their respective villains. Now, I took this shot of the two Visions because I liked that there was a different design in their heads. They're not exactly the same, which I think is pretty cool. I liked a little bit of an upgrade, although it does make him seem like more machine than man. So I love that they have a fight in a library. Isn't that great? It's so Vision. And I love this look. I mean, like Paul Bettany. Doesn't he look like Clint Eastwood? He's a great villain. This is something he should do more of. So so we're cutting back and forth between scenes. And then Agatha's like, I like this line too. Same story, different century. About they always have people coming with pitchforks for gals like us. So she tries to take out the sword people, but Wanda saves them. But then I like this. This is actually very cool. Not only was I impressed that Wanda could make herself disappear, she could now teleport, but it shows this, when you look back at it, this is a good thing of setting up that Wanda is a fast learner, because that's going to come into play when she actually goes full-on battle with Agatha. So Hayward, after the children, incapacitate the soldiers from sword, I thought this was very out of character. I don't care how evil he is. He's not going to shoot kids. And why would he think it would even work? Because he knows they're superpowered. But still, just to make sure you really hate him, he literally opens fire on two children. And Monica, I don't know how she felt this was going to help. And also, what was he aiming at? He was shooting in between them? So she stops and she uses her powers and turns into a being of light. I'm not quite sure how this works, but basically she creates like a photon force field. Her, you know, her power, her name, code name, most likely being her mother's photon, which slows the bullets down. But she misses one, and Billy takes care of that Wiccan with his magic powers, which are blue like the other witches, because he's not the Scarlet Witch, so he's got blue magic, and that's why that makes sense. I think so. That works for me. Hayward tries to escape, but Darcy, in a little bit of a waste of Darcy, shows up just to pin him in, and she says, "Enjoy prison." Then we go back to the
I don't like her breakdown. I'll let her finish.
two visions, and they have a quandary about a ship, which I thought was a pretty good metaphor for the two of them. Is either the real ship, maybe both aren't, maybe the rot, the age was the memories, and I was like, oh, this is good. I mean, it took up a lot of time, to be honest with you. But anyway,
that was great.
It's like, here, let me literally jog your memory, right? So, and I like this. It's, you know, very much like, you know, the famous, you know, painting from the Sistine Chapel of the Touch of Life. So he gives it to Synthoid Vision. And I thought it was really cool the way they did this. And his eyes change. You know, there's a little bit of Mind Stone, maybe, that goes into him and rewrites his programming. And his eyes change to look human. And, you know, the idea is that, you know, of course, eyes are the window to the soul. So it's almost like he gives Vision a soul. And then they're mirroring each other a little bit. And it's too much for White Vision to handle. So he flies off and into the MCU sometime in the future. So then I liked this callback that Wanda was super creepy like she was in Age of Ultron, just like she did to Tony Stark and others, giving Agatha a nightmare, right? So she uses that old trick, and she puts Agatha right back in Salem where she was, you know, at that scene that we saw before. But things do not go the way Wanda expected, because they're calling her the Scarlet Witch. They're like, "You are the Scarlet Witch," and Agatha's like, "I told you," and they put her up on the pike, you know, to be burned at the stake. And I love that Wanda's crown appears. I think that's so cool. I almost wish that always was how it appeared instead of being an actual crown. I like both. As I said, I'd love it if she uses her magic and accents the crown that she otherwise has. She's not always wearing the crown, though, which is interesting. But, so Agatha's like, "I'll make a deal with you. You give me your powers. I'll let you continue to live in this fantasy." But Wanda says, "No deal. I know you're evil." So they have a cool fight in the sky. This one looks a little bit better. And, you know, Wanda's really struggling. And she seems to occasionally miss Agatha. And Agatha's like, "Wow, you really missed." But she doesn't realize that she's casting runes, which we find out in a moment. So anyway, though, Wanda goes right up to the line. She really gets withered in some very cool shots. Agatha takes all of her power, it seems. And she thinks she's won. And Wanda's just kind of floating there, and I think a really cool, creepy way. But then, in the effort to deliver the death blow, Agatha discovers that she doesn't have any magic. What? And that's when Wanda, and I like this shot of her black fingers and, you know, Wanda just floating there. But, you know, Wanda, we know any moment about to be like, "Sucker!" So then Wanda explains and starts to look normal again. And she says, "Hey, thanks for the quick lesson. I learned that if I cast these runes, you can't use your magic." So I guess it just took a moment for them to kick in. And that was great. That was a very good callback. Although, as I said, don't monologue. You only help your opponent. So Wanda pulls back in all the chaos magic and transforms and gives herself her new costume, which was very cool. And it was just like the vision that the Mind Stone showed her, right? When it gave her first, you know, upgraded her powers. So I thought that was beautiful. And it's a stunning outfit, which we'll go over in a separate video. But she just looks incredible. And she has also crazy unkempt hair like Agatha. And me today. So today I'm wearing I'm a witch as well. I just thought that was great. And I like that she has more of an Eastern European look as well. It's very cool. It's a darker look too. Well, we'll talk about it. So she brings Agatha down, and she gives her a punishment worse than death, and that's to trap her in Westview forever. And she says, "I'm going to leave you in the role that you cast yourself in, the nosy neighbor." And she says, "I'm sorry." And Agatha says, "No, you're not. You're cruel." And I thought that was great, because I think it's a hint at Wanda's Wanda's villainous tendencies. So yeah, she turns her in, and because, you know, and one last ditch effort, Agatha's like, "You have no idea what you've unleashed, what you've become. You're gonna need me." And Wanda says, "Well, then I'll know where to find you." I love it. And I liked when they leave as a family. They look really kind of crazy as a family now. You know, I mean, it's a great outfit for Wanda. It's really, I think, fantastic. So then she starts to shrink the hex, and Westview turns back to the way it was, and they go home. and it's, you know, the sun sets on them. It's just like, oh, it's so sad. This is like the whole raison d'etre for this episode. So the sun is setting on their family, and, you know, Wanda can hardly look at Vision. And they go back and they turn back into their regular selves, and they go into the house and they close the door and they took their children in to die. Oh, that's crazy. But, you know, they have that great callback where Wanda says family is forever, like she said earlier in the season. And then at the window, at the door, she says, "Thank you, boys, for letting me be your mother." And I'm like, what are you talking about? They didn't have a choice. You created them. So I thought that was an interesting line. And then we have this great picture. I hope she got to keep that, since she just made it out of thin air, since they never posed for that. And they see they see the Hex coming for them, and they have this beautiful goodbye, really gorgeous, with some more great lines. And he's like, "Wanda, can you at least tell me what I am?" And she says, "You're the piece of the Mind Stone that lives inside of me." And she says stuff like, "You're my sadness, you're my hope, but most of all, you're my love." And that's a callback, I think, to Love Persevering. You know, that, you know, she made him come back. And then also, right before they go, he's trying to act brave, but he's so sad and scared. It's very touching. And he says, you know, "We've said goodbye before, so it stands to reason." And then she finishes the thought that we'll say hello again. And I think they will too, those crazy kids. I love it. And he says, "So long, darling," as the house and he disappears before her. I thought that was really stunning. And this is very Disney princess-like. It was like the reverse of when Beast transforms into human. And it was very cool. So she's left much more at peace, because she's, as one of you said in the live stream, I think it was Anthony, that was the most crazy grief counseling we've ever seen. But she feels much better now. Who hasn't been there? Who hasn't thrown a huge temper tantrum and made everyone's life around you a mess, and then been like, "Oh, I feel much better now." And everyone's like, "Thanks for putting me through that." But anyway, she's back in the Foundation, and she leaves, and she has a hoodie on now, because now she's, you know, she's an anti-hero. And she says, and everyone in town still hates her. And Monica's like, "They don't know what you gave up." And Wanda's like, "It wouldn't change how they saw me." And she knows that the world now sees her as a villain. And Monica's like, "Hey, I'd have done the same thing if I could have seen my mom again." And I'm like, oh, tears. It's more about the grief comparison. I think that's really strong. And then she turns back into her costume, adding now a hood to the ensemble, a hood and cape, and flies off. And I love this shot of her from above with the cape above her. I mean, she looks so cool. And then she flies away from Westview and takes one look back, doesn't turn to salt, takes one look back, and then that's the end. And then we have our 2 end credit sequences, which we'll go over very quickly here. But we'll go over them a little bit more in a separate video. But we see a movie theater, which made me, I just couldn't believe how much it made me realize how much I miss movie theaters when I saw them in there. I was like, I would love to be in there. And it's revealed that there are scrolls operating, and this scroll says, "A friend of your mother's would like to talk to you up there," and I believe it's Nick Fury in his space station that we saw at the end of Far From Home. And Monica's like, "All right, upgrade." Although S.W.O.R.D. doesn't have a director now, so you'd think she'd want to stick with that. And then we have this end credit sequence, which I'm believing takes place in the mountains of Sokovia. So Wanda went home. You can go home again, and you can see cool, like, Eastern European architecture on the cabin. And so you see her go in there, and she's making tea. But in the other room, and some of you said this was like an astral projection that Doctor Strange does. So, I mean, fine, I'll go with it. But she's studying the Darkhold, and she just starts to read it. And so because you just see it open in this sequence. And she's like, "I'm gonna better understand my powers of the Scarlet Witch." But as she starts to read it, she hears her boys call out to her, and they say, "Mom, help!" And you see her get a look on her face like, here we go again. And then that's the end. So I think that, you know, that is a strong setup. But, you know, again, it's not as aggressive as we had thought it would be. And it's much more like the Marvel, you know, the MCU has been in the past. So that's the breakdown. Share.
Her for early indications of the vaccine's ability
in sync.
Falcon 9 rocket
characteristics.
Days. Joe?
All right, Ann Thompson, thank you so much.
Live under this roof. Only 5 remain. The Pope will visit the city of Mosul, much of it still in ruins from battles with ISIS. He'll tour a Christian village ISIS took over, desecrating its church. But it's not all a tour of past miseries. He'll go to the ancient Sumerian capital of Ur, believed to be the birthplace of Abraham, the patriarch revered by Christians, Jews, and Muslims. In yet more support for religious tolerance and coexistence, the Pope will meet with the Iraqi Shia leader, the Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. The final stop of this packed 4-day tour, the Vatican is calling a pilgrimage of peace, a large mass in the relatively safe Kurdish region of northern Iraq, where today they're making final preparations.
There were many reasons to cancel this trip, and I've been told that some inside the Vatican were encouraging the Pope to give it a miss, but that he personally was determined to make sure this went ahead despite the pandemic, despite the security concerns. He thought it was an important message and that this was the best time that there was going to be. There's really never a great time to come to Baghdad on a trip like this.
All right, Richard Engel reporting from Iraq. Thank you so much. Let's look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bradley is back with us this morning. Hey, Matt.
Hey guys, so big news in COVID this morning. There's a brewing vaccine conflict between the European Union and Australia. Italy recently blocked a shipment of the AstraZeneca vaccine that was bound for Australia. And this was because AstraZeneca had failed to meet its contracted commitments to the EU. It's provided far less than that agreed upon quantity of vaccines to all of Europe. It's been causing huge problems, but now Australia is asking the European Commission to review Italy's decision to block that shipment. It could escalate this somewhat uncomfortable conflict over vital vaccines. Now, more from Jair Bolsonaro. He's the president of Brazil and a pal of former President Donald Trump. Bolsonaro told Brazilians to stop whining about COVID-19. This was a day after Brazil, which is of course really badly hit by the virus, saw a record increase in deaths over a 24-hour period. And Bolsonaro has taken a decidedly cavalier attitude toward COVID, and even before that, he had a really hostile relationship with the media. So Taiwan has a problem with invasive iguanas, a species that was introduced to the island nation and is now running rampant. So some Taiwanese have been taking matters into their own hands, stuffing firecrackers in the reptiles' mouths or shooting them. Now, animal rights groups have called for a crackdown on that kind of cruelty, and they're looking for more humane ways to try to control the iguana population. Guys. All right. Seems like a good idea to do it as nicely as possible. All right.
Save them.
Thank you, Matt.
Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Karen staring out the window, hoping that snow melts today, tomorrow.
I didn't need that visual at all about the iguanas. I want to pass on that one. Poor iguanas. All right, so let's get into this forecast. Let's call this forecast the wait for it forecast, because that's what we all have to do in the Northeast and Ohio Valley. It's going to warm up considerably. We just have to wait for it. And the winds were howling last night, a little difficult to sleep in some cases. You could hear it outside the window. And it's cold. Wind chill right now in northern Vermont is -4. Detroit, it's 11. So here's your wait for it graphic. All right. So Charlotte, Atlanta, Nashville. This weekend, temperatures, you know, a little colder than they should be. But look at next week. We get into the 60s and 70s. Temperatures about 10 degrees warmer than normal. Same goes for Cincinnati, Detroit, Pittsburgh. Yes, it's a chilly kind of winter weekend. Temperatures well below average. And then, boom, next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, in the 60s in Detroit for the first time in months. And how about the Northeast, saving the best for last? This weekend is exceptionally cold, 10 to 15 degrees colder than it should be, from D.C. all the way up through Boston and to Maine. And next week, that's when we turn the corner, guys. Temperatures will be about 10 degrees above normal. Break out the shorts and T-shirts. Maybe that's pushing it, but some people will.
I'm from Minnesota, so yeah, we would do that now. So.
Yeah, maybe it's time. All right. Thanks.
We'll give it a shot. Thanks, Bill. Coming up, just because some are eligible to get vaccinated doesn't mean that they're all getting the shot.
Which groups are being left behind while millions do get vaccinated? Up next.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Senate has begun work on a $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package after Vice President Kamala Harris broke a 50-50 tie on a procedural vote allowing debate to proceed Thursday. But the debate quickly ground to a halt after Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson forced Senate clerks to read the entire text of the stimulus bill aloud, more than 100,000 words spanning 628 pages.
As the American Rescue Act of 2021, Section 2, Table of Contents. The table of contents for this act is as follows. Section 1, short title. Section 2, table of contents. Title 1, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry.
The clerks
Subtitle
began
A,
reading mid-afternoon Thursday and finished after midnight, 10 hours and 43 minutes later. The legislation now heads to a session known as a vote-a-rama, where any senator will be able to offer an amendment that could drag out debate for hours or even days. The United States recorded nearly 1,800 new COVID-19 deaths Thursday, pushing the U.S. death toll since the start of the pandemic to over 520,000. For the first time, a 7-day average of vaccinations has topped 2 million doses, though just 8.4% of the U.S. population is fully vaccinated. On Thursday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki defended President Biden's remark that Republican governors who've lifted mask mandates are guilty of Neanderthal thinking.
He believes that if we're going to get this pandemic under control, we need to follow public health guidelines. He simply asked the American people to abide by wearing masks for 100 days. We're at about day 40. Are we at day 40? Around there, 60 more days.
On Wednesday, Alabama Republican Governor Kay Ivey said she would end a statewide mask mandate on April 9th, joining Mississippi and Texas. Alabama has one.
What's the point of ending the mask mandate? That's why this is just so fucking
the lowest COVID-19 vaccination rates in the United States. The Wall Street Journal and the New York Times are reporting top aides to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo pressured state health officials to alter a July report in order to cover up the true number of COVID-19 deaths in nursing homes. The report was edited to only count people who died inside the nursing facilities, excluding those who got sick there and then were sent to hospitals and later died there, leaving out thousands of fatalities. The report was released as a response to criticism of Cuomo's order in March 2020, barring nursing homes from rejecting recovering coronavirus patients that were discharged from hospitals, which some feared would further spread the virus. Last spring, Governor Cuomo signed legislation shielding nursing home executives from lawsuits related to their handling of the pandemic. This comes as one of 3 women who've accused Cuomo of sexual misconduct gave her first TV interview Thursday. Former aide Charlotte Bennett told CBS News anchor Norah O'Donnell that Governor Cuomo repeatedly made inappropriate comments to her, including questions about whether her experience with sexual assault had impacted her sex life.
He asked me if age difference mattered. He also explained that he was fine with anyone over 22.
And how old are you?
25.
What were you thinking as he's asking you these questions?
I thought, he's trying to sleep with me. The governor's trying to sleep with me. And I'm deeply uncomfortable, and I have to get out of this room as soon as possible.
Charlotte Bennett said she did not believe Cuomo's statement Wednesday acknowledging his accuser's claims constituted a true apology. She said, quote, "It's not an issue of my feelings, it's an issue of his actions," unquote. Top Florida Democrats have called on the acting U.S. Attorney General and the FBI to investigate Republican Governor Ron DeSantis for corruption and wrongdoing after reports that most residents over 65 in a wealthy Key Largo community had received vaccines by mid-January. 17 residents donated $5,000 each to DeSantis' political committee prior to the vaccinations. The former Republican governor of Illinois, Bruce Rauner, also a resident of the community, increased his contribution to $250,000. This comes amidst accusations that Governor DeSantis prioritized wealthy communities that were connected to political donors for vaccination pop-up sites. In Geneva, Switzerland, members of Doctors Without Borders held a protest outside the headquarters of the World Trade Organization Thursday, demanding a waiver on patent rights for COVID-19 drugs and vaccines. South Africa and India are leading an effort that would temporarily allow for the production of generic versions of the life-saving products. Stephen Cornish, Director General of Doctors Without Borders Switzerland, joined Thursday's protest.
If we had the waiver, we'd be able, in a number of countries, to scale up production right now, which would allow for the diagnostics, the medicines, and the vaccines to get where they're needed most. Right now, we're seeing just a trickle of vaccines making it to the global south, and this is just not acceptable in today's world.
In Arkansas, the man photographed with his feet propped on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's desk during the January 6 assault on the Capitol shouted at a federal judge Thursday that it was not fair he was being held in jail ahead of his trial. Richard Barnett has pleaded not guilty to felony charges, including obstruction of Congress and disorderly conduct in a restricted building with a dangerous weapon. In Virginia, federal agents have arrested former Trump administration official Federico Klein, charging him with assaulting a police officer with a dangerous weapon during the January 6 attack. Klein worked on Donald Trump's 2016 campaign and served as special assistant in the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs at the State Department. He's also a former U.S. Marine who was deployed in Iraq. This comes as federal agents are probing communications between pro-Trump insurrectionists and members of Congress or their staffers. On Thursday, the U.S. Capitol Police requested a 60-day extension of the National Guard's mission helping to protect Congress. If approved, as many as 2,200 troops could remain on Capitol Hill into May. The Senate Energy Committee has advanced Interior Secretary nominee Deb Haaland's confirmation to a full Senate vote, where Haaland is almost certain to be confirmed. Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska was the only Republican on the committee who supported Haaland's nomination. Murkowski said she struggled with her decision as her constituency in oil-rich Alaska is concerned about Haaland's opposition to fracking, pipelines, and fossil fuel development. If confirmed, Deb Haaland would be the first Native American to serve in a cabinet post in U.S. history. The UN is urging Eritrean troops to leave Ethiopia's northern Tigray region, where there have been reports of many atrocities by multiple parties in the ongoing conflict. This is UN Human Rights Office spokesperson Ravima Shamdasani.
A preliminary analysis of the information received indicates that serious violations of international law, possibly amounting to war crimes and crimes against humanity, may have been committed by multiple actors, including the Ethiopian National Defense Forces, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, Eritrean Armed Forces, and Amhara Regional Forces and affiliated militia. Deeply distressing reports of sexual and gender-based violence, extrajudicial killings, widespread destruction and looting of public and private property by all parties continues to be shared.
The UN also warned of potentially catastrophic hunger and said it's still lacking the necessary access to deliver aid. Pope Francis has landed in Iraq for a much-anticipated three-day visit where he hopes to rally the shrinking Christian community. Francis will meet with other religious leaders later today at Baghdad's Our Lady of Salvation Church, where a 2010 massacre by fighters affiliated with al-Qaeda killed over 50 people. Pope Francis' trip is also expected to include stops at historic religious sites in northern Kurdistan, where he will hold an outdoor mass for thousands in Erbil. It's the first time a pope has visited Iraq. In Italy, dozens of humanitarian aid workers have been charged with complicity in human smuggling after saving thousands of refugees from drowning in the Mediterranean as they attempted to reach European soil. The charges against over 20 humanitarian aid workers with groups including Doctors Without Borders and Save the Children come after a 4-year investigation by the Italian government, which in recent years has increasingly criminalized both refugees and rescuers. The charges carry a sentence of up to 20 years in prison each. Back in the United States, the Transportation Department's Inspector General has found the department's former secretary, Elaine Chao, the wife of Senate now Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, repeatedly misused her office to help family members, including her father and sister, who run a global shipping business with large operations in China. The Inspector General's report was referred to Trump's Justice Department last December, which declined to open a criminal investigation. Meanwhile, The Intercept reports Mitch McConnell has prepared a short list of candidates to succeed him as Kentucky senator in the event he does not serve out his full term. Normally, the governor, in this case, Democratic Governor Andy Beshear, would appoint a replacement, but Republicans are pushing legislation in the Kentucky General Assembly that would strip him of that power. At the top of McConnell's list is State Attorney General Daniel Cameron, who's facing calls for impeachment over his mishandling of Breonna Taylor's case. The young EMT who was killed by police in a no-knock raid of her home last March. Texas's power grid operator, ERCOT, overcharged customers by $16 billion during last month's historic winter storm that caused power outages across the state, according to a watchdog filing. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, which sets the price of electricity, kept the emergency surge pricing in place for 33 hours longer than needed. In related news, the president and CEO of ERCOT, Bill Magnus, was fired Wednesday amidst the ongoing fallout. And in Honduras, Vice reports leaked documents have revealed the government of President Juan Orlando Hernandez paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes to over 70 journalists as part of Hernandez's efforts to control the press. The accusations are part of the latest corruption case against Hernandez's government. He's a key U.S. ally. This comes as a group of Democratic Congress members have reintroduced the Berta Cáceres Human Rights in Honduras Act, which would suspend military aid to the Central American country until the Honduran government investigates allegations of human rights violations by their security forces. The bill is named after beloved Lenca indigenous land and water defender Berta Cáceres, who was assassinated March 3, 2016, a day before her 45th birthday. In 2017, The Guardian reported the extrajudicial killing had been planned by military intelligence specialists linked to Honduras's U.S.-trained special forces. Cáceres would have turned 50 this week. In 2019, Democracy Now! Spoke to one of her daughters, Laura Zuniga Cáceres, in Madrid, Spain.
Then we see how the United States government continues to support governments in Honduras, which are highly repressive and violators of human rights. The United States supports these governments, particularly in the area of militarization. And at the time of my mother's murder, one of the things that caught our attention is that it was said that members of the FBI were investigating her killing, which the U.S. Embassy never clarified, even though it was not true, and the U.S. Embassy allowed the Honduran state to create that false narrative.
To see our coverage of Berta Cáceres' life and death and our 2019 interview with her daughter, Laura Zuniga Cáceres, at the UN Climate Summit in Madrid, visit our website, democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Joining us now, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci. He is chief medical advisor to President Biden. Welcome back to the show. Good to have you. So let's start where we stand with the vaccines. The president's saying that every American adult will be able to get a vaccine by May. Do you feel confident in this? And what will be the stumbling blocks to getting the country back on track through the vaccine?
Well, what the president says is that we will have enough vaccines by May to be able to vaccinate everybody. I mean, the stumbling blocks are, you know, whenever you're dealing with as massive a program as trying to vaccinate the overwhelming majority of the country, there are a number of real and potential stumbling blocks. One is just the logistic challenge of getting the vaccine into everybody's arms. But the president had been very clear that he's doing everything that we can to be able to do that expeditiously. Community vaccine centers, mobile units to go out into poorly serviced areas, people who don't have good access, pharmacies that are going to have a lot of vaccines that people can get to, and getting vaccinators, people who will be able to put the vaccine into people's arms. For example, not only National Guard, but also retired physicians and nurses that will be called upon to come back in and do that. Those are all challenges. I believe they're going to work very well because the president is very serious about making this a very, very high priority. So hopefully when we get those vaccines, as we will by June, that the process of getting it into people's arms will be smooth. And hopefully by the time we get to the end of summer, the beginning of the fall, if we don't have too much vaccine hesitancy, which is another potential stumbling block.
A couple of items for all of you at the top. Obviously, today is Jobs Day, and with today's jobs report while it shows some progress, it also shows the long road ahead. Right now, there are 9.5 million fewer jobs than at this time last year. This is a larger jobs hole than at any point in the Great Recession. At this month's pace, it will take us more than 2 years to get to pre-pandemic employment levels, and it will take even longer at the average pace over the last 3 months. This is unacceptable, and it's unacceptable when 4 million Americans have been unemployed for more than 6 months, or when unemployment is at 9.9% for African Americans and 8.5% for Hispanics. Congress must pass the American Rescue Plan now so we can get Americans back to work and so we can get relief to the millions of people who are struggling. As you know, this afternoon, the President and the Vice President will receive their weekly economic briefing with Treasury Secretary Yellen, Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors Cecilia Rouse, newly confirmed, National Economic Council Director Brian Deese, and Chief Economic Advisor to the Vice President Mike Pyle. The economic team will provide an update on the jobs report released today, along with an update on unemployment by race and female participation in the workforce. Afterward, the President will participate in a roundtable with individuals who will benefit from receiving relief
want
checks
to date, want to do
thanks
things
to the
that young
American
people
Rescue
do,
Plan.
and they can't do it and have been unable to do that.
As you may have also seen
You got
yesterday,
young
or
people.
may not have, there's a lot going on, so that's why I wanted to shout this out. Senior White House officials hosted a virtual listening session with Asian American and Pacific Islander advocates and community leaders from across the country to discuss the increasing rates of anti-Asian harassment and violence. The President is committed to ending anti-Asian violence and bias, and he has made clear that it is the policy of this administration to condemn and combat xenophobia against Asian Americans wherever it exists. In a week one presidential memorandum, President Biden charged the Department of Justice with partnering with Asian American communities to prevent and better collect data on hate crimes against Asian American communities. Last but certainly not least, we have a week ahead. On Monday, the President will sign 2 executive orders to advance gender equity and opportunity for women. He will also visit a Veterans Vaccination Center with Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough. On Tuesday, he will visit a small business that has benefited from a Paycheck Protection Program loan. On Wednesday, the President will travel to Baltimore, Maryland for an event with the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Merck at Emergent Biosolutions. And on Thursday, the President will deliver remarks on the anniversary of the COVID-19 shutdown. With that, Alex, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks. So we're 45 days into the Biden presidency, and he has yet to hold a presser. At this point in past presidencies, every president, from Reagan had addressed reporters, some of them multiple times. So why the delay, and when can we expect the president to hold a press conference?
Well, first, as all of you know, the President takes questions several times a week. He took questions actually twice yesterday, which is an opportunity for the people covering the White House to ask him about whatever news is happening on any given day. We look forward to holding a full press conference in the coming weeks before the end of the month, and we're working on setting a final date for that, and as soon as we do, we will let you all know. But this President came in during a historic crisis, 2 historic crises, a pandemic like the country had not seen in decades and decades, and an economic downturn that left 10 million people out of work. So I think the American people would certainly understand if his focus and his energy and his attention has been on ensuring we secure enough vaccines to vaccinate all Americans, which we will do by the end of May, and then pushing for a rescue plan that will provide direct checks to almost 160 million Americans. That's where his time, energy, his focus has been. But in the meantime, he takes questions multiple times a week and looks forward to continuing to do that. And as soon as we have a press conference set, we'll let you know.
Sure. Those sprays, though, are not an ideal forum for us to be asking questions. He can't hear us half the time. We get maybe 2 questions and then we're shuffled out. So why hasn't he answered questions from the press at this point? Is it just that he's too busy?
I think he's answered questions, I believe the count is almost 40 times. So, and I would say that his focus, again, is on getting recovery and relief to the American people. And he looks forward to continuing to engage with all of you and to other members of the media who aren't here today. And we'll look forward to letting you know as soon as that press conference is set.
And then on the AUMF, can you talk a little bit about how the president sees, I wanted to quote you talked about the establishing a new, quote, narrow and specific framework for a new AUMF. How does he see those contours, and what's his response to somebody like Tim Kaine, who said that the president should have to consult Congress on something like the strike in Syria last week?
Well, let me take there's a couple questions in there, so let me see if I can address them all. First, we did consult and notify the Gang of Eight, which is a very appropriate approach, as well as, which of course represents many committee heads and leaders. We then had ongoing consultations and briefings with members following the strikes, including classified briefings, which we offered quite broadly from the administration. We are quite confident because we had a full legal review and process in both our domestic and legal and international authorities in conducting those strikes. And the president has been obviously a close ally and partner with Senator Kaine on a number of initiatives in the past. He agrees that the AUMF is 20 years, has been around for 20 years, and it's long overdue for it to be updated. What our announcement was, or what our statement referenced, was a reference to, I should say, is an openness to having a conversation about what the scope of the narrow and specific framework should look like moving forward. So we want to have those discussions, and of course those will happen, most of them privately, and then we'll look forward to sharing with all of you what the outcome is.
Sure, and then one more on the jobs numbers. One number that economists have highlighted as persistently problematic is the labor force participation rate. It remains low, sort of consistently. What is the administration's plan in dealing with that and getting more people looking for jobs?
Well, you're absolutely right, and Jerome Powell actually spoke to this, just for others' reference, which I'm sure you're tracking. But and the concern that the labor force participation rate may mean that the unemployment rate may not accurately depict the number of people who are out of work, and obviously the 9.9% unemployment rate for African Americans is a good example of a reflection of that. We are taking a across-the-board approach to ensuring we are helping people get back to work and get through this difficult period of time. Part of that, of course, is getting the American Rescue Plan passed to get people the relief and support they need as a bridge for this period of time. But the president has also talked about many components of his Build Back Better agenda, which we look forward to speaking to and in the future after we get the American Rescue Plan passed and the relief into the arms of Americans. And he believes there are a number of additional ways that we can help put Americans back to work, including good, clean-paying infrastructure, or well-paying, I should say. Sorry, it's a Friday. Well-paying infrastructure jobs that are good union jobs. He believes there are many industries of the future that can help put more people back to work. But I will note one interesting and actually very troubling statistic. Per our economic team, I'm not an economist, as you all know, but this is their analysis, is that more than 69,000 educators were laid off. And so certainly part of our objective too here with pushing for the American Rescue Plan is also getting relief out to schools who want to reopen and bringing teachers back, ensuring that teachers can be employed for the long term and can ensure there are smaller class sizes is also part of what that package will help address. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Does the president have any thoughts on the filibuster, the so-called filibuster, especially now that some more moderate Democrats are now saying that they would like to see some filibuster reform?
His view and his position hasn't changed.
Even though some people say that that could affect your agenda, that you couldn't get some of those bigger bills through?
Well, look, the president believes that infrastructure, just to keep with the theme, it is not infrastructure.
Bruh, nothing, zero is going to get passed with Republicans because Republicans know If they make Joe Biden look good, that means government is working. That means might as well keep the Democrats in office. Mitch McConnell said this himself. That's their plan. Be obstructionist at every point. They will get no bipartisan support for any single bill. Nothing.
Week, but he did just have the meeting yesterday. That infrastructure is a policy and a proposal he's long been a supporter of, as have Democrats and Republicans in the past. Even look at immigration reform. Immigration reform is an issue that many Republicans and Democrats who are elected have said and have supported in the past. The private sector has
And I guarantee you it won't pass.
supported. He's a believer that there is a path and a way forward for Democrats and Republicans to certainly work together, and he's hopeful there's an opportunity to do exactly that.
I know you're focused on the stimulus bill today, but is there a tentative plan for when we would see an infrastructure plan from the president?
Again, as we've said in the past, and you gave me a little bit of an opening for this, but our focus is fully on the American Rescue Plan. We look forward to the president signing that into law, to relief and to checks going out to the American people, to funding going to schools so they can reopen, to more funding going out to get more vaccines in the arms of Americans. And his agenda and his priorities are not a secret, especially for those of you who covered the campaign. He talked about everything from infrastructure to doing more for caregiving, to doing more to help expand access to health care, doing more to address the tax system. Those are all components that are certainly under discussion, but we'll have more to say in the weeks ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The White House Chief of Staff, Ron Klain, pointed out this morning that at the pace of today's jobs report, it would take until April 2023 to get back to pre-pandemic economic levels. So how much quicker does the White House believe the economy can recover to those levels with this $1.9 trillion package? How many more months or years does this buy?
Well, don't take it from us. Take it from outside economists. And independent analysis shows that passing the rescue plan will create 7.5 million jobs in 2021 alone, and get our economy back to full employment. Will help create those, I should say, help get our economy back to full employment 1 year faster. So it certainly will help expedite this effort and put more people back to work and pull us far ahead of that 2-year timeline that Ron Klain outlined.
And then just on some of the compromises that we're seeing coming out of the Senate, the president agreed to limit eligibility for these stimulus checks. He is also now allowing these unemployment checks to be lowered from $400 to $300 a month, even though, of course, there is an extension there until September. But it seems like a lot of these compromises are tailored to the more moderate elements of the Democratic caucus. Is the president concerned at all about losing progressives once this bill goes back to the House? And is there anything that he's looking to do to cater to some of those more progressive demands?
Well, this is an incredibly progressive bill, and I'm happy to outline some specifics on that since you gave me the opportunity. But one additional piece just on the UI compromise, as you mentioned, by eliminating the first $10,200 of UI benefits from taxation for 2020, combined with, of course, the extension through September, this amendment would provide more relief to the unemployed than the current legislation. It's different person to person, of course, but on average, it would provide more relief. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess.
That sounds pretty progressive to me. But you gave me the opportunity, so I just want to highlight a few of the things. And these are examples of why I think this is a package, or we think this is a package that is incredibly appealing to many progressives in the country, and certainly should be to all progressives in the Congress. It cuts child poverty in half, in large part through a historic expansion of the child tax credit. 66 million kids will benefit from the expansion, and not only extends I already talked about that, so I'll skip that over that. It includes tens of billions of dollars for rental assistance and homeowners assistance, which will benefit lower income, disproportionately Black and brown renters and homeowners. It includes money, as you know, to get shots back in arms so that kids can go back to school. Reopening schools and schools being closed has a disproportionate impact on lower income communities. those are progressive proposals, progressive ideas, and $1.9 trillion package is certainly a progressive-sized package. And so we are certainly confident, hopeful and confident that we will be able to get support in the House.
And then on the border, could you provide any more details about that trip planned by senior members of the president's team to the border? Who's going? Any more details you can offer on that?
Sure. Well, again, as I like to say, there's a lot going on. So to catch people up who aren't following exactly what you're following, President Biden has asked senior members of his team to travel to the border region in order to provide a full briefing to him on the government response to the influx of unaccompanied minors and an assessment of additional steps that can be taken to ensure the safety and care of these children. Out of safety, security, and privacy concerns, the date and time of this visit will remain confidential, but the White House, and for now, but we will provide a full readout of the visit once it concludes.
So no details on who's going?
I don't anticipate. We certainly will have those details to share with all of you once the visit occurs, but I don't anticipate us doing that in advance.
I wonder, given some of the president's rhetoric on the campaign trail and as president and some of the policies that he instituted, including rolling back some of the immigration policies of the Trump era, is he concerned at all that some of his rhetoric and some of his policies may have, as well-intentioned as they may have been, inadvertently contributed to the rise in migrants that we're seeing at the border, in particular unaccompanied children? And does he have any intention to more forcefully tell those individuals that now is not the time to come, as the Secretary of Homeland Security said last week?
Sure, and as the Secretary also said last week, was that last week? It feels, I'm not sure. I don't know, it may have been this week. As the Secretary said, this is a message we are conveying with every opportunity from the President, the Vice President, from officials in the region, and we're doing that with the full support, of course, of the Department of Homeland Security and resources that we have available. I will say that the big difference, which we certainly understand the outcome, may be an influx, as we've seen, of more children. If you were kicking children out, there's naturally, by design, I'm no mathematician, but going to be more children who come in because we believe that policy was inhumane. And we believe that children who are under the age of 18 should be treated with humanity and provided safety while we consider what the process is moving forward. So we certainly have a different approach. We understand the outcome and the impact of that, but we are using every tool at our disposal, and we will use every official we can to convey clearly this is not the time to come. The majority of people who come are turned away. Families, adults, we're really talking about children, which is, I know, what you were referencing.
But you do believe that there may be, that part of that rise is due to some of your policies and rhetoric of this administration?
I certainly didn't say that exactly, but all I'm conveying is that obviously we're going to have more kids in the country since we have been letting unaccompanied minors stay, and the last administration immorally kicked them out, in our view. So go ahead.
Jen, thank you. To follow up on a question I asked about these minors yesterday, Reuters is now reporting that Fort Lee is going to be used as a housing facility for some of these minors in Virginia. Can you confirm whether that's true, and if you are considering other military bases around the country?
Well, as we've just been talking about, obviously we recognize the challenge of having these unaccompanied children come across the border, and the influx that we're certainly preparing for and preparing to approach. So of course we have to look for facilities and places where we can safely and humanely have these unaccompanied minors. In the interim, that would be the decision of HHS. So I would send you to them, but I don't have anything to confirm in terms of additional facilities at this point.
Got it. And I guess just to follow up on Jeremy, I think, well, I don't want to speak for him, but a lot of Americans are saying that, the surges are happening under President Biden's watch after he reversed some previous policies. So does the administration take any accountability for what's happening?
Who are the Americans?
Well, I know you don't want to answer to him, but the former president just released a statement saying that the Biden administration must act immediately to end the border nightmare that they have unleashed onto our nation.
Former President Trump?
Yes.
We don't take our advice or counsel from former President Trump on immigration policy, which was not only inhumane, but ineffective over the last 4 years. We're going to chart our own path forward, and that includes treating children with humanity and respect and ensuring they're safe when they cross our borders. Go ahead.
Can I ask you
go
about
ahead.
vaccine? Sorry. So the mayor of Detroit has turned away thousands of doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Do you think that Mayor Dugan is making a mistake? And what is the message to other state and local leaders who might be considering doing the same?
Well, our message broadly is what our health and medical experts have conveyed, Dr. Fauci and all of our COVID team. There are 3 approved vaccines from the FDA. They all are safe, they are effective, they prevent severe disease and death. So anyone who is everyone in this country, I should say, should take whatever vaccine they have access to. As I understand it, the mayor was going to, our team has been in touch with the mayor. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. He was going to go out and speak publicly about accepting vaccines. So I'm not sure if that's happened yet, so I'd certainly point you to that.
Thank you, Jen.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Are there any discussions within the White House about reversing the policy of allowing all unaccompanied children into the United States?
No.
None at all. So I guess is the plan then to take in and safely and humanely find a home for an unlimited number of unaccompanied children?
I think this issue requires us taking a step back as human beings and as mothers, of which I am one. I know there are many in the room or many at home. These kids are coming. They are fleeing prosecution. They are fleeing difficult circumstances in their home country. When they come here, all we're talking about here is ensuring that they are treated safely, they are not trafficked, they are not sent back on a unsafe journey. That's what we're talking about. When these kids come in, it doesn't mean they are ensured that they get to stay. They go through the processing system that everyone goes through. But we want to ensure that that is done by treating them humanely and with respect. Many of them will be sent back home eventually, but we're talking about how we treat them as they come in the country.
Well, and I'm a mom too, so I certainly feel for all of these children that are fleeing very difficult situations in their homes to come here. But, you know, the fact remains, you have DHS projecting 117,000 unaccompanied minors by May. And, you know, that brings me to another question. You know, a lot of these numbers and this data, they're all coming from leaked documents from DHS, from HHS.
Yeah.
Why doesn't the White House just release these numbers? I mean, don't the American people deserve to get the data straight from you and straight from the White House?
Data of projected numbers in internal documents for policy discussions?
Data about how many unaccompanied children and migrants are crossing the border on a daily basis. I understand eventually it's made public, but why not right now?
It is made public by the Department of Homeland Security and the officials who oversee the entire process. It is made public, but we don't, as a policy, make public or confirm private decks and policy documents, as no administration would.
So can you confirm how many illegal border crossings there are on average every day right now?
I would send you to the Department of Homeland Security and CBP, who of course would be overseeing that process.
Okay, and one more question on immigration. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, he's requesting a meeting with President Biden about this issue. He's also asking President Biden to acknowledge the crisis. Will President Biden take that meeting, and I'll ask it again, will he acknowledge that there's a crisis?
Well, first, the President and this administration's focus is on digging out of the dismantled and inhumane immigration approach of the last administration. And that's why the President has proposed an immigration bill that would not only address the root causes that Leader McCarthy referenced in his letter, but would move beyond the policy of funding ineffective border walls by investing in smart security at ports of entry, and would also create a pathway to citizenship. And we would welcome the openness or desire to engage on that from the leader or any Democrat or Republican who wants to have a conversation about a constructive path forward. Go ahead.
A couple of follow-ups, if I can. First, on the AUMF discussion. Right now there are 2 active AUMFs, 2001 and 2002. The President is in favor of replacing both of them with 1, with 2. What does that look like?
He wants to discuss a narrow and specific framework moving forward. Obviously, it's outdated. You know, those are 19 and 18 years old. And that's the discussion he hopes to have in partnership and with the leadership of Senator Kaine, and determine what the approach and framework should be as we look ahead.
Would that been, in moving forward, looking at sort of the Syria airstrike, for instance, would he have to go to Congress moving forward if he wanted to order another military engagement like that?
Well, and that the Syria airstrikes were, of course, and we had a whole legal process and review, and we're confident in the legal authorities for that strike, and they were the self-defense of U.S. military personnel who were threatened overseas. So, you know, I will leave it to the discussion of the framework moving forward, but I would say that we are confident in both our approach and the authorities we had for those strikes.
And one on infrastructure, if I can.
Go ahead.
I know you're focused on the COVID bill, but, you know, when the American Rescue Plan was first introduced, President Biden was very encouraged that there would be bipartisan support for it. It does not appear that there will be any bipartisan support for it. Republicans haven't voted for it yet. What is the level of confidence then on the next big legislative agenda item like infrastructure, but were there lessons learned and sort of the engagement or the reach out? I'm just sort of curious what that would look like.
Well, first, bipartisanship is not determined by a single zip code in Washington, D.C. It's about where the American people sit and stand. And the vast majority of the American people support the American Rescue Plan, including Republicans. And so I think really the question is, why are Republicans in Congress who aren't supporting this package outliers in where the American public is in moving this forward? And on infrastructure, I don't have this in front of me, but I'm sure you all have lots of research assistants who can look at who has supported infrastructure in the past. And many have spoken to their support for infrastructure packages. Many have Republicans, of course, and Democrats. Many have discussed it with the president. And so we're certainly hopeful and confident that repairing roads, rails, and bridges, doing better by our caregivers, reforming our outdated tax system are steps, and anything else that was in the Build Back Better agenda. A lot of those pieces are pieces there's been bipartisan support for in the past. Go ahead, Frances.
I think we would all love research assistants, by the way.
Well, some of you do. You can steal them from other outlets. It could be like a sharing of resources.
Indeed, but I did want to circle back to the top. You mentioned that the president next week will sign a series of gender equity or gender equality executive orders. If you could say a little bit more at this time about those. And relatedly, in the stimulus package, he proposed 14 weeks of paid family leave, but that was temporary, would expire in September. So is that something that he would like to see Congress tackle legislatively?
Sure. On the first, I will preview for you. We will have a special guest or two here on Monday to talk about these executive orders, and I expect we'll have a briefing call this weekend, so I'm not going to get ahead of it beyond that, but we're looking forward to talking more about it. And on the second one, say that one more time.
So in the relief package, he proposed at least 14 weeks of paid leave.
Yes.
But that was temporary. It would expire in September. So what I'm asking is that something he would like to see Congress make permanent and address in future legislation?
Well, we have, of course, this is just the beginning of our administration. He's talked in the past about his commitment to paid leave and feels it's an important component of ensuring there's a diverse workforce, a workforce that has gender equity and racial equity, and it's an important component of that. We don't know what next vehicles might look like, so it's a topic and a policy he remains committed to, but I'm not going to get ahead of where we are in the policymaking process.
Staying on the stimulus package for a moment, the minimum wage, it won't be in there at this point, as we saw a little bit earlier on Capitol Hill. Senator Sanders was speaking to reporters, and he said, if anybody thinks we're giving up on this issue, they are sorely mistaken. If we have to vote on it time and time again, we will, and we're going to succeed. So does the president want to see Democrats vigorously pursue a minimum wage increase? And as we talk about what he'd like to see in the future, is this something that he'd like to see the House and the Senate take up immediately after negotiations on the stimulus package conclude?
Well, first, we agree with Senator Sanders, and the president is going to be standing right alongside him, fighting for an increase in the minimum wage to $15 an hour, because men and women who are working hard to make ends meet shouldn't be living at the poverty level. And he will use his political capital to get that done. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of the order or the timeline, but it remains a priority, and it is something that the president would like to get done and will use his capital to do. I'll also add, just you didn't ask this, but there's been a little bit of a rumor mill, so I'm just going to address it. Right now, as you know, we're focused on the American Rescue Plan, getting it through Congress, and the president and his team are not engaged in conversations or negotiations about lowering the threshold for the minimum wage. It's just to be crystal clear on that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So just following up on Francisco's question, how will the president work to use his political capital to increase the minimum wage wage if there right now doesn't seem to be the votes in the Senate and he is not on board with abolishing the filibuster?
Well, look, he has an ambitious agenda moving forward that includes a number of proposals that there's bipartisan support for, and he's going to work with Democrats, and Republicans are open to it, to discussing how we move forward. But I don't have anything to preview for you about the legislative strategy for an initiative that is after the American Rescue Plan.
Can I just ask one more question for another reporter?
Go ahead.
Who can't be here? What advice is the president receiving by his COVID team in regards to ongoing travel bans, and when would the president like to see them lifted?
He relies on the advice and decision-making of his health and medical team and experts, including the CDC. So he'll wait for them to make any decision about future lifting of those guidelines. Go ahead, Trevor.
Just a couple on technology. You had a statement out from Jake Sullivan last night on the Microsoft-related breach. I'm just curious if that affected any government computers, departments, agencies, and any more color detail around that.
Sure. This isn't, and for anyone who didn't see National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's tweet last night, he spoke to the Microsoft breach that's been reported. But this is a significant vulnerability that could have far-reaching impacts. First and foremost, this is an active threat. And as the National Security Advisor tweeted last night, everyone running these servers, government, private sector, academia, needs to act now to patch them. We are concerned that there are a large number of victims and are working with our partners to understand the scope of this. So it's an ongoing process, Trevor, I would say. Network owners also need to consider whether they have already been compromised and should immediately take appropriate steps. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency issued an emergency directive to agencies, and we're now looking closely at the next steps we need to take. It's still developing. We urge network operators to take it very seriously, but I don't have any other readouts beyond that.
Okay, just as far as any color around whether the government itself was impacted by this?
I think I conveyed there clearly that what he was, what National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has conveyed and why he put this message out publicly was that this is an ongoing threat, and he was encouraging patches to be done across, as he said, government, private sector, academia, and we're still looking closely at what happened and the next steps that need to be taken.
Okay, and then I just wanted to ask about Tim Wu, who you announced hiring today. He has very publicly advocated for breaking up big tech companies like Facebook. Those are the kinds of issues he's going to be advising President Biden on. Is that now White House policy? What is he going to be doing with regard to the FTC and the DOJ and what they're already doing on those big tech companies?
Well, first, it's been reported, but Tim Wu will serve at the NEC as the Special Assistant to the President for Technology and Competition Policy. He was recently a professor at Columbia University Law School. He previously served as Senior Enforcement Counsel to the New York Attorney General and as a Senior Advisor at the FTC. He brings, as you noted, in some way, different words, but a wealth of knowledge and experience about technology and competition policy that will help ensure President Biden's economic agenda supports working families, strengthens the middle class, and protects consumers. You know, the president has been clear on the campaign, probably more recently, that he stands up to the abuse of power, and that includes the abuse of power from big technology companies and their executives. And Tim will help advance the president's agenda, which includes addressing the economic and social challenges posed by the growing power of tech platforms, promoting competition and addressing monopoly and market power issues, expanding access to broadband for low-income and rural communities across the country. But his hiring is a reflection of the value of his expertise. If the administration policy was determined by every person that was hired, we would have 400 different policies in each issues. You know, the president welcomes expertise, he welcomes experience, and Tim Wu certainly brings that in droves.
Okay, because Biden has never publicly talked about breaking up big tech companies. So I just wanted to clarify, is that the policy of this White House?
We don't have new policy to announce here, Trevor, just that the president believes, as he's talked about before, that it's important to promote competition and address monopoly and market power issues. But we don't have new policy to announce. We're 6 weeks into an administration, but certainly we welcome the expertise of individuals like Tim Wu. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. We can go to both of you. We're not in a rush. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I will. Given the many questions about the transparency of the World Health Organization's COVID
investigation in Wuhan. Is there a point at which the president, who made such a priority of putting the US back into the WHO, will say we're getting fed up and actually go back a little bit towards former president's position, which is that the WHO was, basically useless for the United States?
Well, I would actually say that we're gratified that the WHO has determined to hold on releasing an interim report into the origins of COVID. That was a positive step, which was taken in part because of our involvement and engagement. In recent weeks, we have spoken with many international allies and partners who shared our concern about the ways in which early findings of the investigation had shared the same concerns. We feel this is an encouraging sign that U.S. re-engagement is already having a positive impact, and we rejoined the World Health Organization on the first day of the Biden administration so that the United States could once again lead in an international fora.
So the president is satisfied with the way that whole report work is going ahead right now?
Well, no, it's not. It's not. They're holding on it.
Right. So is he satisfied or not with that?
I would say he feels it's a positive sign, as I just said, because they're not releasing a report where we expressed concerns about the origin of the data, the lack of transparency, and that we felt it would send a negative message about, not a negative message, I should say, kind of the inaccurate message about the origins of the pandemic. And that engagement, that outcome, was in part because of our engagement.
So when they put the whole thing out in the middle of March, what they're saying, is he confident that that's going to be the
We'll
real
look at
deal?
the data in the report. We have long said we'd like to see the underlying data, but again, we feel the hold on releasing the interim report we were gratified by that step that was taken. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Jen. Last week, you very kindly confirmed the President's very good relationship with Pope Francis. Today, the Pope is in the Middle East and has a meeting coming up with the Ayatollah El Sistani, someone, by the way, who's never met with an American official before. And my question is, does the President have any feelings about the Pope's meeting with the Ayatollah and his effort to push forward with a vision in that troubled part of the world for unity and warm relations between Shia, Sunni, and Christian?
Well, I've not spoken with the president about his personal feelings about the meeting that they have today. As you know, broadly speaking, the president believes that the path forward is diplomacy, should always be led by diplomacy. But I don't have the details of their meeting, or I'm sure they may do a readout of sorts. And if so, we're happy to give a comment on it.
The other thing is that as of March 1st, the Congress has not invited the president to deliver the State of the Union address, meaning he has so far gone the longest of any president in his first year without confirming a date for the State of the Union, with the exception of President Nixon in 1969.
Well, a little bit of history, I like it.
And who gave no address and waited until the following year. Is he going to follow that example, or should we expect an invitation soon on the State of the
Well,
Union?
first, for clarity purposes, and I know this wasn't your intention, but it's not a snubbing happening here. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, and of course, any joint session speech would look different than the past. We certainly intend on the president delivering a joint session, not a State of the Union in the first year that they are in office. But we don't have a date for that or a timeline at this point in time, and we've been engaged closely with leaders in Congress about determining that.
Okay. Do we expect an announcement soon on that, or?
We'll see. We're in discussions. We're working with them, and as soon as it's finalized, we're happy to share that with all of you.
One final question. The Turkish publication, Duvar English, cited a Turkish businessman, I believe his name is, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Akim El Tapim, who said he is a friend of the Biden family and he's hosted one of the president's brothers on a vacation. It's interesting that the president, in all his calls to world leader, has not called President Erdogan yet. Does he plan to make the call like that, or is he going to operate with back channels to Ankara?
I'm not familiar with this individual or this engagement, But certainly the president has many global leaders, world leaders. He still needs to call, and he will venture to do that in the coming weeks and months.
So he will call President Erdogan?
I'm sure at some point. Go ahead.
Yeah. John, the House has sent the LGBTQ Equality Act to the Senate, where it'll be one of several bills that faces an uncertain future. Will the president reach out to lawmakers on the Equality Act?
It certainly is a piece of legislation the president supports, as you well know, and he discusses a range of his priorities with members of Congress, the House, and the Senate, and I'm certain when given the opportunity, he will advocate for the passing.
And I know you've been asked about the legislative filibuster in this briefing already, but I would like for you to address it as it pertains to this specific bill. Isn't there a reasonable expectation that if the president strongly supports this bill that you would want to welcome the end of the filibuster to see it get to his desk?
The president's position hasn't changed. He looks forward to advocating for the passage of legislation that he supports and working with Democrats and Republicans to get that done.
And finally, who at the White House is coordinating the approach to the Equality Act?
Well, certainly our legislative team oversees the approach to any piece of legislation working its way through Congress, but they tap into resources across the building as would be expected.
Is there like one person who is specifically charged with focusing
on the legislative team? We just don't read out specific staffing responsibilities publicly, but I can assure you that with any piece of legislation, there are a range of individuals in the building who are asked to make calls, to write policy, to write talking points, to reach out to outside groups, and it's a coordinated effort internally. Go ahead.
I have a question about vaccine diplomacy. Some European countries are turning to Russia and China for COVID-19 vaccine, including Hungary and Slovakia. Do you believe that by offering vaccine supplies, Moscow and Beijing are trying to help or divide Europe? And do you think that such offers should be accepted?
Well, we'll leave that to individual European countries to determine, but I would say that we are concerned about the use or the attempted use of vaccines as a means of diplomacy by Russia and China. We, of course, support doing that through an international coordinating body like COVAX, which I know is not applicable to every country. And we, of course, want to work directly with countries around the world about how we can support their efforts moving forward. We understand that's challenging at this moment in time because the president's priority is ensuring every American is vaccinated. We'll have enough vaccines to do that by the end of May. Then there's, of course, a distribution process after that. But that remains our priority here, but we look forward to remaining engaged through proper international coordinating bodies and directly with a number of these countries.
May I follow up? Aren't you concerned that President Biden's America First vaccine policy actually gives opening to China and Russia and reduces U.S. influence around the world?
Well, I would first say that we work with European countries and partners, Asian countries and partners in South America on a range of priorities and issues, whether it's security, whether it's addressing the threat of climate, whether it is economic partnership and relationships, and we'll continue to do that. We also have conversations about access to COVID, access to vaccines, and we'll continue to do that as well. That's something that comes up in a number of these diplomatic conversations. Right now, as you've noted, our priority and our focus is on ensuring the American people are vaccinated, and we have to take into account a number of factors, including the fact that we don't know which vaccine is most effective with children. That testing is still ongoing. We don't know the most effective as it relates to all the variants. That is still ongoing, but we are very open, and we will continue to have those engagements and conversations about how we can assist countries looking for vaccine supply.
One more follow-up to President Biden's phone call with European Commission President today.
Mm-hmm.
Have they discussed restoring air travel between Europe and the United States?
I know we put a readout of the call out. I'd have to talk to our national security team and see if that's something. If it was raised on the other end, we'd leave that to them. I don't think there was any intention of raising that from our end, so they may have more to speak to it from their end. Sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we go to you first and then we'll come back? Yeah.
Thanks. Just two questions. First, the president earlier this week in remarks to the House Democratic Caucus
suggested that the White House under Obama didn't take enough of a victory lap following the 2009 stimulus. I'm wondering if you can just expand on what the White House plans to do differently this time, assuming no rescue package is passed in the coming days.
Sure. Well, I was here during that period of time, and I would say that any of my colleagues at the time would say that we didn't do enough to explain to the American people what the benefits were of the rescue plan, and we didn't do enough to do it in terms that people would be talking about at their dinner tables. And that's one of the reasons we, of course, have been trying to break down the impact of the American Rescue Plan into the key components that will impact people directly. The direct checks, ensuring funding gets funding to help expedite vaccine distribution, and of course reopening of schools. But our focus is on getting the package passed, and once it does, we look forward to taking some time using the president, the vice president, the first lady, the second gentleman to engage with and communicate with the American people about how the package impacts them and how how it will help them get through this difficult period of time.
And then second on infrastructure, Representative DeFazio said after the meeting yesterday that there were discussions about how to pay for an infrastructure package. I'm just wondering if you can give us a little more sense of what was discussed yesterday.
I don't have any more details. We don't even have a package that is being proposed at this point, and when we get to that point, I'm sure we'll have this discussion. Obviously, the president has talked in the past about different revenue raisers, whether it's rolling back certain tax cuts, but we're just not at that point in the internal policy discussions quite yet. Go ahead, Alexandra. Alexandra, I was looking at you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead, Francesca.
Two more questions for you, and then I'll be done. So earlier this week, Secretary Blinken had a call with Juan Guaido, who the U.S. recognizes as the interim president of Venezuela. President Biden has not yet made such a call. I know you've said that he has a long list of foreign leaders that he'd like to call.
He does.
But at what point do you think that he might give Juan Guaido a ring?
I just don't have anything to predict for you. And I will say, having served at the State Department before, sometimes a call from the Secretary of State happens before a call from the President, not always, but I don't have a list of his upcoming calls planned for foreign leaders.
Okay, and the other one was I wanted to ask about a campaign pledge that President Biden made. During the campaign, he said that he would direct $70 billion to HBCUs. So I was wondering if you could provide an update on that. Is there any executive orders or legislation in the works that would address that issue?
He remains committed to supporting HBCUs and supporting them financially, but I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of policy. We are only 41 days in, a lot more policy making, executive order doing, some executive order doing to be done. Go ahead, and then we'll come back to you, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Jen, a number of state legislatures are advancing legislation seen as imposing additional restrictions on transgender youth, including bills that would inhibit their ability to participate in sports and access transition-related care. One of such bill is on its way to the governor of Mississippi's desk, if not signed already. Has the president expressed any concern about these bills in the state legislatures?
I would just say that the president's view is maybe not well known, but let me restate it here. I'm not aware of discussions directly with state legislators. If he had those discussions, you would likely know, I should say. But the president believes that trans rights are human rights, and that no one should be discriminated on the basis of sex. Not only is this the law of the land, it's his own deeply held view. The anti-discrimination executive order the president signed is focused on children being able to learn without worrying about whether they will be discriminated against. And this means not being denied access to the restroom, the locker room, or school sports. And him signing an executive order sends a pretty clear message to state legislators, to lawmakers about where he stands on this issue and what his position is as president. Okay.
I mean, if you want to take
We'll do two more. It's a Friday. Okay, and then Jeremy can wrap us up. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Two questions about New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The first is I just wanted to know if the White House had any sort of reaction to these twin reports in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times that aides to Governor Cuomo had altered the report on nursing home deaths to hide a higher death toll.
We've certainly seen those reports. Obviously, they're troubling, and we certainly would support any outside investigation, but those wouldn't be determinations made by us.
Okay, and on the other controversy that Governor Cuomo's facing, the third accuser did a long interview on CBS News last night. I'm wondering if the vice president or the president watched it or heard about it.
I'm not aware of them watching it. They obviously both have a full schedule we keep them to. Of course, as I've noted in here before, but I welcome the opportunity to repeat.
Well, so I guess my question is, in 2017, when then Senator Kamala Harris was calling on Senator Al Franken to resign for similar issues, she tweeted, and I quote, "Sexual harassment and misconduct should not be allowed by anyone and should not occur anywhere." So, what does it say to women like Charlotte Bennett when the Vice President of the United States will comment about that, but won't say the same thing about these allegations against Governor Cuomo?
Well, I think the Vice President's view is that she believes all women should be treated with respect. Their voices should be heard. They should tell their story. There's an independent investigation that is happening now, being overseen by the New York Attorney General, and she certainly supports that. And hopefully all of the individuals who have come out should see that as her point of view, and one that I'm happy to reiterate on her behalf.
But so why won't she say that?
Again, I think I'm speaking on her behalf. This is the White House. That's the benefit of doing this briefing every day. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jen. Just a couple more on the COVID bill. Since the president proposed that $1.9 trillion package, the national picture has changed in a few significant ways. This jobs report today shows the economy is recovering at a faster pace than anticipated. About 16% of Americans have now received at least one dose of the vaccine, and yet the president hasn't budged off that $1.9 trillion top line. Is he reconsidering that big number in light of these recent developments?
Well, at the same time, 4 million Americans have been unemployed for more than 6 months. The rate of unemployment among African Americans is 9.9%, 8.5% among Hispanics. Without this package, 9.5 million people are out of work. At this rate, we would not hit the pre-pandemic unemployment rate for 2 years. If that's satisfying to Republicans in Congress, then certainly they can speak for themselves. But the president believes, and economists believe, and experts believe that in order to get this pandemic under control, in order to get people back to work, we need an infusion of this size package because the twin crises we're facing, that's what would meet the moment.
And in terms of bipartisanship, obviously there are a few Republican senators who are still considering how to vote on this package. Senator Lisa.
This has a high hurdle yet to clear, as it passed with just the required number of Democrat votes to get it over to the Senate side. But it essentially does at the federal level what you see moving at state and local levels, including in Chicago, to impose mandates on police departments that, according to House Republican Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, would result in the loss of 3,000 police officers from the streets around the country because of the mandates that would be imposed on local police departments per this federal legislation. But this is the impetus of the Defund the Police movement. Do through mandates what you can't necessarily do simply through budget cutting. And this was a topic of the Defund the Police movement. Do through mandates what you can't necessarily do simply through budget cutting. And this was a topic of conversation back at the height of the civil unrest and violence throughout America last summer into the fall. June of 2020, The Daily Show hosted a roundtable discussion on Black Lives Matter and the Defund the Police movement. This has been recommended for viewing by educators. I mentioned the other week, suburban Chicago, the alma mater of one Hillary Clinton, Maine East High School, recommended the teachers watch this roundtable discussion, which included, among others, Brooklyn University, Brooklyn College, sociology professor Alex Vitale on abolishing the police. And here's what Professor Vitale had to say.
It's really more about a process driven by a set of principles than it is some predetermined outcome. I think what we're seeing on the streets today when people say defund the police, yes, it's about these immediate changes that Patrice is talking about, but it's also about a generation of young people, crying out for a world that isn't driven by racial and class inequalities that are enforced by policing. And the sad truth is that has been the role that police have played in American society, enforcers of systems that produce these inequalities. And every time we turn a problem over to them, it makes those inequalities worse in the long run. Mm-hmm. So police abolition is about trying to reduce the burden of policing today while we work to build something better for the future.
For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by the aforesaid Professor Alex Vitale, Professor of Sociology and Coordinator of the Policing and Social Justice Movement at Brooklyn College. He's also the author of the book, The End of Policing. Professor, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan.
Develop this end of policing thesis. I've read a good portion of your book, and what the end of policing would give birth to in terms of the way to preserve order in a free society.
Well, thanks for having me on, Dan. And, first I want to say that actually I'm not a big fan of the House bill. I don't think it particularly is consistent with the defund the police movement.
Doesn't go far enough.
Well, it's not only that it doesn't go far enough, it doesn't approach the problem in the right way. In fact, some of these mandates that you're concerned about are mandates that I don't agree with either.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to fix policing with implicit bias training or de-escalation training. The officers involved in the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis had all that training, were wearing body cameras. They had all the changes to use of force policies, and it just didn't matter. It just didn't make a difference. The evidence is pretty clear that a lot of these mandates don't work. And I don't think the problem with policing in the United States can be, captured by just saying, well, cops are racist, and if we just give them sensitivity training that this is going to fix it. I think this is not the way to understand the problem. I think the way to understand the problem is to say, look, we've turned every social problem under the sun over to the police to manage. We've both made these problems worse, like mass homelessness, mass untreated mental health and substance abuse problems, failed schools. And then when those problems emerge, we say, well, let's give that all to the police. And I think even a lot of police understand that this is a mistake. They don't want to be in the mental health business. They don't want to be in the homeless outreach business. They don't want to really be in charge of youth discipline in schools. And so the defund the police movement is saying, look, we need to rethink our budget priorities. Instead of increasing the police budget every year, maybe we need to put more resources into school counselors, into community-based mental health services, into housing first programs, into high-quality drug treatment. And that's really the key demand of this movement. And the bill that passed in Washington doesn't do any of that.
Well, how do you feel about social workers showing up for domestic violence calls with police officers?
Well, I would rather see preventative services in the communities, family crisis centers, so that we don't have so many 911 calls. And then we should have an ability to assess whether or not sending a police officer at all is in fact the right decision in a case-by-case basis. We're doing that in some cities already around things like mental health crisis calls, and there are some examples in different places of how we might reduce the police role on domestic violence calls as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of argument about reining in the mission creep that has occurred with policing that you're describing?
If there's no argument about reining in the creep, that means they don't need all the money they get, and we could defund them. Thank you for your attendance at this TED Talk.
I think the issue is the defund and police abolition movement, which my sense is that you're generally supportive of, and how that would impact the core mission of policing, which is the solving and to some extent the prevention of violent crime in particular.
So I think there's...
First, let me say, where does violent crime come from? Does it just pop out like out of the woods? Like, does it just happen? Is it higher in certain communities and lower in other ones? Is it tied to socioeconomic problems? Is it tied to housing? Is it tied to mental health? I don't know.
You know, there's been a kind of intentional misrepresentation of the movement. You know, no one who's really doing this work on the ground imagines that there's some magical switch that they can flip and tomorrow, poof, you know, all police will be gone. This is about a process of interrogating the scope of policing and trying to implement evidence-based alternatives in as many arenas as we can, including a lot of arenas around violence. We have a growing body of research that shows that community-based anti-violence strategies can be much more effective at policing and reducing shootings and homicides. These are things like credible messenger movements, hospital-based trauma counseling. There are a lot of different, including changes to physical design issues, improving street lighting. There's a real sense that we can't just, you know, flip the switch and tomorrow there are no police, but we can begin to invest in alternatives to policing, and we can pursue that process as far as we can reasonably go with that.
Well, do you then concede that the evidence suggests that the number of police has a effect on crime, especially violent crime, and when crime soars, not only do direct victims suffer, but you run the risk of cities or neighborhoods, if not cities generally, unraveling?
You said what?
So, as far as we can reasonably go with that.
Well, do you then concede that the evidence suggests that the number of police has a effect on crime, especially violent crime, and when crime soars, not only do direct victims suffer, but you run the...
When crime soars. What does that mean, when crime soars? Like, it just soars? Like, what happens? What happens before that? What happens before crime soars? Like, so you're living in Beverly Hills, or the Hollywood Hills, and it's not really any crime. It just soars. Like, what happened? We don't know what happened. This is the kind of conversation to have. Or you go to Compton or whatever, a neighborhood with higher crime, and it's a high crime rate. But what's the difference? We just don't know. We just can't understand why some people are committing crime and some people aren't. We just don't know. We need the police to figure it out.
Risk of cities or neighborhoods, if not cities generally, unraveling.
So the Defund the Police movement is a public safety movement that is led overwhelmingly by people from communities with high levels of violence and other kind of crime, and for whom policing has not been an adequate strategy for them. So they're trying to figure out investments in community-based strategies that will make them safer than they are now. The research on police effectiveness is very mixed. And even the few studies that show, oh, well, we increased a few officers here and we got a 3% reduction in burglaries or something, that doesn't mean that if we add 10,000 more officers, we'll get a 10 times bigger reduction in crime. absolutely no evidence to support that.
Well,
And
perhaps
there's no correlation between the number of police officers per capita and crime rates, and there never has been such a correlation.
well, perhaps there's diminishing marginal returns at some point. I don't know exactly what that point is, but I do know. I mean, there was a study done in 2018 by a couple of academics that looked at police and crime data from large and mid-sized cities for a 50-year period, 1960 to 2010, and they estimated that for every dollar spent on extra police generated about $1.63 in social benefits, primarily by reducing murders. And
every dollar spent on pre-K education saves fucking $7 in public spending down the line.
And I ask again about
what the fuck do you think causes crime? These people don't know. It just happens.
Whether or not you believe that policing is the appropriate mechanism to try to solve, and by solving, prevent violent crimes.
So there are several problems with that study, which was done by some economists who have actually no experience with policing or public safety. First of all, that cost-benefit calculation assumes that a life saved is worth some magically made-up dollar figure, which is around $5 million.
Lifetime earnings.
And then it does
lifetime earnings. Who the fuck is making $5 million lifetime? What?
Nothing, but that this is not actually the lifetime earnings of most of the people who are killed. Unfortunately.
Exactly.
But also, this is a kind of perverse way of thinking about it. The other thing is that they never for a second calculate other costs of policing, not just the cost of the spending, but the cost of the killings that police engage in. Police commit about 8% of all homicides in the United States, legal or otherwise. They also never consider whether or not there are different investments that could pay even higher returns. This is never
Exactly.
calculated either.
Well, 8% of
Well. No. Address the second part of that question.
Sides, legal or otherwise. The legal matters. The otherwise is the issue. The legal is not.
Yeah, because it could be legal under some arbitrary rules. That's why it matters.
1,000 people that are killed by police. I mean, whether it's a justified, whether it's justified or not matters.
And lives lost. If we're just measuring the cost and lives lost, that calculation should be added into the.
Exactly. If you're talking about the 5 million, what about the 5 million? Oh, we don't need those people.
Cost of policing.
Well, fine, but you cannot conflate justified use of lethal force from unjustified lethal use of.
He's not. He's saying if you're talking about $5 million per life lost, those the people that the police kill, that matters.
Lethal force.
Unless we can provide evidence that says we could save those lives without killing anyone.
Exactly.
Which is, I feel like, what we can do.
So you started in that bite I played from your appearance on The Daily Show last year, talking about how police enforce these systems of oppression, racism in poor communities. Well, that apparently is going unnoticed by the overwhelming majority of the residents of those poor communities, because a Gallup survey last year had 80% of Black Americans want the same or more police presence where they live.
Yes, well...
Yeah, okay. Let me explain something. People don't know that the police don't prevent crime, or at least it's not the most effective way to do so. If you told them everybody got housing, everybody got health care, everybody got a great education, that crime would fall, they would support that.
40 years, we've told those residents that they can have one and only one thing to produce safety in their communities, and that's more police. And so when we ask them, would you rather have more police or nothing, they say, guess what? We would like more police, even though those same surveys show deep dissatisfaction with policing. What we're trying to say is that we want to give people other choices to make than just policing. And more recent surveys after this summer's public conversations about alternatives to policing show actually a significant growth in public interest in non-police strategies.
And what is your assessment of, and at whatever pace you suggest, of what the impact would be on crime, particularly violent crime, reducing police forces while you're, I guess, energizing this replacement for said police?
Well, so in Denver, they just released 6 months of data about diverting 911 calls away from police and to mental health outreach teams. The results were incredibly positive. It reduced the need for policing. It's saving the city money. We have similar results from other cities. We have a lot of research about community-based anti-violence strategies that work better than policing. We just need to start implementing more of these things, evaluating the results, taking it one step at a time, and reducing the scope of policing. So it's not about giving police more work to do because there are fewer of them. It's about taking away whole areas of responsibility where we just shouldn't be using police in the first place.
But again, the specific area of responsibility, responding to 911 calls involving an alleged crime, an alleged act of violence, is that the purview of police, or is that the purview of community anti-policing initiatives, in your view?
Well, look, in Chicago, only about 5% of all 911 calls have anything remotely to do with violence. And in the vast majority of those cases,
ooh, got his ass.
Police response is well after the violence has already occurred.
Also, got his ass.
So let's be realistic about this, right? Police are not catching armed robbers in the act. That is a once-in-a-career achievement for a patrol officer. 95% of what police do has nothing to do with that. So let's start scaling all that stuff back.
Well, yeah, but community
True.
response teams and mental health professionals aren't going to catch people in the act either. They're responsive and reactive in nature, generally speaking. Police presence in an area matters, number one. Number two, police expertise and training with respect to maintaining the peace, if you will, maintaining order, and then going about solving the crimes with detectives and so forth. I mean, I'm not clear whether or not you think that is the legitimate purview of police if they're going to exist, or you don't think so and they shouldn't exist at all.
Well, look, I certainly agree that if we just disappeared all police tomorrow, there would be, really horrible negative consequences for that. But that's not what I'm proposing. What I'm talking about is incrementally using evidence-based strategies to dial back policing in as many ways as we can. And I think the evidence shows we could do that for a huge amount of what police do right now.
He is Alex Vitale.
Exactly. So if only 5% of the calls are, he's obsessed. He's like, the violent crime, you need the police for the violent crime. All right, so only 5% of the calls go to them. So if I was Alex Vitale, I said, would you agree we can reduce the budget and offload certain responsibilities so when the police do respond to that 5%, they actually could do it effectively. And in the meantime, we're actually decreasing crime by investing in community. And there's also other ways of addressing violent crime that I know white people and some people don't know about. It's called conflict resolution. It's like when there's an issue, people in the community know how to handle it. I've been in situations where, like, a fight could happen or it couldn't happen, but things can be resolved based on how you interact with one another, if you know your neighbors, things of that nature. Crime isn't just happening because of who knows what reason.
He's a professor of sociology and coordinator of the Policing and Social Justice Project at Brooklyn College.
God, people are obsessed with the police, bro. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it. It's all about the cop shows and shit like that. Even my shitty neighbors aren't going to kill me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you live, but if I was going into crisis and was violent, I would much rather my neighbors being paranoid rather than police. Exactly. Or more importantly, we need to foster and develop systems of most people don't even talk to their neighbors. They don't know their neighbors. They don't know the community. So when violent crime happens based off drug activity, that's one thing we could do, and the war on drugs, which will decrease the amount of gangs who sell drugs. Oh, we can't do that because, that's just craziness. Conflict resolution, proper housing, proper health care, conflict resolution. It's like 38 things you could do before you involve the police in your life. And of course, if you ask people, would you want more police versus no police, like he said, they're going to take the police because what else you're giving them? You're not saying, would you like more police or for everybody in your neighborhood to have housing? And if everybody has their basic needs met, of course crime is going to go down. I mean, I think it's like obvious. But, you need the police for violent crime that would just happen because people are happy with their lives. Right, yeah, no, I know you probably agree. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, Zanglix. But this is just most people in the world, not most people, it's a lot of people who think that the police are there to save them. And they don't know that the police are not there or overworked to the point where they're taking care of all society's problems. And we don't need that many police. If you ask a police officer, would you rather be a high school gym teacher or would you rather be a police officer for the same pay? Which one would they pick? Gym teacher, obviously. Who the fuck wants to have to maybe kill somebody except, some psycho white supremacists? But, see what the comments. No comments. Absolutely. Absolutely. Many police departments operate as a criminal organization. Of course, because why not be corrupt? Why not get involved in drugs? If you could get involved in drugs, you'd be better off. You'll make more. It's corruption.
since this is showing that like all of the sensitivity trainings that like it's time to actually rethink the role of police altogether and policing as a concept because also of its racist origins and the way that it's utilized. But in terms of reforms, I think one of the things that like my question is, are we beyond reform? Because I think that some of the research that I've done since this is showing that like all of the sensitivity trainings, racial justice awareness in police departments around the country, they don't even use language like racism. They don't say the word racism. They just talk about some people come from different experiences, like, and it's really, really lightweight and or is also being run by people who in private have been sending like racist text messages to their friends. It does not, like, those systems that are supposedly designed to make the police forces better aren't actually working correctly. Could they work better?
I think it's a mistake to believe that we can somehow fix policing with some kind of sensitivity training or really even enhanced oversight. You know, the officers that were involved in the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, they had a whole group of these reforms that had come out of the Obama administration. They got implicit bias training.
Yeah.
They got de-escalation training. They got mindfulness training. They were wearing body cameras. They had a new use of force policy that emphasized sanctity of life. They had a new oversight mechanism, and none of it made any difference. You know, his life just didn't matter to them. And we're not going to fix that with some training, especially something ridiculous as implicit bias training. And it just doesn't matter how well it's implemented. All the studies show it doesn't work, and it couldn't possibly work because it just imagines that this is like accidental, unconscious racism by a few individual officers, which ignores the explicit racism, the structural racism, and the way in which our politicians have created a racist mission for the police.
But that would undo their entire point to teach them that. It's like a kind of like the Matrix would open up. That's why they can't even talk about any of these things.
Yes, they would have to take the blue pill, and that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is so simple, and yet we are sort of like working around and like holding hands of like very afraid white people who don't even like, and people of means who don't even see police in their day-to-day lives. You know, they have no interaction with police because they're not living in the neighborhoods that they occupy. They're not living in the neighborhoods that they are, like an occupying military.
Why do you want to defund the police? Because the police are overworked. They have too much on their plate, and those resources could be better spent with better outcomes, and the police could do more productive things with their time.
Force. My question is about that militarization. Is there a way we can walk back some of the extreme militarization that's happened in the last few decades, you know, or is that impossible with such a generalized militarized society? I'm still trying to find reform, you know, these steps of like, can we at least not give them tanks?
I mean, I'm for that, and that.
Less funds mean less cops are going to be able to work. Yeah, that's the point. We need less cops because cops aren't supposed to be fixing the homelessness problem. Cops aren't supposed to be fixing mental health issues. Cops aren't supposed to get cats out of trees. The money that we spend on cops is money we could spend on things that prevent crime and from even. So who do you want to do? Well, people who build houses, we want them to build houses. People who do mental health services, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, they're going to do those things. No, but the cops don't have to. The cops don't have to interact with people with mental health issues. There's programs where social workers get sent out when there's a call. And the programs have been highly effective. In Denver, in Washington, and in New York, there's a new program that's being started. Only 5% of calls that police respond to are for violent crimes. The other 95%, writing traffic tickets, shit like that, you don't need a cop to do that. So when you respond to a domestic violence call and someone has a mental health issue in the house, no, I don't want the police to be trained on how to deal with that, because the police can't be trained on how to do 5 different people's jobs. There are people who know how to do that. The police can't know how to kill people. They're not John Wick. They can't know how to kill people, know how to de-escalate, know how to deal with mental health, know how to deal with homelessness. No, they can't be trained to that level. It's impossible for any human being to be trained to that level. So that's why you have other people who are specifically trained. Have you ever been to a mental health hospital? Because I have. And there's no police there. There's people who know how to deal. So a husband is beating his wife. No. Who said make an appointment? You call a number. Who's making an appointment? You call a number the same way you would. And at that point, somebody who knows how to deal with these type of situations, and there are people 311 instead of 911. Who cares what the number is? So you have 311. You could have 911. You call 911, say this is what's happening, and the person who's at the call center knows which agency to route the situation. It could be the same number. It doesn't matter. And there's things that prevent domestic violence, like increasing wages for women decreases domestic violence. You have to address these issues from the beginning. You can't just keep asking the cops to fix it at the end. So, yes, mental health professionals. What's the difference between a mental health professional and a cop? You mean cops are the only people that can stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning or work night shift? One is not more trained than the other. The police are trained to kill. The police are trained to arrest. The police are trained. I'm not asking the police to do that. That's why I'm asking somebody else to do it. Somebody who is trained. People who are trained in domestic violence. People who are trained in de-escalation. The cops are trained in to kill and to bring people in. That's what they're trained to do. We can't train them to do other things on top of that. You're right. Oh my God. Then he kills the person. It's over. That's what happens. When the person makes the call, if there's a threat of death, you could have your cop in the 5%, 95% of police calls, 95% of police calls, there's no violence. And the 5% that you're hyper focused on, which is fine. Okay, a police officer can show up to that, I guess, and they're focused on outcomes too as against violence. He's gonna. It's all over the place. Google it. It was in Atlantic. Here, perfect. Where did you get that statistic? There. There it is. Here, another one. New York Times. What share of policing devoted to handling violent crimes, but per biased news companies? What the fuck you talking about? Biased news companies? These are people who did the statistics, not the people who did the fucking studies. This is a news article about it. So what about the other article? So the New York Times is biased. So you think this 4% right here? You think this number is actually 98%? You think that number is 98%? What do you think this number is? You think they just made this up? Relatively minor. I mean, okay, 10%. Let's say it's 10%. That means 90% of the time that police are doing something, it has nothing to do with nonviolence. So why is their budget so much? So we could shrink that down by 90%, or let's shrink it down by 80%. So that 20%, we can give that to the police to deal with these violent crimes. What do you think, in your opinion, causes these violent crimes? No, it's fine. It's fine. He said 10%, or they said 10%. That's fine. The New York Times is a biased, liberal magazine, whatever the case may be. That's fine. So the other 90%, why do they have such a high budget if they only deal with violent crime 10% of the time? Yeah. Wow. Yes, exactly. The cops should not be involved in anything other than shootings and massacres yes, I'm saying that. You know why? Because they wind up killing people when they don't need to be killed. You think the police should have showed up to the George Floyd when $20 he had a fake $20 bill? You think the police should have showed up to that? Why? You think police should be giving out speeding tickets? Why? Who said anything about being perfect? I said why. I said why should they show up? Why should somebody with a gun be giving you a speeding ticket? Just let me know that. And you still haven't told me what causes crime. I want to know from you, in your opinion, what causes crime? So if I'm going 90 and a 30, why does a police officer have to the police are going to kill me? If the police officer is going to kill me because I'm doing 90 and a 30, that's the type of society you want to live in? That's why he needs a gun? Because I'm doing 90 and a 30? So he's going to kill me. He should arrest me. Oh my God. No. And you still haven't told me what causes crime. I'm asking you, and you just don't know that. No, I'm not fine. Why do people drive drunk? Ask me that question. Oh, so you're going to now tell me crime is a complex issue that may stem from many sources, but lack of education, generational poverty, and the rupture of the family structure is, I don't know if that last part, but is a prominent role. And what the fuck do the police have to do with any of that? They have zero to do with that. In fixing that problem. The police have zero to do with every single thing you just listed there. That's what Defund the Police is about. Addressing those issues that you said, taking the money that we give to the police, we fix those problems. Getting them better education, making sure they have housing, making sure they have mental health services, investing in the local community. You know how much police budgets are? $1 billion in New York, $1 billion in LA. You don't need that much money for the police. The police budgets have gone up. Crime has continued to has gone down, and it's still going up. Why? Also, now it's about your tax money. It should go to people who haven't tried to help themselves. You just changed the formula. So why you want your tax money to go to the police to kill these people or to arrest them and keep them in jail? You want your tax money to keep these people in jail, but you don't want your tax money to help these people. I know it comes from taxes. Where do you think the money to fix the education problem is going to come from? I asked you, you want your money to be put to build prisons and keep people in jail, but not help people who quote unquote don't know how to help themselves. So a 5-year-old, so 40% tax, you're not paying shit. You probably don't even make fucking $40,000 a year. We have the money. It's just being mismanaged. That tax rate is not going up. Yeah, I'm sure you're making $90K. Congratulations. Yeah, your taxes are probably going up. Actually, your taxes not even going up. You're just like a peasant compared to the amount of money that we're talking about. You're not even in the top 1%. I don't care if you work hard for your money. The people who made the roads that you drive on to go to work every day or go to the store, and and they work hard too. Exactly. So your taxes go to the teachers and public health officials, firefighters, and shit like that. Taxes go to things that for people who don't. If a person burns somebody's house down, you don't want the money to go to them because of your taxes? That makes no sense. I'm asking you, would you rather your tax money, because it's going to go somewhere. The tax money is going to go to keeping people in prison, or it's going to go to help them not become criminals in the first place. You have to choose that. Who's actually sending people who don't work? Who's asking you to do that? It's not a problem. You know what just happened? They just did a study or experiment in Stockton, California. Hold on, relax. They gave everybody $500 unconditional. They didn't ask you what you did with the money. And what do you think happened with that? You think people stopped working? $500 a month. Do you think people stopped working? Obviously, the answer is no. Yeah, they spent it. No, I actually did they stop working? Because that's what you were. You said people who don't work. People should not give me. Why? Because why? Why? Here, is Bloomberg a right wing a left wing liberal magazine? Tell me if Bloomberg is. Tell me if that's a legitimate source for you. The biggest payoff from Stockton's basic income, jobs. A new report from California City's No Strings Attached Money experiment shows that $500 monthly stipend did more than improve recipients' well-being and help them find work. They're both are biased. What the fuck are you talking about? You said the New York Times is biased. Now I'm giving you the Bloomberg. You're saying they're both biased. If you don't watch the media, you're uninformed. If you do watch the media, you're misinformed. Are you fucking 16 years old, bro? Like, are you like a 16-year-old like atheist? Like, is that who you are? That's like that's what I would say, something like that if I was 16 years old. Who said you're independent? I don't care. I don't care if you're a fucking snowflake special independent. I don't give a fuck what your political affiliation is. I don't care. You be special. So am I. I'm independent too. Who cares? I asked you. You said people who get free money don't work, and I sent you the study they did where it helped them find work. So what you're saying is incorrect. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So where do I'm a left wing or right wing? Where do you change what I said? What you said? People should not get money free from the government. This article is people getting free money from the government. What are you talking about? They got free money and they found work. Do you understand? because they had the ability to go look for work and not people with free money. People like free money, and I'm not sure that's true. What do you mean it's not? The study is done. The new report from the California City's No Strings Attached Money Experiment shows that the $500 monthly stipend did more than improve recipients' well-being. It helped them find work. What do you mean? What are you talking about? They like free money. Yes, they do deserve it. Everybody deserves free money. If you're poor, you deserve free money. Yes, you do. I'm sorry. What happened to those who got free money? Among the recipients, the rate of full-time employment leaped 12% over the course of 1 year. What do you mean change my mind? I sent you the article. I sent you evidence. You're the one who doesn't want to change your mind. You're saying whatever I don't know what you're saying. I'm saying, look, people got sent free money and full-time unemployment went up. Full-time employment went up. Evident? Bro, you're like a literal like, oh, you're a weirdo. Oh, I get it. So this didn't happen. This wasn't real. Like they did this in California. It just didn't happen. Like March 5th, 2021 from Bloomberg. Like that didn't happen. The liberal media made it up. Okay. I understand. That's fine. I can move on now. Anyway.
Thank you today, show family. This in perspective, how potentially damaging, isn't it? There are still people who feel.
Oh, not this nigga. Let's see what Sam Cedar had to say today.
With Heather Parton, or Digby as you may know her, is the idea of the Republicans barely engaging in this fight. There does not seem to be any response from Republicans.
Actually, I'm going to see what Glenn Guillermo had to say first.
To turn up to campus, some male writers, a couple of them from North America, that their rights are being abused because they're not allowed to turn up on campus or on our media channels to say what they want to say about women.
I understand.
Okay?
Yeah.
I understand their feelings, but you know what? There are loads of things I feel I want to say that I don't say. We all have these mechanisms.
Glenn, before we go, I want to ask you about these tech companies because they're not just shaping the media conversation. I'm thinking about in 2018 when Facebook admitted that it had been used to incite violence in Myanmar. They said that they failed to prevent the platform from being used to, quote, foment division and incite offline violence. some of these posts were from the country's military. When you look at that horrific situation, do you still believe that Facebook and other tech companies shouldn't be regulating this kind of content?
It reminds me a lot of the torture debate, right? I spent 10 years arguing that the U.S. government's use of torture is immoral and should be banned in all cases. In fact, it's criminal. And of course, you can come up with an instance where it might be hard to argue that, right? Like the proverbial terrorist has plotted a bomb in an unknown location, and if it detonates within the next 2 hours, 2 million innocent lives are going to be lost. And the only way to find out where that nuclear bomb is to torture the detainee. Is it justified, or do you just let the 2 million people die? I don't pretend that's an easy question to answer, but I nonetheless believe that overall it's important to have a ban on torture because of the damage that it will be done. So you can definitely come up with instances where my instinct is to say, oh my God, that speech is so harmful that, yeah, of course, the world would be better off without it. The problem is once you, in that perfect case, Milo Yiannopoulos or Alex Jones or Nigel Farage or people in Myanmar trying to foment genocide, once you acquiesce to that framework and say to Facebook, yes, you now as the monopoly, because as Yasmin said, you do have to use these platforms if you work as a journalist and increasingly in any other field. You don't really have a choice. And if you say to them, you now have the power to decide who gets to say what on your platform and who doesn't, who disappears from the internet.
They always had that power ever since they started.
That is an immense power to vest in these billionaires and oligarchs who are completely unaccountable to the democratic process. And that's the concern that I have. Not that there's no case where it might be better off if people were silenced, but that on the whole, if we empower that framework to exist, I think we're going to pay a much worse price.
Before you all go, I actually do want to ask you one more thing. Glenn, you said something that struck with me, and I'm thinking about the power of these tech companies, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Amazon, whomever. A few weeks ago, I had Yanis Varoufakis on the show, and he said that capitalism has morphed into what he calls techno-feudalism, meaning that we no longer have a competitive capitalist economy, but that companies like Amazon and Facebook essentially own the market. When we look at how concentrated this power is, are we looking at really a free speech problem here, or is this a capitalism problem?
Yeah, no, Mark, I think that's an important point, that the right wing has an idea that there should be a perfectly free market capitalist economy, and the left wants government intervention on behalf of the powerless. We have neither of those. We really have oligarchy, that these tech companies have such immense power that they control almost every sector of our lives. And I agree, their power that has grown so much is to be unsustainable with a healthy democracy.
Yasmin, I'll give you the last word.
But I think this is more complicated than we have kind of considered. So what's happening with COVID conspiracies is killing people. And it's a free-for-all on social media, and nobody's controlling it. And I don't think we can just let that be, because otherwise the tech company will take over our democracy. What's happening with certainly some of these crises, the health crisis, the environmental crisis, the democratic crisis, they're not doing anything about the sort of absolute garbage that is being thrown out, and people are swallowing it and putting their lives at risk. Can't carry on. I have no answers, but I know this can't carry on.
Well, thank you for your insights. This is a conversation and debate that will continue. We'll continue to track it. Glenn, Yasmin, thank you so much for joining me. That is our show this week. We'll see you again next week.
The protest started cheerfully in front of the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. Hundreds of protesters gathered to demand the government ease lockdown restrictions and lift the curfew, the first in the country since World War II.
The threat is that we lose our freedoms.
The protesters who were not following social distancing rules were repeatedly ordered to disperse by police.
But police is trying very hard to prevent the scenario.
What? We probably have more unity today in America around this package than anything that I can remember. Polls vary, 65, 70% of the American people understand the crisis we are facing. They want us to respond. This legislation is enormously popular, not just from progressives,
President Harris are meeting with
not
Treasury
from moderates, but from Republicans.
Tonight, the new COVID vaccine.
40, 50%
Harry and
more
Meghan's spokesperson
Republicans
has
support it.
is
They
also
can't
advising
afford
patrons
pay
to
their
keep
rent.
masks on.
They can't afford to go
I
to the
will
doctor.
definitely
They
still be
understand
wearing a
the
mask.
government is
Meanwhile, the vaccine rollout is picking up
real
pace,
question here-
averaging 2 million shots a day,
President
with
Biden
54
has raised
million
this
Americans
issue is,
receiving at least one
we
dose.
believe in unity.
Not
We
included in the
believe in
latest
bringing
count,
people
Johnson
together.
& Johnson's
How does it
vaccine,
happen
now being distributed
that when
across the country.
40% of
We could conceivably vaccinate the entire county within weeks.
With 20 million doses expected by April, the one-dose shot could be a major boost for national vaccination numbers.
And
as those vaccination numbers go up, unfortunately, so does the number of COVID variants. Of particular concern is a Brazilian strain. It's resistant to vaccines, and it's already been detected in 6 states, including New Jersey and California. We'll send it back to you.
Pope Francis has landed in Iraq this morning, kicking off his first foreign visit since the start of the pandemic, a trip some fear will draw large crowds. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Baghdad with more. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. Actually, there are a lot of...
Let's see what Bernie had to say about the minimum wage.
Legislation is the most consequential and significant legislation for working families that Congress has debated for many, many decades. Now, why is that? And the answer is that, as I think all Americans know, the last year that we have gone through has been in so many ways the very worst year in our lifetimes. That's what it has been. The working families of our country today are hurting in a way that they have not hurt since the Great Depression, and they want their government to hear their pain and come to their aid. And that is not too much to ask. Now, a lot of folks in this country, there are estimates that maybe 30 to 40% of Americans have literally given up on democracy. They are moving toward authoritarianism. They are hurting, their kids are hurting, their parents are hurting. And they look to Washington for help in their democratic society, and they don't see Washington responding. What they see year after year are policies which make the very, very rich richer, which enable large, profitable corporations to not pay a nickel in taxes. But for them, they face eviction, they face hunger, they don't have health care, they can't afford to send their kids to college. And they are asking, does anybody in Washington care about their lives? So what today is about in a very profound way is whether or not we stand with the working class of this country, that we say, yes, we live in a democratic society. We understand what you are going through, and we're going to move as aggressively as we can.
Oh, this is interesting.
This morning, I was browsing the David Pakman Show subreddit, where nearly 30,000 of our viewers and listeners are now subscribed. You can find the subreddit at davidpakman.com/Reddit. That's REDDIT. Very interesting post this morning about how The actual effective tax rate for the bottom 80% of people is actually higher in Texas than in California. There's been a big
That's wild.
move
Because, Texas doesn't have state income tax.
lately, including in the context of COVID, people wanting more freedom, and particularly with the recent news that Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott is ending all COVID guidelines, ending mask mandates, opening everything wide open in Texas. There's been this idea for a while, and it's been bolstered by certain celebrities like Joe Rogan and Elon Musk announcing they are abandoning California and going to Texas. There's this assumption that you just pay a lot less in taxes if you go to Texas, and that is true for people who make a lot of money. But the reality is that for a lot of people, the state tax rate is actually higher in Texas when you consider state and local taxes. And there's a really good post about this. It's actually, someone posted it to our subreddit, but it's a link to the Joe Rogan subreddit. And it outlines this. And I think that it's important to understand that in some cases, when you go from a so-called high tax state to a low tax state, you really are paying less in taxes. In many cases, you're not. There are states with no state income tax where property taxes and sales taxes, for example, are significantly higher. We've talked before about how you can also hide taxes in other transaction fees. There are places where you might say, oh, the sales tax is low and there's a low or no income tax, but every fee associated with driving a car, insurance requirements on different elements. There are lots of different ways in which living in one state versus another can be more expensive, and people who make decisions based solely on state income tax are often, what's the word, surprised? They receive a rude awakening when they realize that, hey, I'm not paying a state income tax anymore, or not one that's as high, but I'm paying all of these new and different things. Very interesting analysis. I encourage you to look at it in detail. Another post, and this is sort of like from the news of the obvious and unsurprising. The creator of that CPAC golden Trump statue now admits that it was made in China. I don't know how many of you even followed this story, but there was this incredibly cult-like, I mean, really disturbingly cult-like golden Trump statue that was wheeled through CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference over the weekend, which we covered. And aside from it all being really weird because people were almost like praying at the altar of this thing, extraordinarily cult-like Trumpian behavior, people started asking, where was this thing made? This would be really expensive to make in the United States. And I guess initially the guy who made it said it was made in Mexico. I don't even know if that's good or bad. But then we ultimately found out that it was actually made in China. And I don't even think we have to comment. A lot of the Trump campaign gear for years was made in China, while Trump was publicly saying, China's crushing us on this, China's crushing us on that. Well, partially maybe they're crushing us because you're giving them your own business. We now found out that the Trump golden statue was made in China. Not surprising, but predictably hypocritical. Join the discussion by joining the subreddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. One of our sponsors is privacy.com.
Name is I'm Yosef Frimpong. I come to you live every Friday, and you're watching The Black Athenian. Today I'm going to talk about selling aspiration. What does it mean to sell aspiration as opposed to like something I can eat? Do you want to buy the aspiration? And I suggested this last week when I told a story about my friend who used to work for a venture capital firm, and he was talking about the time his company was thinking about buying Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is the company that allows you that says, like, if you use our product, you'll be able to learn a language, right? And he was thinking about buying this company. And he asked the customer service people, he asked the executives over at Rosetta Stone, so what do you guys spend in customer service? This looks low. He's like, yeah, we don't really need customer service. We don't have to have it. And he's asking, why don't you have to have customer service? He's like, look, people buy the box. They don't even open the box. They just buy the box. Like, and if they open the box, if it works, great, I guess. But if it doesn't work, they blame themselves. They don't blame us. They don't call us asking for their money back or saying the product is defective. No. They blame themselves. And so we spend all our resources in marketing, because what we do is we sell aspiration. We don't sell actually learning the language. We indulge and satisfy your urge that you aspire to. We validate your aspiration to learn a language. Now, Black people, we need assets and like houses and inheritances and supports for our kids. Not the aspiration to have those things, the actual things. But the aspiration business is actually a rather lucrative business when it comes to Black people, because a lot of people sell our aspirations. Because if you can manage people's aspirations, you can manage what they're willing to fight for. So you can and what they feel entitled to do, right? And if you can get them blaming themselves, you've won, right? So think about what it means for Rosetta Stone. This is Rosetta Stone. Got nothing to do with Black people necessarily, but this is Rosetta Stone that admits that, like, no, we sell the aspiration to learn a language. We don't actually sell the language. So who else is selling aspiration? Well, I heard tell that Candace Owens, I don't know if you guys know who Candace Owens is. Candace Owens, very attractive sister, huge on the, all of the worst white people in my life love her. This is Candace Owens, right? So all of the worst white people in my life, like all of the people I went to high school with who were like white supremacists, like, well, what about Candace Owens? She's very smart, So these same people like Thomas Sowell So Candace Owens is floated the idea of running for president. And let me tell you, if Candace Owens runs for president, she doesn't win. She doesn't have to win. She will get dynastically rich. She will get dynastically rich just for running, because she is offering herself as the baseball bat for all of the worst white people in America to just bludgeon Black people with. and that's the fact, right? Because these people do not care about Black uplift. They care about the come up. And the white people who will pay for her, I mean, these people pay, thousands of dollars for vacations. You don't think they'll pay Candace Owens $1,000 just to have her like laugh at Black Democrats and Black working class people and just validate all of their concerns? She'll go there and tell them, well, the problem is Black fatherhood. And the problem is liberals. And the problem is she will tell them everything they want to hear, and she'll do it with like no pores and perfect teeth and her hair, right? Like so, and she'll do it, and she's very charming, and she can just point to democratic flecklessness with respect to Black communities, and she'll be right there too, because the Democrats haven't done anything for Black people. So they will pay to have her and just elevate her, and they will pay. Her grandkids will be millionaires if she runs for president. Not that she has to win. She just has to say she just has to run and say what they want her to say, which she will. And so it's just fascinating. And I say these are token wars because who do white liberals love for no apparent reason? This is great. This is a time. Another, very attractive young woman, a poet, apparently. I don't have the greatest head for poetry. I didn't think it was particularly good. Like I said, I don't have the greatest head for poetry. But, I like I thought I liked good poetry. I thought this was kind of schlock, right? Like I know 12 hip hop artists who could have come up with better poetry than the schlock that, but she gets the cover of Time magazine and she gets an interview with Michelle Obama. These are all people who white people pay to not have to secure black people justice, assets, good jobs, and fair wages.
I mean, I don't know about this. Let's see what Bernie had to say about the minimum wage.
(2021) President. Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that for the duration of the Senate's consideration of H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, the majority and Republican managers of the bill, while seated or standing at the managers' desks, be permitted to deliver floor remarks, retrieve, review, and edit documents, and send email and other data communications from text displayed on wireless personal digital assistant devices and tablet devices. What do we think about that? All right. I further ask unanimous consent that the use of calculators be permitted on the floor during consideration of the bill. Further, that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, if necessary, consistent with the amendments adopted during Senate consideration of the bill. Finally, that the following staff members from my staff and from Senator Graham's staff be given all access floor passes for consideration of the bill. Majority staff, Michael Jones, Joshua Smith, Michael Lawless, Melissa Kaplan Pistner, and Ari Rothenhoft. Republican staff, Nick Myers, Matthew Giroux, Joe Keeley, Becky Cole, and Matthew Rimkunas.
Is there objection? The clerk will report.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, for himself and others, proposes an amendment numbered 972 to amendment numbered 891. At the end of Title II, add the following. Subtitle M, increasing the federal minimum wage.
Let the entire amendment be read. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be read.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I rise today to offer an amendment to increase the federal minimum wage from a starvation wage of $7.25 an hour to $15 an hour over a 5-year period. As I think you know, the Congress has not raised the minimum wage since 2007. And the result of that is that half of our people are now living paycheck to paycheck, and many, in fact, are working for wages that are much too low in order to take care of their families. So, to my mind, the American people, in poll after poll, in state after state, understand that we've got to raise that minimum wage to a living wage of $15 an hour, and I intend to do everything that I can to make that happen, and I will be offering that amendment this morning. But before I do that, let me begin my remarks by explaining why this reconciliation bill, the American Rescue Plan, that we are debating today is so enormously important that it must be passed, and it must be passed as quickly as possible. In my view, this legislation is the most consequential and significant legislation for working families that Congress has debated for many, many decades. Now, why is that? And the answer is that, as I think all Americans know, the last year that we have gone through has been in so many ways the very worst year in our lifetimes. That's what it has been. The working families of our country today are hurting in a way that they have not hurt since the Great Depression, and they want their government to hear their pain and come to their aid. And that is not too much to ask. Now, a lot of folks in this country, there are estimates that maybe 30 to 40% of Americans have literally given up on democracy. They are moving toward authoritarianism. They are hurting, their kids are hurting, their parents are hurting. And they look to Washington for help in their democratic society and they don't see Washington responding. What they see year after year are policies which make the very, very rich richer, which enable large profitable corporations to not pay a nickel in taxes. But for them, they face eviction, they face hunger, they don't have health care, they can't afford to send their kids to college. And they are asking, does anybody in Washington care about their lives? So what today is about in a very profound way is whether or not we stand with the working class of this country, that we say, yes, we live in a democratic society. We understand what you are going through, and we're going to move as aggressively as we can to respond to your pain and improve your lives. So this is not just a health care bill, it is. Not just an economic bill, it is. Not just an educational bill, it is. Perhaps more than that. This is a bill which will answer a profound question. Are we living in a democratic society where the U.S. Congress will respond to the needs of working families rather than just the wealthy and large corporations and their lobbyists? That's what today is about. It is dealing with the pandemic, it's dealing with the economy, it's dealing with education, and so much more. But most importantly, it is dealing with the issue of whether or not we are hearing the pain that is out there and we are responding to it. During the last year, as everybody knows, over 500,000 Americans have died of COVID and millions more have been made ill. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what we have gone through in terms of this terrible pandemic. COVID has not only caused massive death and illness, it has resulted in a way we have never experienced: social isolation. That means all over this country, you got old people, elderly people in their homes. They can't interact with their grandchildren, with their own kids, with their friends. You got young people who want to go to school, want to socialize, want to date, want to do things that young people do, and they can't do it and have been unable to do that for the last year. And that has resulted in a very sharp increase in mental illness in this country, something, by the way, that this legislation also deals with. Many Americans, young and old and middle-aged, are now dealing with depression, anxiety disorder, addictions, seeing the growth of addictions, and even suicidal ideation. So this has been just an awful year for people in our country and, in fact, throughout the world. But this last year has not only been a public health crisis, as bad as that has been. The pandemic has led, as we all know, to a terrible economic downturn, which has resulted in millions of Americans losing their jobs and their incomes, and the shutting down of something like 1 out of 4 small businesses in this country. That's just an unbelievable number. Go to any town in America and you see their main street shuttered down. Thriving businesses no longer exist. Real unemployment in this country today is now over 10%. Further, countless Americans face the threat of eviction. We have a moratorium on evictions, which is the right thing, but there is going to be a day when that ends. And people are saying, I'm $5,000, $8,000 in debt. What happens to me when the moratorium ends? How am I going to pay my rent? Am I going to be one of the 500,000 people already sleeping out on the streets? Millions more. And we have seen this in Vermont, and I know you've probably seen it in Minnesota. It's all over this country. People lining up in their cars for food. And it is something that none of us ever dreamed. Right in my own community, Burlington, Vermont. Hundreds of people lining up in their cars for food. Many of them never in a million years would have dreamed that they would be in that position. And today, the level of hunger in America is at the highest level it has been in decades. And then on top of all of that, we are in the midst of a pandemic. People are scared to death about coming down with COVID. Yet because of our dysfunctional healthcare system, we have over 90 million people who are uninsured or underinsured in the midst of a pandemic. But it's not only the public health crisis we worry about. It's not only the collapse in our economy that we got to worry about. It is what's happening to our young people, because the pandemic has created massive disruption in our educational system from childcare through graduate school. The majority of our young people have seen their education disrupted, and think about all of the implications of what that means. And it is likely that hundreds of colleges in America were struggling before the pandemic will cease to exist. So you got a public health crisis, 500,000 people dead, an economic crisis, real unemployment at 10%, small businesses going out of business, an educational crisis. Meanwhile, in the midst of all of that, it is important to note that not everybody in this country is hurting. What we are seeing in the midst of massive income and wealth inequality is a moment when, in fact, that gap between the very, very rich and everybody else is growing wild. Incredibly, during this pandemic, over 650 billionaires in America have increased their wealth by more than $1 trillion. The 50 richest people in America now own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, some 160 million people.
50 people.
So the bottom line here is very simple. In this moment of unprecedented crises, the United States Senate must respond to the pain of working families all across this country, and we must respond in an unprecedented way, which is what this legislation is about. Now, Madam President, I want to say a few words about some of what is in this bill. This is a 600-page bill, and I will not read it all again. I think our clerks have had enough fun reading it last night, but I do want to summarize some of what is in it. Most importantly, what the American people want is they want to get back to a normal life. They want their kids to go to school, they want to go to work, they want their businesses open. And what the American Rescue Plan does is enable us to aggressively crush this pandemic and enable the American people to return to their jobs and their schools. It will establish a national emergency program to produce the quantity of vaccines that we need and get them into the arms of our people as quickly as possible. Clearly, we are making progress in that area. More and more people are getting vaccinated, but we still have a lot of work to do, and this legislation will enable us to do that. Madam President, at a time when so many of our people are hurting, this legislation will allow us to provide $1,400 in direct payment to every working class person in this country and to their kids. And this is on top of the $600 that we provided last month. So if you are out there and you are a family of four earning less than $150,000 or an individual earning less than $75,000, you're going to get that check for $1,400. And for that family of four, that is $5,600. Now, I know that if somebody has a whole lot of money, $5,600 ain't that much. But for a family that is struggling right now, that can't pay their rent, can't feed their kids, that $5,600 for a family of four could be the difference between desperation and dignity. Further, at a time when so many of our people are unemployed, this Budget Reconciliation Act will provide $400 a week in supplemental unemployment benefits to over 10 million Americans until the end of August. You're unemployed right now, you're worried. Your unemployment check is your only source of income. You're worried that it's going to cease. Well, it's not. This legislation will continue that check coming until the end of August. This legislation understands that we have a child care crisis in America, and we provide the resources to provide child care to 875,000 children. And very importantly, Madam President, we don't talk about this enough. One of the absolute disgraces of our economy right now is the level of childhood poverty in America, which is one of the highest for any major country on earth. This legislation will go a long way toward cutting childhood poverty. Some studies suggest we're going to cut it in half by expanding the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,000 and $3,600 for kids under the age of 6. In other words, we are about to cut childhood poverty in half in this country. This legislation obviously deals with the horror of so many of our people facing hunger. We put in very substantial amounts of money for nutrition assistance, for working families, for kids, for the disabled and the elderly. This legislation will provide rent relief, utility assistance and mortgage assistance to millions of tenants and homeowners who are in danger of eviction and foreclosure. This legislation will protect the pensions of many millions of workers who are in danger of seeing their retirement benefits cut by as much as 65%. Madam President, not only is this $1.9 trillion emergency COVID relief package the right thing to do from a moral perspective, it is exactly what the overwhelming majority of the American people want us to do. The American people didn't want us to give tax breaks to billionaires. The American people did not want, as the Republicans fought to do, throw 30 million people off the Affordable Care Act. The American people didn't want that, but that is what the Republicans tried to do under reconciliation. Well, we have a different idea. Yeah, we're going to use reconciliation, which only requires 51 votes. We are going to use it. Not for tax breaks for the rich, not to throw people off of health care, but to provide the help that working class people need all across this country. Madam President, I am introducing, as I mentioned earlier, legislation and amendment today to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. By the parliamentarian, this reconciliation bill does not include an increase in the minimum wage to $15 an hour. In my view, it should have. And I think the parliamentarian was dead wrong. But more importantly, it is an absurd process that we allow an unelected staffer, somebody who works for the Senate, not elected by anybody, to make a decision as to whether 30 million Americans get a pay raise or not. I don't care how the parliamentarian rules, no parliamentarian should have that power. If people here want to vote against raising the minimum wage, you have that right. You want to vote for it, and I hope you do, you have that right. But we should not shuffle off that responsibility to an unelected staffer. That's wrong. The amendment which I am offering today to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour is co-sponsored by Majority Leader Schumer, and I thank him for his strong support. Senator Patty Murray, who is the chair of the Health Education Labor Committee, Senator Ron Wyden, who is the chair of the Finance Committee, and many others in this chamber. In fact, this amendment is similar in many ways to the legislation that I have offered, which is co-sponsored by 38 members of the Senate. And let us not forget, this legislation was passed in the House, and I want to thank my friends and colleagues in the House Progressive Caucus for their extraordinary leadership on this issue.
Appreciate it.
This amendment is supported by some 300 national organizations, including the AF.
Everybody, what's up? Follow the channel. I cover politics daily. I'm cool with touring. You've probably seen him in, seen me in his chat. Appreciate it. Right now, we're just watching Bernie talk about the bill. So appreciate all the follows. Thanks, guys. We're just going to continue to watch the what Bernie had to say about this.
CIO and virtually all of the major unions in our country. And I want to thank in particular the SEIU, one of the great unions in America, who have led this effort for years in terms of the fight for 15, where people working in McDonald's and Burger King have gone out on strike and said, no, we can't make it on $10 an hour, $11 an hour. And I want to thank the SEIU. And because this legislation will help workers all across the board, but it will significantly help women who are unfortunately forced into low-income work more than the general population, more than men, and it will disproportionately help African Americans and Latinos who disproportionately are forced into low-income work. This legislation is supported not only by 300 organizations, but by groups like the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. They understand that if we're going to improve the standard of living of the African American community, we ought to raise that minimum wage. It is supported by the National Organization for Women, because again,
that's too fast.
Raising the minimum wage is a women's issue in a very significant way. Not totally, believe me, a lot of men out there who are working for $9, $10, $11 an hour, but disproportionately it impacts women. It is supported by UNIDOS and other Latino organizations, supported by the American Association of University Women, supported by Indivisible, Justice for Migrant Women, the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and the National Women's Law Center. And here is the simple truth, and that is that in the richest country in the history of the world, we can no longer tolerate millions of our workers being unable to feed their families because they are working for starvation wages. And that is not what I say, although I do say it. It's what the President of the United States says, who very, very strongly supports raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and I thank him for his support. You know, when we look at the economy, people look at the stock market, they look at a whole lot of indices out there. But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, what is going on in the lives of ordinary people? And it is not acceptable to me that half of our people live in paycheck to paycheck, and millions of people are trying to get by on $9, $10, $11 an hour. And you know what? You can't do that. You can't do that in Vermont, and you can't do it in California, you can't do it in Minnesota. You can't do that. And our job is to make sure that we have an economy that works for all.
We're going to be covering Biden's new family detention thing right after this. Apparently, they're going to be releasing people within 72 hours.
Not just a few, and that in order to do that, we are going to have to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour. Frankly, it is disgraceful that Congress has not passed an increase in the minimum wage since 2007. Think of all the things that have transpired since then, but Congress has not raised the minimum wage since 2007. And the reality is that the minimum wage has lost over 30% of its purchasing power since 1968. Minimum wage is worth a lot less now than it used to be. When we increase the minimum wage, Madam President, we will be giving over 32 million Americans a much-needed pay raise. And let's be clear, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour is an enormously popular idea. More than 60% of the American people in poll after poll support raising the minimum wage. Since 1998, this is really amazing. You know, I have some friends here who are nervous. Oh my goodness, how radical can it be? Should we raise the minimum wage? Oh my God, I'm scared of the American Restaurant Association. Well, since 1998, every time a state has had an initiative on the ballot to raise the minimum wage, it has won. In conservative states and progressive states. Put it on the ballot, it wins. Just as one example, in November, just this last November, election time, Joe Biden lost Florida. Donald Trump won Florida by 3 points. But in that...
No, it's not live. We're just recapping what his positions were. The vote already failed. 58 to 58 people voted against it.
Same election, the people of Florida, and I say that to the two senators from Florida, 61% of the people in Florida voted to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Florida voted for Donald Trump and voted to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. 8 states over the years, 8 states and over 40 cities have adopted laws to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. It's not a radical idea. And as you know, over just a few days ago, the House of Representatives did the right thing and voted to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. This is not a radical idea. People want it. States have done it. The House of Representatives have done it. And now
8 Democrats voted against it.
It is our turn to do what the American people want. Now, in the last few days, I have heard some concerns from my colleagues about one part of our amendment, and that is the provision to raise the tip wage, which now stands, I want everybody to hear that, tip wage for waiters and waitresses and all those people who get tips, now stands at $2.13 an hour. No, you did not mishear me. $2.13 an hour. And that is the federal minimum wage for waiters and waitresses, for barbers, for hairstylists, for parking attendants, and others. And that tip minimum wage has not been raised since 1991, 30 years ago. You think maybe it's time to raise the tip wage from $2.13 an hour past 30 years ago? I think so. The proposal in this legislation would raise that tip wage from $2.13 an hour to $14.95 over a 7-year period. Now, time and again, our legislation gets misrepresented. People say, oh, you're raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour tomorrow. No, we are not. Tip wage is going to take 7 years. For better or worse, that's what it is. Now, the National Restaurant Association, a very powerful lobbying organization, has suggested to members of Congress that this legislation is opposed by restaurant workers and would be harmful to their interests. This is not true. One Fair Wage, an organization representing service employees, has just delivered to the White House a petition with 140,000 signatures from service workers who are demanding that they receive the same minimum wage as every other worker in their state. Polling among service employees and non-service employees also supports the reality that Americans want our waiters and waitresses and other service employees to get a fair minimum wage. Now, I have heard from some people that those people who are working in the service industry are doing.
I mean, I agree in theory that it should be based on locality, but right now it's so low above that amount. No, it's the median in terms of the reason why they say median wages. No, for the country, the median is 60% of the median is $15. So the median is so low that it's not going to have much of an effect. Like right now, it's $7.25. If you raise to 15, it's in 2025. It's not going to be that deleterious. So that's why, yes, I agree that it should be regionally, but right now it's so low that 15 isn't that big of a deal. Isn't going to be harmful in terms of job loss and things like that.
Really well, and they don't want an increase in the
I'll share an argo with you.
federal minimum wage. The tips that they are receiving are covering all of their needs. Leave well enough alone, they say. Well, today, 70% of tip workers are women who suffer from 3 times the poverty rate of the rest of the U.S. workforce. They are not doing so well. They use food stamps at double the rate of the general workforce and suffer, by the way, from the highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry because they must tolerate inappropriate customer behavior to get the incomes that they need. Further, and this is important, and I want all of my colleagues to hear this, the idea of moving tip wages to the same level as the overall minimum wage is not a radical idea. It has been done in state after state. It already exists in 7 states in our country, including California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Montana, Alaska, and Minnesota. And I should point out that all of those states experienced a growth in the number of small businesses and restaurants after they abolished the tip minimum wage. And guess what? Waiters and waitresses in these states receive more tips, not less. And let's be clear, this pandemic has made a bad situation worse for waiters and waitresses. So right now, Madam President, it is absolutely imperative that we raise that minimum wage to a living wage for all of our workers, and that we raise the tip wage as well, which is already law in 7 states of the country right now. And I see the Senator from California, Mr. Padilla, and we're delighted that he is joining us. And his state has been one of the leaders in this country in raising the minimum wage, and I would yield the floor to him for his remarks.
Madam President.
Sorry, I was muted. Thanks. Okay, so Texas Family Detention Centers expected to transform into rapid processing hubs by Sylvia Foster Frau. The Biden administration is preparing to convert its immigrant family detention centers in South Texas into Ellis Island-style rapid processing centers, processing hubs. I'm always skeptical it might be a great plan, but whenever you're reading articles, who put this Ellis Island style rapid processing hub in there. Whose wording is that? Because it could all be good. This might be a perfect plan, but when you put this in here, you're trying to denote like, oh, this is going to be like a, like Ellis Island, like let everybody in. So it's very progressive. It's very lovely. So like somebody wanted to portray it in that manner. But anyway, it will screen migrant parents and children with the goal of releasing them in the United States within 72 hours, according to the Department of Homeland Security draft plans obtained by the Washington Post. The plans show the Biden administration is racing to absorb a growing number of migrants crossing the U.S. border amidst shortages of bed spaces and personnel. Republicans and some Democrats fear relaxing detention policies will exacerbate a surge. Yeah, people are going to come regardless. And people are especially going to come if they know they're going to get in, obviously. And we should let them in because we have the space, we have the resources, we have everything that we need to take these people in. And it's better for our economy to have more people here. Okay. Russell Hott, or whatever, a senior official with ICE, notified staff that the rapid processing plan in the email Thursday that said arrivals by unaccompanied minors and families are expected to be the highest numbers observed in 20 years. I mean, damn. Cool. I mean, awesome. If U.S. border officials continue to take on more than 500 family members per day, the change in use to the family detention centers may not be sufficient to keep up with the pace of apprehensions. Okay. Individuals who cannot be housed in one of the rapid processing centers may need to be placed in hotels. Okay. MVM, an ICE contractor, will help transport. See, this what do you need an ICE contractor to transport people? I don't. Okay. Whatever. Like this is just wasted money. Whenever I hear contractor for something so simple as transportation, just wasted money. Will help and perverse incentives. We will help transport the families to hotels if there's no longer capacity at the rapid processing centers, he said, adding that the company plans to use hotels in Texas, McAllen, El Paso, and Phoenix. Yeah, exactly. Volcanic. We welcome the change because detention of the families we will never thought was a good system or good policy at all, said Agna Yang, a co-executive director of American Gateways, an immigration legal aid organization in Texas. See, I mean, she may be cool. I don't know if she's cool or not, but this is supposed to be like some reassurance that this is a good policy, but we'll see. They shouldn't be detained, it's true. They should be given the opportunity to go before an immigration judge and be released in the community and not held like prisoners. I mean, hey, music to my ears. The plans come as the Republicans are criticizing Biden for relaxing immigration policies, saying he could encourage more migrants to travel to the border. Obviously, people are going to come. We want people to come. This is America. This is what we're built off of. I mean, and genocide and slavery, but also immigration. Where am I? There's no question there's a crisis at the border. This is just racism, Republican racism. Crisis at the border, caravan. It's all the same shit. Representative said it's Biden's fault. Joe Biden has signaled to the world that he's not going to take border security. What does that do with border security? The border security is the same. It's just saying we're letting the people in. I mean, I don't understand. After the processing, we're not just processing we're not just letting suicide bombers in or some shit like that. But whatever. That's Republican talking points. Okay, transforming family detention amounts to wholesale repudiation of not only Donald Trump's policies but also Barack Obama's, and presents a significantly different vision of how to handle the fast-changing character of mass migration at the southern border. True, and also good. For decades, single adults, particularly men, dominated the flows northward in the United States, but the numbers of families and minors traveling without their parents have increased substantially in recent years, probably because they know that the kids will get in and they want to send their kids alone. And there is no crisis. Brown people are coming. That's the crisis. Where was I? Yeah, there's gonna be okay, for decades before the coronavirus, migrant families were majority of those. Okay, before the coronavirus pandemic, migrant families and unaccompanied minors were a majority of those taken into custody. Thanks for the follow. At the southwest border, a trend that closely resembles refugee streams worldwide. So basically, families, people who come to America looking for a better opportunity, come on in. We love you. It's all good. Okay. During the Obama and Trump administrations, most families were quickly released or deported. And that was the problem with Obama. Obama thought if he was tough on immigration, Republicans would catch his vibe. Like, look, I'm touch, immigration. I'm with you, but work with me on like getting the actual bill passed. Of course, Mitch McConnell, Republicans, they didn't give a fuck what he was doing. He could have killed every immigrant, and they would have been like, we don't care. So that was a bad move, a political move by Obama, in terms of his immigration policy. He thought Republicans were human beings. Continuing on. During Obama and Trump, most families were quickly released or deported, but some were held in dormitory-style facilities for weeks or months, if not longer, waiting for immigration proceedings. Advocates for these families have long said they are fleeing violence and poverty and shouldn't be detained at all. Exactly. A sentiment Biden echoed. Children should be released from ICE detention with their parents immediately. This is his plan. We agree. Joe Biden wrote in tweet, "This is pretty simple. I can't believe I have to say it. Families belong together." Cool beans. 6 weeks into Biden's presidency, advocates are frustrated that his administration has continued to detain families and expel them from the border until under a public health order. The number of detained families has more than doubled from 228 adults and children before Biden to 476 last week. You kind of have to do it as a percentage of people who come in. Like, if 80,000 people came in and it's only doubled, then it's not as bad as it may seem. But we still want to get them processed and inside the country, regardless of that fact. Although the tally is a fraction combined of the 3,300 people at the 3 family residential centers, the uptick baffled child welfare advocates who hoped the detention centers would finally close. They noted that Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas, now the the Homeland Security Secretary, I thought Trump's policies were going to deter people from even trying to. They did. They did. Trump's policies did. They were. It was so draconian that people were like. The people who were still sending their kids, you can imagine the situation they had back at home, even though they knew that Trump was gonna, keep them detained. But now that Biden has a better policy, yeah, it's going up because Biden is president. Absolutely, yeah, of course. Because if you live in Guatemala or Central America or South America, and you know that you have a better chance, a more humane opportunity to come, now would be a better time to send yourself and your kids up. Versus Trump, it's like only if your situation was really, really, really fucked, you're like, I still got to try to send them because I might die here. At least in America, I may be detained, but I'm not gonna die. Good question though. There needs to be. They noted Mayorkas, not a Homeland Security Secretary, helped expand the use of the detentions. Oh well, yeah. Okay, so he was involved in that. There needs to be open expression of what is going on with this facility, said Bridget Cambria, a lawyer representing migrant families in Pennsylvania. They shouldn't detain families as children for even 1 second. You have to like hold them for like 2 seconds to like, get them into the country. But I see what she's saying. ICE oversees 3 family residential centers for immigrants facing deportation. the 96-bed Burke's place in Pennsylvania, and 2 other ones in San Antonio and another place. Biden administration has said it's reviewing a way to use detention centers and told a federal judge last week in a lawsuit that all the policies has not changed. A detention center is not where a family belongs, Mayorkas told the NBC. Okay. Oh, hinting at these plans. So last week, they're saying, last week there was this whole thing about Biden and detention centers. Mayorkas came out and said, that's not the plan. And apparently this is the plan that's coming out now. Okay, ICE emptied out there it is. ICE emptied out the detention center. DHS officials speaking on the condition of anonymity described the unpublicized plan and said this transition to the rapid release centers is already underway. All right. ICE emptied out the detention center. ICE confirmed the facility is empty, but not say why. Because there are no people there. Officials are considering turning into a women. Okay. While Dilly and Karn's quick release. Okay. Will screen migrant families, check their backgrounds, at least in the pending immigration court hearing. This is the plan. This is what should be the plan. Someone enrolled in alternatives into detention, such as ankle monitoring programs, which means money for private contractors. This is what this means. Families would go coronavirus testing. That seems obvious. Anybody who enters the country should go get testing and be quarantined if they're, positive. Families are going to go. Nonprofits would then help them secure airplane and bus tickets to their final destination in the United States. Typically, everything runs. Okay, perfect. I don't know why we need ankle monitoring because most of them come back to their I think it's like 90% come back to their court hearings, but whatever. At least they're not locked up. The goal is to process and release 100 families per day. The plan shows migrants who test positive coronavirus will be quarantined. There it is. Advocates for immigrants have cheered the preliminary plans in recent days, albeit cautiously because the DHS has not made a formal announcement. So, okay, things are looking up, but we'll see what happens. In Texas, advocates said the region's top immigration officials held an emergency conference call with them on February 20th to discuss plans to transform the centers into... Hold on, let me get water. Where is that? In Texas. Said, top immigration officials had an emergency conference with them on February 10th to discuss plans to transform the centers into shorter-term facilities. Officials told them to prepare for more migrants to be released than the other 2 facilities. Okay. It's incredibly encouraging to hear a completely different philosophy and attitude from people coming into the country, said Daniel Klein, board chairman for the Interfaith Welcome Coalition, who was on the call, which was first reported by the San Antonio Express News. I guess if you guys are coming from touring, you're used to people reading on stream. I don't know if I'm as good as him, but I'm trying. Klein said that nonprofit has added more non-volunteers at the bus station downtown in San Antonio. This is awesome. This is like America. Like, this is really cool. To help migrants find shelter or make travel plans, and have someone spend $1,000 a night on food, water, bus, and tickets. See, cool. Like, don't try to donate to this organization if you have extra money, because they're doing like awesome work. Although they shouldn't need to do this. The government should be doing this. Biden has pledged to create more humane immigration system and restore the asylum process, but he he also is eager to skirt a border crisis that can imperil his legislative agenda, including effort to legalize 11 million undocumented immigrants. This is a great plan. I mean, it's a great plan in my opinion. Some Democrats from southern border state areas worry that rising migration would burden communities reeling from the. No, this is no. We have the money to take care of all these people, including the people in Texas. Oh, of course, the most conservative person in the Congress, who AOC backed the primary challenge against. He had. Our country is currently unprepared to handle a surge of Americans in the middle of a pandemic. But I promise you, Henry Cuellar did not say anything about Greg Abbott abandoning the mask mandate and opening up everything. I promise you he didn't say anything about that. Man, this is the most conservative member of Congress right here. He almost lost, but I urge that Biden administration listen to work with communities of the southern border who are dealing with this influx. Inaction is not an option. Okay, he's doing shit. Let me just breeze through the rest of this. The Biden administration has not detailed how it will handle another influx. In 2014, when Biden was vice president and Mayorkas was deputy DHS secretary, the United States received the influx of 68,000 families. Damn. Up from 14,000 the year before. At the time, Biden said it was a crisis, unsustainable, and he and Mayorkas worked to stem the flows from Central America and expand family detention by opening the facilities. Mayorkas said then that he would ensure the detention for adults is done as humane as possible. Now, no detention. We're just going to bring them in. Awesome. After the sentence expanded, number of migrant families apprehended at the border dropped below 40,000, but detention did not stop the flows. Well, there it is. After a judge ruled that officials could not detain children in unlicensed facilities for more than 20 days. That makes sense. Advocates for immigrants said detention had little impact because of severe conditions in Central America and the Caribbean are driving migrant youths such as violence, climate change, and poverty and government corruption. The numbers have only continued to grow. More than 470,000 migrant families and 70,000 unaccompanied minors arrived in fiscal 2019, a record on both counts. Wow. So I'm confused. They said the number was higher. They said the number was low. Now that Biden has increased, is higher. I'm confused. Let's continue reading. For decades. Oh, coronavirus. Maybe I was wrong about that. Maybe it's the same, and it's just more humane now. Saying fiscal year 2019, both record, both counts, most released into the United States pending a court hearing. So this is interesting, because the whole time we were hearing about Trump, he was like, because this is 2019, this is Trump time. None of this was reported on. Oh yeah, there was reporting on this, that this past election cycle Trump didn't do super crazy immigration racism because he was doing better with Hispanics. So, but still, more than almost 500,000 families and 80,000 minors arrived in 2019, a record, and most were released into the United States pending a court hearing. I never heard of that under Donald Trump. That's interesting. Dora, I can't do that. Who led ISIS's detention policy and planning, said ISIS experience with family detention shows it's harmful to children and their parents by placing them conditions when they are afraid. She said they were reduced the capacity in Pennsylvania to 84 beds before leaving in 2009. Okay, let's just finish this. After Obama administration expanded the census of 3,000 beds, she said detention is never the best interest of children. Okay. DHS should not detain children, except Trump took office. He sought to detain family and separate that. Faces dual challenge at the border, keeping international obligations. Got two really critical commitments and finding a path. I don't know what she said. Okay, so apparently things are better, and we'll see what happens. All right, put on some reacts while I get some water.
Latest jobs report out today. The U.S. added 379,000 jobs in February, nearly twice what we were hoping for. Unemployment also ticking down to 6.2%. So who is going back to work and who is still sitting on the sidelines? NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule takes a look.
Allison, very good news on the jobs report. 379,000 jobs created in the last month. That's more than double what analysts were estimating. What do we point to? COVID is getting smaller in our lives. As states are reopening, you are seeing some of the industries that were hit the hardest, leisure, hospitality, restaurants, doing the most amount of hiring. Really good news across the board. But it's important to remember we are not out of the water. We still have over 9 million people with no jobs today who had jobs before the pandemic started. The number has also doubled who have been on long-term unemployment, meaning they have not had a job for over 6 months. I spoke to one woman down in Florida who has been looking for a job for almost a year now, and I can assure you, as good as this jobs number is, for those who aren't working, the struggle is real.
Florida, when you think about businesses that are open, Florida is more open than most states. Are there jobs out there to be had? Are you applying for work?
I've been applying. I've sent out hundreds of applications. I'm on Indeed. I'm on other websites, word of mouth, just going to looking on the computer at, companies in the area. But I am looking for work. When I sit on the computer, I'm always looking.
And while there are jobs coming back, workers don't have a lot of leverage right now, Allison. They haven't had jobs for months and months. So those employers out there who are looking for more workers have a lot of flexibility. They're not necessarily offering top dollar. They're not necessarily offering full-time work. That's making it very difficult for those who are seeking work to actually be able to get a job that can support themselves. We are not out of this thing, but I can definitely say based on these numbers and other trends we're looking at, we're certainly on the road to recovery. Allison?
The economy picking up during President Biden's first full month in office. The jobs report out today showing not only improved hiring, but also a slight drop in unemployment. The president trying to build on that momentum today, meeting with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and hosting a roundtable on his American Rescue Plan. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joining me now from D.C. Mike, what is the White House saying about today's jobs report, and how do they hope to not just keep up the momentum, but actually pick up the pace of hiring? Because we know we certainly need to speed up this economic recovery.
Yeah, Allison, well, as you know well, a lot of these monthly jobs report data is about the game of expectations. Did the numbers beat or were they worse than we expected? And as you just heard from Stephanie Ruhle just there, most analysts are looking at today's report as very much good news for the state of the economy. But I'll point out this White House has a very complicated relationship with good news. We've talked in the past, Allison, about how sometimes bad news, as we heard earlier in the week from the parliamentarian about the minimum wage being thrown out of the bill, was actually good news for this White House because it meant the legislation was on a faster track towards getting through the Senate. Well, this bad news, this good news today on the jobs front for the White House is a bit a complication, as they're not just looking to pass this COVID relief bill. That's pretty much now the die is cast there, but looking ahead towards some of their future legislative priorities. They were looking, especially with the joint session address to Congress, which we expect to come after the passage of this bill, to begin touting a major infrastructure package, among other economic proposals that the president was going to argue are still badly needed given the state of the economy. So the more that we hear this good news for the economy, the more it might give an argument to Republicans and even some analysts who say that now is not the time to be putting even more money into the economy, especially if it might result in inflation. So this is going to be a really interesting sign of what the White House has to navigate as we continue here in the weeks ahead, Allison.
So, Mike, as we've been saying, the president taking part in 2 economic meetings today. How is he weaving in his American Rescue Plan to further underscore his economic agenda?
So they, of course, as we were talking about the jobs news today, factoring into what we just heard a few moments ago from the president as he tried to use the data to make an argument about why this rescue plan was so badly needed. Take a listen to what he said in the Roosevelt Room as he met with his top economic advisors.
Today's jobs report shows that the American Rescue Plan is urgently needed in our view. Our economy still has 9.5 million fewer jobs than it had this time last year. And at that rate, it would take 2 years to get us back on track. We have 1 million fewer educators, 1 million fewer educators than we did this time last year. We've lost 400,000 small businesses. All those empty storefronts aren't just shattered dreams. They're warning lights that are going off in state and local budgets that are being stretched because of the lack of tax revenue. And some of last month's job growth is a result of the December relief package. But without a rescue plan, these gains are going to slow.
So the argument the president is making here is that we can't take 2 steps forward and then 1 step back. He actually attributed some of the positive news in the jobs report today toward the economic relief package that was passed by Congress in December, saying the effects were just beginning to take effect. And that's why this package is so desperately needed. But also, we're already getting indications that the White House, with passage, fingers crossed from their perspective, expected in the Senate this weekend and then in the House Monday or Tuesday, to begin moving forward, not necessarily pivoting towards their future legislative priorities, but continuing to sell the benefits of the one that will just pass. The White House announcing today that the president will travel on Tuesday to a small business that has benefited from the PPP program. And then on Wednesday, he's going to travel to Baltimore to meet with the CEOs of Merck and Johnson & Johnson. Of course, those 2 companies just announcing a historic partnership to help produce the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So the White House saying we need to continue to promote this bill even after it's passed into law so that they continue to get their message across, Allison.
Mike, on this rescue plan, we know it's making some headway in the Senate without Republican support, but moderate Democrats and progressives are still ironing out some last-minute details. We know the Senate hasn't taken any votes in several hours, according to Leanne. What do we know about the deal breakers for the White House? Are there particular areas where they simply won't budge as the debate on this bill continues tonight, perhaps into the weekend?
Yeah, a few hours ago, it looked like everything was on a glide path. They had that agreement on extending the unemployment benefits through August. But this just goes to show in a 50-50 Senate, one senator can make a difference. And all of a sudden, the best laid plans of potentially even an early exit this weekend getting him into trouble now. But from the White House's perspective, otherwise, this package is in good shape. We obviously had that discussion about the $15 an hour minimum wage, but White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki today echoing Bernie Sanders and saying that the president will be right there alongside him to push that, but in a separate legislative avenue going forward, Allison.
All right, Mike, it's funny. Every time I hear sirens or someone going back and forth behind you guys there, I imagine that it's Kamala Harris being shuttled to the Capitol to break a tie. I just have a vision of her rushing back and forth in her new role. Yeah, for sure. Mike, thank you.
Thank you.
Two of the women accusing New York Governor Andrew Cuomo of sexual harassment are now speaking out. Lindsay Boylan telling Harper's Bazaar she feels a sense of purpose to end abuse against women and to change the culture that continues to allow it. She's accusing Governor Cuomo of making inappropriate comments and giving her an unwanted kiss. Charlotte Bennett going on CBS this morning describing an inappropriate conversation that she says she had with the governor.
He goes, "You were raped. You were raped. You were raped and abused and assaulted."
Why do you think he was fixated on you as a survivor of sexual assault?
I think it's really strategic.
You think he was grooming you?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Cuomo has denied making advances to Bennett, his press secretary calling Boylan's allegations quite simply.
Bro, what's wrong with this man?
Of working men and women across the country. And I'm proud to stand with Senator Sanders, who has...
Sorry.
False, though the governor did apologize this week for acting in a way that made people feel uncomfortable. Cuomo also under fire for his pandemic response. Today, New York legislators stripped him of his pandemic-linked emergency powers. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
New pressure from both scandals facing New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, as a new report in the New York Times alleges his top aides altered a state health report in June 2020 to conceal the number of nursing home residents who died of COVID-19. The Cuomo administration's initial public count excluded residents who died in hospitals. At the time, Cuomo was making plans to write a book on his handling of the pandemic, for which he had won widespread praise. A senior advisor now responding to NBC News that the hospital data was left out after the state health department could not confirm it had been adequately verified and said it did not change the report's conclusion. This as two of the three women who claim Cuomo sexually harassed them are speaking out.
Without explicitly saying it, he implied to me that I was old enough for him and he was lonely.
25-year-old Charlotte Bennett was an executive assistant to Cuomo. She told CBS News she had a disturbing conversation with the governor in his office on June 5th.
He asked me if age difference mattered. He also explained that he was fine with anyone over 22. I thought, he's trying to sleep with me. The governor's trying to sleep with me. And I'm deeply uncomfortable. And I have to get out of this room as soon as possible.
When asked for comment, Cuomo's spokesperson referred us to Wednesday's press conference.
I never ever meant to offend anyone or hurt anyone or cause anyone pain.
And the governor's apology.
I was apologizing to the young woman who worked here who said that I made her feel uncomfortable.
An apology Bennett does not accept.
And he has not apologized for sexually harassing me. And he can't even use my name.
Another former aide, Lindsay Boylan, says the governor made inappropriate remarks during her tenure and gave her an unwanted kiss. Today in Harper's Bazaar, Boylan says, "I'm really not focused on punishment. I'm focused on accountability."
Okay. We got a
answer and speak to their aggressive
Pentagon
activities in South
press
Tennessee
briefing.
and the way they're coercing their neighbors. They should speak to a lot of things. We'll be a full partner in that effort. And to Georgia, things are total tonight. Match to policy and policy match to the American people's work. Care of our people and succeed through teamwork. The Secretary reiterated the need for resources matched to strategy,
to house unaccompanied children.
help guide the care of our people, necessary to succeed through teamwork. The Secretary reiterated the need for resources matched to strategy, strategy matched to policy, and policy matched to the American people's will. These priorities will help guide the department as we develop policy, fashion strategy, and acquire the necessary resources to defend our country and support our alliances and partnerships around the world. Next, just a quick update on our support to FEMA-led vaccination sites. Yesterday, the Secretary authorized an additional 10 Type 2 teams for future FEMA support. This brings our total to now 35 teams, 15 of the Type 1 variety and 20 of the Type 2. Currently, we are supporting 15 state-led, federally supported community vaccination centers in 6 states: California, Texas, New York, Florida, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Today, we are deploying teams to community vaccination center sites in Illinois and North Carolina, and in the coming weeks, we will send teams to Ohio and to Georgia. And we'll be able to provide you a better site breakdown after the briefing if you need that. Finally, I want to finish by honoring a hero from the Korean War. The Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency formally identified the remains of Army Chaplain Emil Kapan of Kansas from remains that had rested among unknowns at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific in Hawaii. His remains had rested among the 867 remains buried there as unknowns at the cemetery. In 2018, the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency began a 7-phased project to disinter all remaining Korean War unknowns from the cemetery. And at a White House ceremony on April 11th, back in 2013, President Obama posthumously awarded the chaplain the Medal of Honor for his heroic service during the Korean War. Just to remind, because I think it's important to think about what heroes like he did. On November 2nd, 1950, the 3rd Battalion was near Unsan when the unit came under heavy fire from Chinese forces and received orders to withdraw. Approximately a quarter of the battalion's soldiers made their way back to friendly lines, but the others, including many wounded soldiers, became trapped. Chaplain Kapan volunteered to stay with the wounded and was soon captured and taken to a Chinese-run POW camp on the Yalu River. The chaplain continued to minister to other POWs even after he became gravely ill, and he lived long enough to celebrate a final Easter Mass in late March, dying on May 23rd, 1951. I think it's just terrific that we were able to identify his remains and bring closure to his family and to honor his service, and the department thanks him for that service and for the example he set of bravery and courage under fire. With that, I'll take some questions. Looks like Lita's on. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, John. 2 questions. One, can you bring us up to date on the latest U.S. Capitol Police request to the Defense Department for additional National Guard, for additional National Guard to stay on at the Capitol for another extended period of time? And then the second question is the department concerned at all about this latest effort to narrow the AUMF? Is there any concerns that this might make strikes like the one on the Syria-Iraq border more difficult? Thanks.
So on your first question, Lita, and I'm going to write down the second one in case I forget it. We are in receipt of a formal request from the Capitol Police for continued National Guard assistance at the Capitol complex. This request does seek an extension for a number of guardsmen over the next couple of months. We're evaluating the request right now, as we do with all others, with an eye towards properly balancing the need, to balance the need with the resources available. And I'm not going to get ahead of that process, but again, can confirm that we do have the request in the building. As for your question on the authorization for use of military force, the department fully supports the effort to work with Congress to craft a new authorization. And we expect to be a full partner in that conversation with Congress and with the national security leadership of the country. And again, we, as I said the other day, we'll be a full partner in that effort to make sure that the necessary authorizations are in place for us to continue to defend the nation. Let's see, in your room. Yeah, Tara.
Thanks, John. At the White House press briefing yesterday, Jen Psaki was asked whether the administration is going to start putting the numbers of troop levels in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan back on the web. As you know, they were removed from public release in 2017. She said that it would be up to the Defense Department. I was just wondering if the Secretary is considering this, if the Pentagon will put those numbers back up there.
We're reviewing it.
Do you know any sense of how long this might take to review, or what?
No, I don't have a timeline on it, but we're aware of the issue, and we're going to take a look at that. Phil Stewart.
Sorry about that. Just taking off mute. Two quick things. One is Reuters reported earlier today that the HHS has done a site survey at Fort Lee in Virginia to house unaccompanied children. Just wondering whether or not there are other sites that DoD is also looking should the numbers continue to swell, and then what would that look like? What would having unaccompanied children at Fort Lee look like? If you could help walk us through that, and then I have a separate question.
So, I mean, obviously, we can confirm that that HHS did do a site survey visit at Fort Lee yesterday to determine if facilities there might be suitable for temporary housing for unaccompanied children. There's no formal request by HHS to do this at Fort Lee, and I know of no other request to look at or to consider other installations. And Phil, as you know, this is if it were to come to pass, it certainly wouldn't be the first time that we've done this. We've done this back in 2012, and I believe there was a similar request for assistance in 2017, most recently in February 2017. So it's not something that hasn't been done before. I wouldn't certainly speculate now as to whether it's even going to come to pass or what that might look like, but the children would be housed on the facilities in usually base housing there, not for families, but barracks type housing, and they're under the responsibility and the care of HHS. The department's role would be to provide the space in a fully reimbursable format. Go ahead. What was your second one?
The second one was on attribution for the rocket attack. I know that you were looking into that before. Have you gotten any further in potentially IDing which specific group? And are you ready to talk about that publicly?
I don't have any update on attribution, and certainly nothing specific with respect to Iran-backed militias. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to go back to the mandate for use of force. Can you please clarify if the administration, while waiting to replace the current mandate, will seek congressional approval before carrying any airstrikes, especially that the airstrikes from last week relied on the mandate, the current mandate?
As I said last week, the president's legal authorities to conduct those defensive strikes were under Article 2 of the Constitution and Article 51 of the UN Charter, which provides for the right of self-defense for nations. We're very comfortable with those legal authorities. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, John. So according what you just said, there's no change in the department policy toward designating certain militia groups as being backed by Iran, because we've seen some news reports after my question last time.
Yeah,
so
I've seen them too.
Yeah, I just want you to address this issue, and I have a second question on Israel.
Yeah, Fadi, I misspoke. I got tongue twisted. It happens. We refer to them as Iran-backed militias, and that hasn't changed.
Okay, thank you, John. And we heard in the Fox News interview from the Israeli defense minister statements that Israel is updating plans to target Iranian nuclear sites. At the same time, we hear you saying, although we're trying to defend our troops, our partners, what we don't want to see escalation in the region. Are you in consultation with Israel, the main U.S. ally in the region, over these statements? Are you concerned about escalation in light of these statements?
Yeah, without talking about diplomatic consultations, which is not our purview, as I said and have said since the strikes that we took in Syria, that nobody's interested in this escalating, in the situation escalating. What we are interested in is making sure that we are protecting our troops and that we are able to conduct the mission in Iraq that we've been invited by the government there to conduct, and in also standing with and by our Iraqi partners.
Thank you.
Laura Seligman.
Hi, John. Thanks. I just wanted to ask you.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, someone muted me. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, following up on the attribution question, when can we expect a response? Will there be a response, and what kind of options are being discussed?
I assume you mean a military response to the strikes, not a response on attribution.
A military response to the strikes, yes.
I just simply won't get ahead of the process, Laura. Our Iraqi partners are investigating the attack at al-Assad. We want to let them do their work, as we've done in the past. If it's uniformly decided inside the national security establishment that a military response is warranted, then that will be a response that, as before, is at a time and a manner of our choosing. But we aren't there yet, and I wouldn't get ahead of the process.
According to Iraqi press, though, like you said earlier this week, the Iraqi investigators were on scene immediately, and according to Iraqi press, they found the launcher that was used in the attack. So what else do you need for attribution?
Laura, again, we're evaluating this, and I know the Iraqis are. Two, and I simply don't have any updates on the evaluation process, the investigative process, and any specific degree of certainty that we have about who is responsible. But I think, as it was made clear last week, this administration is not afraid to hold those responsible accountable for attacks on our people. Again, I'm just going to not get ahead of a decision-making process that's underway right now. Jenny?
Thank you, John. The South Korean government seems to be considering to suspending the joint military exercise between U.S. and South Korea, conscious also of a relation with North Korea. And what do you think the South Korean government considers North Korea more than important than the security alliance with the United States?
I have not seen reports that I have not seen those reports, so I certainly wouldn't speak for the South Korean government and their view of specific training events on the peninsula. I'll just say what I've said before, which is that we take our alliance commitments to the Republic of Korea very seriously, and that includes making sure there are ready military capabilities should they be needed. General Abrams minds that very, very well, in lockstep with our South Korean allies, and I wouldn't comment more beyond that, other than we know we've got serious commitments to make sure we have ready forces there.
Do you have an upcoming schedule on the Secretary Austin to visit South Korea and Japan?
I don't have any travel to speak to today.
Well, I have something information, but I want you to confirm that, because everybody knows.
Everybody knows what?
Secretary trip to South Korea.
I don't have any travel to announce. I don't have any travel to announce today.
All right, thank
you.
you.
But thanks for trying.
You can see the
Tony
mob.
Capaccio, Bloomberg.
Hi, John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, two quick questions. Admiral Davidson this week has been advocating putting on Guam a major air defense system, one of these Aegis Ashores. Does the Secretary endorse that? And I have a second question.
The Secretary's mindful of what I think is what you're talking about is part and parcel of the Pacific Defense Initiative. And again, this is something that will be, I'm sure, informed by and informing our global posture review.
Okay, second question. In terms of necessary resources, I keep asking you about the 22 budget process. Last week you said it was in a nascent stage. A week later, where is it? Did you get a pass back yet from OMB giving you a top line? And just where is all these reviews that Secretary Hicks has asked for?
They're still ongoing, Tony. We're still working with OMB. I don't have anything further to share, and I won't until the budget is delivered to Congress.
Do you have any sense when it may get released in early May, mid-May, July?
That is really a question better put to OMB, Tony, not to us.
John, getting back to Capitol Hill in the Guard, I think you said it was a $480 million cost for this. Was that through March, or
yes.
If you could give us an update on that?
It was budgeted $483 million through March, 12 March, which next week.
Okay, one other thing on Chaplain Coupon. His remains are being returned. Where are they being returned to? Where's the family in the States?
I don't have an update on that. I'll have to get that for you. We can take that question. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, Matt from ABC. Okay. Let's see. Jeff from Voice of America.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this and taking my questions. First, two questions. One on Afghanistan. Any update on where the process is as the May 1st deadline continues to get closer? We've been hearing recently from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle now, saying, including the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee earlier today, saying that they see no way that the Pentagon can or should be meeting that May 1st withdrawal deadline. Then I have a second question as well.
I don't have an update. The interagency review continues.
Okay. And also, there's been reporting this week about how airstrikes are carried out. We saw in a release from the Africa Command today, quoting Somali defense chief, saying that the airstrikes are absolutely needed. Has there been any expression of concern from U.S. allies or partners about what's happening with the policy on airstrikes and whether or not it might impede their efforts against violent extremist groups, terrorist groups in Africa and elsewhere?
I'm not aware of any such concerns that have been expressed to the department. Okay, Abraham?
Yes, thanks, John. With the National Guard, that request for extension, could you give us any more details, like the number of troops or if fencing would come down?
I don't have any updates on fencing, and I would point you to what the Capitol Police have said about what they're requesting. That's better for them to speak to. But what I would say is, as I said, we're in receipt of it. We're evaluating it, and we're going to treat it just like any other request.
People in this very potentially uncomfortable, or not uncomfortable. It's not that it's uncomfortable. It's just not a good environment to foster growth. It's an environment very different from the day-to-day society that we want them to be assimilating better into, right? And so that is, that's what it is. And then when you say, I think it's sort of a utopian vision, that's impossible, I say, I get really tired of hearing this when it's not something that's utopian. And it reminds me of everyone saying like, well, we can't have healthcare for all, even though it exists. It does exist. You are saying this is a utopian vision that is impossible. Do you not know Norway exists? Do you not see all of the areas that are better off than the United States? I mean, now I'm starting to see why Jay might have timed you out a little bit, because at this point, I'm wondering how much you know about this topic. I don't even, like, I'm not even that deep into that topic. And so sometimes I just wonder, like, oof. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Blurry Bigfoot, though, is there are places that what we are looking at when we are talking about prison abolition, I would consider Norway. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe prison abolitionists literally think we're just gonna abolish prisons and have no place that we send people to get them help in reform. But I feel like that's a huge straw man of what that position is. So it's just kind of bizarre to me, you know? Yeah, that's fair, Cooper. By the way, we got a raid, and I'm sorry I haven't acknowledged it yet. I'll get extremely bad faith. Thank you. Extremely bad faith. Am I right in... Do you have an account that has the name Theo? I could be totally off on this, by the way. I could be totally off on this, by the way. We hit 900 subs. Hey, thank you. I recognize your profile picture. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream today? What did you talk about? I hope you had a good one. Thank you for the raid. To those of you who are joining us from Extremely Bad Faith's raid, welcome in. My name is Lumiru. Use they, them pronouns. And I'm excited to be chatting. Right now we're talking a little bit about prison abolition. I was just responding to someone who was saying that they think that prison abolition is a utopian vision that's impossible. And I disagree. But I think that they might have oh yeah, see, Norway does it right. They try and prepare people for society. So I think this is where maybe you have a bit of a misunderstanding, or maybe I have a bit of a misunderstanding. But my understanding is that abolishing prisons means abolishing prisons the way they currently exist. And we're not just throwing people in for these punitive things and then profiting off of them in some cases as well, right? But we actually work towards reforming people, and the environment is drastically different. And we don't just have this one area that we sweep people off who have untreated mental health conditions and are disrupting society, and police officers don't know how to handle. And we're not sweeping people off who are engaging in drugs, but we're actually helping them get treatment and helping them be safer, right? So I think that might be our struggle here, is that we don't agree on what prison abolition is. Sentences should be about rehabilitation, not just punishment. I hate how this is controversial. Yeah, hippie calico. I think people, yeah, prison as currently established abolition doesn't have the same ring to it. Heavily agreed. Heavily agreed. 17-minute documentary about exploring Scandinavian model of prisons to America. So Bigfoot, does that help you a little bit? We are just, maybe. Oh yeah, and then your last comment, and this was actually the comment that I kept you for, and then I was looking at some of the other stuff, and I was concerned, and then I was like, okay, I think we actually just are not on the same. We're not understanding this as the same concept, but I think we probably agree is that we want more effective systems, right? But you are getting at, like, I don't think everyone can be reformed. My issue is that they don't seem like they're here to learn. They're asserting their own definitions of
looking to end stream. Catch you guys tomorrow. Well, let me see. Let me continue streaming. I have one viewer on somewhere.
That we get, reviewing it with an eye towards whether we can meet the demand, whether the requirements are all valid, and then on what timeline and what sourcing. And that process, it just came in last night, so we're working very quickly at that, mindful of the 12 March deadline for the current mission. Okay. Let's see, Sam from USNI.
Hi, John. Just a quick one. So from the Austin message that we saw yesterday, the interim national security guidance that came out earlier this month, and then some of the reporting around some of the directives from DepSec Hicks on kind of the priorities for the department going forward. Do you all have a good definition on what you're referring to as legacy systems? Because divestiture of legacy systems is something that's in all three of those instances. Is that something that you all have kind of a clear definition on, or is it sort of a little squishier as we move through these reviews?
I mean, I couldn't give you a precise definition of the word in budget terms here from the podium, Sam, but I think everybody understands that to mean older systems and capabilities that may need to be replaced or revised.
I guess I'm just asking the question because the consistency of the language across a lot of different vectors means that there's something in mind, and there's sort of a definition in mind, and there's a particular set of missions that you all have in mind when this is coming. I was just wondering if there was a more of a formal definition on what that would be. But.
Yeah, no, I get the question. I just point you back to my original answer. I mean, I don't have a specific definition to give you, except, and I think you've been covering this a long time, Sam, and in general what we mean when we talk about legacy systems. But look, that's what you do in budget season. That's what you do every year when you take a look at what resources you need to defend the country. You take a look at the systems, the platforms, the capabilities to make sure that they're relevant to the threats and the challenges that you're facing. And so when we refer to legacy systems, we're talking about typically older capabilities that are worth asking the question: do we still need them? Do we still need them in the same number? Do they need to be modernized, or do they need to be eliminated? And I think that's the general gist of how that word was used in our planning. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. China said on Friday that China would increase its defense budget by 6.8% in 2021. How much are you concerned about the continuing increase of China's military spending?
The Secretary's been very clear. I mean, he holds China as the pacing challenge of the department. You saw that in the document that we made public yesterday. And as he further articulated in that document, that means we've got to make sure that we have the right capabilities, the right operational concepts, the right policies and strategies in place, not just in the Indo-Pacific region, but around the world, because China is having an impact globally. And to make sure that we're ready to meet that challenge forthright and head on.
Okay. Follow-up. There is also a criticism of China's military spending. There is a criticism, accusation of China's military spending in terms of transparency and openness. Do you think that China's actual spending is much larger than the amounts that are publicly announced?
I don't have from this podium, I wouldn't have that kind of context to offer. What I think you're asking is, are they being dishonest about the increase in their spending, that it's more than what they're saying it? I think that's a great question for the Chinese government to pose to them. I mean, I'm in no position to judge right here today what we believe about the veracity of the figure that they're putting out there. Our focus is on getting our budget in order and getting it ready along OMB's timelines. That's where our head is right here. Ellen from Synopsis.
Hi, thank you so much for taking me. I'm going to get to COVID vaccination, and I'm sure that vaccination is still ongoing throughout the DoD. There's this number of a third of service members refusing the vaccine. Are y'all doing anything to actually measure this, or is this just anecdotal?
We've talked about this before. At DoD, at this level, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, we are not centrally tracking the rate at which, or the raw numbers at which, those who are being offered the vaccine decline to take it. There are the services are working through getting better clarity around both the acceptance decisions and the declination decisions. And so I'd point you to each of the services who can talk with probably more fidelity about what they're seeing. I would caution you, though, and all of you, and as I've said before, I mean, we are still vaccinating essentially Tier 1A and Tier 1A and Tier 1B populations, largely throughout the force. So the majority of people, I think we've administered now almost 1.5 million doses, and as you well know, all of you have covered the workforce. We're talking at over 3 million total in the workforce. So there's still a long way to go. And so the rates, whatever they are, acceptance rates or declination rates that you'll find, you have to keep in mind that that's of a small subset right now as we still continue to work our way through the program. Yes, so I'm sorry, was there another one?
Yes. Do you have the Janssen vaccine in the supply chain already, and where are you sending that? Is it mainly going overseas or to particular kinds of troops?
We are receiving allocations of the Janssen vaccine, and we're going to start incorporating it into the existing distribution process. What we said before is it does give us more flexibility because it ships in bulk and it doesn't require refrigeration. It only requires one shot, so making a single vaccine, you can be able to accomplish more in less time. It's also highly effective. We believe it will appropriately protect our personnel from hospitalization and possibly death. And like we've said, like all the other vaccines, we believe this is going to be key to helping end the pandemic. Yeah, so.
Yes. I would like to go back to the National Guard. I'm not a specialist, but I know that there is a law that prevents the military to exert some police activities in the country, the procès comitatus. So I wanted to know if in the Pentagon there is a concern that keeping a National Guard at the Capitol for 2 more months would risk to violate this law.
No, there's no concern about the posse comitatus, which restricts active duty, what we would call Title 10 troops, from participating in law enforcement activities. That the National Guard, under Title 32, does have the mandate to support local authorities as requested. So there's no concern for posse comitatus here.
And do you consider that the situation right now is an emergency that deserve the National Guard to stay?
Well, as I said, we've just received this request and we're evaluating that. And part of the evaluation process is to look at the requirement, to consider the need. And I won't get ahead of the decision-making process here. But there's also, in addition to looking at the threat environment, there's also, I think it's necessary for us to also look at the capabilities requirement and the degree to which, things are clearly different now in the wake of January 6th. And the Secretary believes that our lawmakers absolutely deserve a safe and secure environment in which to work. So we have to look at the capabilities there on the Capitol complex and ask ourselves if there are capabilities we can add
you feel
that the Capitol Police don't have right
with
now,
them,
or
the staff.
having sufficient to the need.
All
So
right,
it's a combination of looking at the threat and looking at the capabilities. And that's what we'll be doing
indeed,
in
exactly
the
right.
coming hours and days.
It wasn't a little strange at first.
We're mindful of the current
Was it a
understanding
little
of March.
strange
So I don't
at
expect
first?
that you're going to see the Pentagon take too long to make a decision.
I thought that was really
Sure, go ahead, Lucas.
Secretary support using
big
the U.S. military
because
as a
at
full-time
that moment
quick
I
reaction
didn't feel
force to
like
the Capitol
I'm
as
superior to
requested
you or
or
I'm in a
recommended by
position of
General
authority
Honore.
over you.
I don't have
We were
any,
all just eating a meal.
As far as I know, we don't haven't received the report and don't have an opinion on those recommendations. So I haven't seen the report. I don't know that. I'm not faulting you here, but I don't know that those are recommendations that General Honore has made. So I'm unable to answer that right now.
And just to follow up on Fort Lee, does the Secretary support using Fort Lee as a base to potentially house migrant children?
The Secretary was supportive of having HHS visit Fort Lee to examine and to do a site survey. And if there is a need, and right now there isn't one, there's no request, but if there's one, the Secretary is fully committed to making sure that request gets a full airing here at the Pentagon and that we make the best decisions we can.
And does he support the name of the base being changed before any potential migrant children?
As you know, there's a base naming commission at work. We named 4 commissioners to it. That they have started to have their initial deliberations, and he wants them to make sure that they get all the support they need from us, and they will. And we'll see what they come up with at the end of their work. Hang on just a second. Peter from Asahi Shimbun. Okay, Peter's not there. Jared.
There are 2 mute buttons that you have to unpush on Zoom.
So which one of you am I talking to?
You're talking to Peter Lowy from the Asahi Shimbun.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. The South Korean government, but also the Japanese government have both confirmed, as well as Australian government has talked about the Quad. You have already said that you cannot say anything about the Secretary's trip to the Indo-Pacific. Can you explain why other governments have released it so much quicker than we have?
As has been evidenced by misstatements and that I've made up here, I am barely capable of speaking for the Defense Department, and I'm certainly not capable of speaking for other governments. I've got no travel to announce, and if and when there is travel to speak to, we'll do that in due course. Is what?
Secretary trip to Korea, depends top secret or what is?
When I have something to announce and to talk to, I will do that. Thanks for the concerted effort. Yeah, Pierre.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the Secretary got to the point where he talked about the threats that are coming from states? We've heard the Secretary speaking mainly about China. We've heard them speaking about Russia sometimes. But North Korea and Iran were at least new to me. How did we come here? Is it something that is added? Is it something that is being relooked at it from the previous administration and readopted in the message that he sent yesterday?
I think the short answer to your question is no. We've spoken quite a bit from this podium, and the Secretary's spoken about the malign activities that Iran continues to perpetrate in the region, the support for terrorism, their ballistic missile program, the maritime threats that they pose. It's certainly no secret, and it's not lost on the Defense Department today any more than it was, in the last few years. I myself have stood at this podium before many years ago talking about Iran and about North Korea. North Korea continues to develop, continues to possess a dangerous program of weapons of mass destruction that threatens the region and potentially threatens the United States. Certainly poses a threat to our allies and partners in the region. So that's not new. I would think that you'd be surprised if, when talking about state threats, that Secretary Austin didn't mention those countries. Okay, Tom from looks like Talk Media. I'm gonna wait for him to hit the two mute buttons. I didn't know you had to do two buttons. Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey,
Hey,
is that you, Tom?
Hi, John. It's Tom. John?
Yep, I got you, buddy.
Okay. Hey, I was wondering if you could give me an update, us an update, please, on when the Freedom of Navigation report for the last fiscal year will be released. It usually comes out at the end of January. The folks at OSD press offices have checked me each week, and each week they tell me it's going to be released at the end of the week. It's about 2 months late. Do you have any idea when that might be released, please? I have a related question on that. Thanks.
I don't, Tom. I'll take it as a question, and we'll get back to you. I'm sure we'll be able to get back to you by next week. I'm kidding. We'll take. It's a fair question, Tom. So let me get back to you. Did you have another one?
The follow on that is that the Germans announced that they're going to have a frigate in the South China Sea this coming summer. Is this part of a larger effort by the Pentagon to get more NATO allies to participate in the South China Sea freedom of navigation operations?
Well, that's the issue of a German ship or any other ship operating in that part of the world really is a question better put to their ministries of defense. They should speak to their assets. I certainly can't do that. I think what you're seeing, though, Tom, is rather than some U.S.-driven concerted strategy, I think you're seeing many countries around the world expressing their concerns about China's aggressive activities, particularly in the South China Sea, and they're acting on those concerns.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, military leaders every week, Megan. I do not.